Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to day number 2 of the Thailand Super Series Grand Finale. Today coming to you live from Broome International Circuit, or at least those shots on the ground. It's good to see our YouTube audience has returned for day number 2. Peter Baxter joined me for the commentary yesterday, but we've got our usual stalwart Dan Yeaman's back on the scene. I'll tell you what, Dan, it was this category right here, this compacts for the 60 minutes on a lap. Chaos on lap number 1 yesterday. We lost... Well, we didn't lose 2 cars on lap 1. We lost 1 car, but effectively put the second car into a state of disarray, and it was a long, long way back. It's about pace. It's about raw outright speed and looking after these tyres for 60 minutes. You all set? You all sorted and comfortable for 60 minutes worth of super compact action?
Well, in terms of me talking, yes. As a sort of a heads up for what's happening here today, I'm actually also the one setting everything up and presenting our pictures for the English feed here today. That wasn't quite the intended plan. Unfortunately, our regular producer for these English productions through Speak Cafe has had some internet dramas, unfortunately. So I've had to step in and talk and manage the cameras today. But yeah, it was a bit of a busy morning for me, unfortunately, which did not help that situation. But we're here now. We've got the feed from the circuit. We just need the audio to come through in a couple of minutes, hopefully, as, of course, the drivers of the Super Compact getting ready to go racing. It's actually a bit of a gap in the grid there, so I wonder if we've got a couple of cars choosing to start from the pits today, Scott, because unfortunately I missed out on yesterday's racing, so I haven't had a chance to fully get myself up to speed on how things are going after a day's racing so far this weekend.
Well, unfortunately for everyone watching at home, they would kind of be a little bit aware as, Dan was just actually not available to commentate with us yesterday. That's fine. We had Pete on with us, but we lost a lot of cars to engine dramas, gearbox dramas, you name it. There was so much smoke coming out the back. And actually from our Super Compacts, the 24 car was one of the cars that was heavily impacted. I expect we'll see them back out on the grid yet again today. There were 2 more cars that were heavily impacted, including one of our favourite entries, which was the bright pink car as well. It drove from the rear of the field. I'm just trying to grab the name on that one, and I believe it was the 93 car of Aki Jutanarath, whose car unfortunately came to a standstill in the middle of the track. There's our usual happy driver, Dead Boy, in the number 4 entry. I've always loved this Ford Fiesta. There we go. There's the live from the circuit sound feed starting to come through as those cars start to fire up. We're about to go racing, or at least roll off in our formation lap for 60 minutes of your super compact field, Dan. And lots of different cars up and down the field. And I was talking to Pete yesterday. I've just picked up myself a Hyundai Getz just to get around the track. I'm going to have to convince my wife, I think, to allow me to install a roll cage in it.
Oh, that would be something there, I think. I mean, yeah, it's the fact. Yeah, it's the interesting case, I think, to start off with here. The Super Compact, of course. We've got ourselves these small, lightly modified cars, which typically belong on city streets, but we're here at the Chang International Circuit, and it's a fantastic venue, whilst very much recent in terms of its opening and relatively short history on the world stage. The fact that we have the MotoGP come here, as well as various, and namely here, the Thai Super Series here, and their various categories. It looks like we're going to get our orders from the timing stand there for the formation lap to get underway here now, Scott, and so they'll start to warm these cars up. We'll see if we can get it as... There we are, the sounds of some flat falls. And I'm looking forward to this here. Hopefully we'll get a couple more of these onboard shots like this today. That will be fun to watch these cars and see how much they can push the limits here around the Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, and they're going to get themselves nice and sorted. 60 minutes yesterday. It only took us 1 corner before we had our first safety car of the Super Compact weekend. They're going to be the first of the drivers and the first of the fields who are going to feed us off, and the first to have their championship decided. It's all come down to this. It's race 8 of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series for your Super Compact drivers. 4.5 kilometers, the circuit distance, 12 turns in length, fast, flat out, and about drafting all the way down to turn number 3. Get it down the inside, pull that car up, double it back at the turn at 3, hairpin. Turn 4, turn 5, it's about making sure you don't run wide through the track limits. Turn 6 and 7, the nice little switch back, and then turn 8 and turn 9, again, more track limits. The dip at 9, 10, 11, and up and out over the crest on the run down at the final corner. One of the big differences that we were made aware of, that I wasn't certainly aware of yesterday, Dan, was that the difference between the Super Compact and the Super Eco is a little bit of engine capacity, a little bit of speed, but number one, and primarily, slick versus semi-slick tyres. The Compacts on those slick tyres, and something you won't be aware of as well, is there's actually a 24-hour race coming up here next weekend for the Compact and Eco style classes as well. So for these drivers, this is track time, and very, very important track time, as our grid's going to come thick and fast at us here. Thanapatra was quick yesterday. He's to be off pole position. Giropat off alongside of him. They've got that car repaired. Chinachicha and our 4th place driver as well, Chenyabut and Chatrafal. Chaya was quick late in the piece, as was Kajonsak. Both of those drivers making up places late on. Chotanin and Chanchanuk, Pimpol and Techet are going to round out your 6th row of the grid. We'll move 1 row further back in just a few moments and get to 13th and 14th. Will be Thanawat in the 15 and Funapat in the 34. Ertsen and Aki. I'm assuming Aki's probably not going to make that grid. Didn't see his car out there on the formation lap, and Pongpat from the rear of the field. And it was interesting, Aki yesterday, Dan, in the 1 lap, or the half a lap before we got to our safety car field and got stabilized, went from, I want to say 15th and all the way up to 5th. Let's see if he's going to be out there today, because that car did not look like we'd be seeing it again today.
That'll be unfortunate there, to say the least. So fingers crossed, perhaps that might change for us when we get closer to the start. Well, we'll see how it goes. So the order there at the track side to assume the 2x2 grid formation for the rolling start here. And you just catch the back of the field as they make their way around. I believe that would actually possibly even be turn 11 already. Yep, already heading down to turn 12 now, as the drivers start to try and make sure they calm the nerves, prepare themselves to get ready to go racing here. As you said, their final race of the Thailand Super Compact season here for 2023. As we're just now waiting to round the final corner and looking at it, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I think I count 14 out of our 17 listed starters. So unfortunately, a couple of cars short from yesterday. As you said, round the final turn they come. Here we go, Scott. 60 minutes on the clock there on your right-hand side of the screen. It's time to go racing here at the Buriram circuit.
Now, lights are going to go off, but keep your eyes on Giropat on the right-hand side of the road. Only got through half of a lap yesterday, and we'll see if it can be a fair bit further today for him as he tries to settle it on down into turn number 1. They will get through turn number 1. It's a massive slide there, and look at them already scrambling out and over the track limits as they'll try and go racing, and they'll get themselves settled down on lap number 1. The 33 of Chaya making some ground in the early stages on the run down to turn number 3. Will Giropat managed to get down to the inside. He is going to get down the inside, and he'll try and keep Thanapatra out there. Nearly contact mated, keeping him wide on the entry. They're both running it very, very deep on the run down to turn number 3.
Go through this hairpin. It's quite a long corner as well, having watched some onboards preparing for this here. And there you go. Try to get the run on the inside there, but tucks back in for the draft towards turn 4 as they'll now come up to this fast left-hand corner and then set themselves up for turn 5. 2x2 there in the middle of the field, but single file for our top 5, make it top 6 there. And then in behind, a little bit of order to sort out, but looks like pretty orderly. There we go. Move for second place up the inside at the turn 6. They're going to turn 5, probably will get plenty of the inside curve because it's nice and flat there. Move done there as they head to turn 6.
Yeah, and keep your eyes on a couple drivers as a part of this one as well. Chaya will be one of them who's making some really strong moves in the early stages, all the way up to second. Did fall off late in the piece. The tyre wear will be a problem. But have a look at John Sack, a little bit closer than he was necessarily yesterday in the 5 entry as well. They're making significant gains compared to their previous running speed. So it's a big shake-up in compared to yesterday's running order. And in terms of things, everyone's managed to get themselves settled down. We won't have a safety car on lap number 1 as we did yesterday. And everyone's trying to get themselves in. And look, I tell you what, Aki is actually out on that track. I said he might not be. Well, he's in the background. I did see a flash of his pink car. So still turning, but for Chaya, successful opening lap for Chaya. I mean, started deep in the field and has managed to cut his way through already. That's a great start to the race.
On board here. Now, this might be a number 4 machine, and Unfortunately, the camera will freeze on us there. That would have been, if I saw that number correctly, that would have been a Kajonsak there as around turn 1. You can see drivers want to use the exit as much as they can, but obviously you have to be careful not to get too greedy there. As Kajonsak up in behind Tanner, I believe, as we come towards turn 2, and indeed, yep. But he'll look for a moment there, Scott, under brakes, but no. There he goes, the number 14, parks at middle of the road, and Kajonsak will try and swing around from the outside of the turn, get the widest entry possible, and maximise it. And it turns out a bit of a dead heat there in that particular occasion, as we just see there. Kajonsak in P6, forward to the in third. Top 2 starting to break away there at the front of the field as we return to 4 and 7.
Yeah, we didn't get to see this 24 entry and what their tyre wear is going to be like across the 60 minutes. Reminder as well to those watching along at home, 10-minute pit window opens at the start of the 26th minute of the race and runs through to the end of the 35th minute of the race. 10-minute window right in the middle of things where they'll have to swap over from the driver that starts the race to the driver that finishes the race if they are a 2-driver combination. And don't forget, throughout the field we actually have multiple cars that's a single driver pairing. Kajonsak is one of those, then Apatra is another one, Chaya is certainly a third, already moving a long way forward. Have a look at Kajonsak, significant pace upgrade compared to yesterday, so our 2 leaders have sort of broken away just a fraction, and for now Chanya Booth and Apatra need to get themselves sorted out just a little bit, otherwise Kajonsak's going to be on them. And the number 4 car, the Ford Fiesta, looked after its tyres reasonably well, had pace late in the race. But unfortunately for him, it was a poor start to the race. He was sort of cutting his way back through the field to where he should have been yesterday. So we'll see if he can capitalise on a better start today.
That is always the key here. You can see that there. Go for a really wide entry, use the curb on the way to turn 1, try and pick up every extra little kilometre an hour, and then you see there from Kajonsak, he'll run all of the exit curb as well there. Hopefully not pushing the limits too much, because if you do that, that will put potentially in a bit of a naughty there from race control, perhaps, if they push past the track limits there. As we have the map on screen to get an idea of the gap starting to build there for Tanner at the front of the field. Girapat behind the wheel, apologies there, as you see on the timing tower. He'll be sharing that car with Cannonball later on today. But 2-second margin at the start-finish line. At the start of lap.
One thing I did forget to prime you on before we actually went live is, do you feel like you're in Austria? Because you're about to get FIA track limits blasting all over your screen. So look for the black and white flag. For those of you watching along at home, there's not necessarily a specific amount of track limits prior to receiving that black and white flag. It is abusive track limits that will get you the black and white flag. If it's very, very clear that you're pushing wide and you're taking advantage of it, the stewards will give you the black and white flag, at which point, next time off, gets you a 5-second time penalty. Well, for Girapat, he's looking quite good in the opening stanza of this one. It was a huge slide yesterday that ricocheted him back across the track, and unfortunately we lost one car at the exit of turn number 1, and the 24 entry looked like it might have had some wheel damage, which later on resulted in a spin down around the exit of turn 7 on the run to turn number 8. So they've got this car repaired, got it back out, and apparently they've found a few extra horses and a little bit of extra pace as well. Bachaya works the tyres quite hard yesterday, although the race we had yesterday for the compacts was in a little bit of a hotter portion of the day, still quite cool, only just after 8 AM over in Thailand at this point in the day, so temperatures will be beginning to rise as the day progresses, and tyre wear, Dan, it's going to be on the cards.
Ooh, there's an example of track limits probably being flouted a bit there. That would have been Tanapatra in the number 5, as in behind it's Chachapol and Kajonsak once again up towards turn 3. Number 5, that Ford Fiesta, looking for a moment as we're going to go on board further on, probably not further on back, this is it with Chachapol. So Kajonsak right behind us here. We can see Tanapatra in front of us as around turn 3. No sign of too much pressure there for the number 14 as you see, build the speed up now here towards turns 4 and 5. We're going to grab 5th gear here for a moment, and let's see, do we have one more gear in us? Unfortunately we are going to lose the video feed there towards turn 4. Further on back behind Kajonsak, a bit of a healthy margin back here. That's would be Ayrton there, number 69, then followed up by the Honda Jazz, which has currently got Tekip. Unfortunately, I might be butchering some of his name, but I do apologise to anyone who's listening along and cringing internally at the pronunciation.
Well, guess what, Dan? We've had our first black and white flag warning is coming your way, and it's going to be for the driver of the number 4 Ford Fiesta that's in the background of that one. Kajon Sak is the first driver to be warned. And we were talking about this yesterday in the broadcast. There were some drivers who were getting warnings very, very early on in the race. Well, this is the earliest black and white flag we've seen thus far across the weekend. 52 minutes Kajon Sak is now going to have to do. All the while, the stewards are going to be breathing down his neck looking for any track violations. But for right now, it settles in behind the 14 of Shatrafol and Thanapatra. The 5 car yesterday looked to be one of the quickest cars that was out there. And no, the race leader, the Baby Boss Garage entry. Oh, it's been a torrid weekend for them. You can see the smoke coming off the front end of the car. Unscheduled pit stop, and that will be their race done. They scored no points yesterday. They didn't finish the race. It looks like they may have destroyed a front left tyre. We might have a puncture on that car.
On board once again. In the meantime, with the number 14 of Chatrafol, you can see there in front, Thanapatra goes defensive to cover off the inside for turn 3. They'll go side by side. Can Kajon Sak take advantage there with the wide entry, tight exit? He'll get alongside the number 14 for a moment, but single file on corner exit once again. So that one will stay as it was, it seems, for the time being. There's another car in the pits here. Aki in the number 93. Yeah, the Honda Jazz for Fortron next to racing. Now, that's 2 cars in the pits, unfortunately. Was P12 score across the line for Aki last time around, so unfortunately has been buried in the back of the field out of our 14 starters. And as you said, too early for a scheduled stop. This is going to hurt.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is an endurance race, so hopefully a safety car might save those guys. But I think for the 24, it might be a tyre drama. It looked like it might have been a tyre drama. Only a little bit of smoke coming out, so I think they actually may be somewhat okay. But for Aki, I mean, you just remember his car, he had miles of smoke coming off of a tyre at some point. It was rubbing on a guard yesterday, and Pete made the comment that he thinks something might have flicked off a tyre and made some damage to the front end of that engine. Both races, he actually had his lap times deleted for qualifying too. So whether or not there was an issue with that car, or they weren't able to qualify it, maybe they're on a backup engine as the number 4 of Kajon Sak gets down the inside, gets the job done into the final corner. That was beautiful onboard vision. Give me more of that if we can have some, because that is how you make the overtake for position from the number 4.
Indeed, just really, well, just better power, really, was pretty much there before they even got to the final corner. So curious to see, is that Fiesta got a little something now that it can start to stretch its legs up to 4th place for Kajon Sak in the number 4, already going after Thanapatra, who's defensive early. And look at that, he actually switched back from the middle to the right-hand side of the circuit, try and break the toe, but here we go. Outside, tight defense from Thanapatra, wide entry from Kajon Sak to try and swing through, but no dice at turn 3 once again. And in fact, coming off that corner, Chatrafol might just have a run at it. Or he'll try, but no. Cut back outside, inside Scott. Getting in the mirrors of Kajon Sak here to try and potentially throw things for a loop. As we have a look there, lap times on screen for a second. This is what it looked like on board here with this switching back and forth after the turn 3 hairpin. Yeah, and you're going to see it for Kajon Sak. He's going to come back to the right again as well. And unfortunately, the live feed, I'm going to go ahead and say there's probably a black spot in the onboard communications right down there. It's right as turn 4 that it seems to drop out on the regular. But in terms of things, Kajon Sak's got the spot. The 2 cars that were quick in a straight line, well, the 3 cars, one of them was Aki, who was already in the pit lane and has returned to the circuit. So the cars that there is the 59 and the 24 are both in pit lane again. But the 93's returned back to the circuit, at least at this point in time. So you'll see him at some point, although I don't know for how long. But the 2 cars that were quickest in a straight line that are still out there were actually the 5 of Thanapatra and the 4 of Kajon Sak. So now you're going to see 2 guys that have got that straight line speed going down into the final corner. And have a look at the bravery from Kajon Sak. My major concern, particularly with Thanapatra, was just look at the line that he took on the last time by down into turn 3.
Now, that was late braking, and it was a lot of pressure on the front tyres, Dan. I'm concerned for his ability to continue defending for another 40 minutes or so and look after those tyres. I'm worried about those front tyres for the Thanapatra.
Oh, yeah, it'll be nearly 50 minutes because, 47 minutes and 40 seconds just now as they come past the little kink at turn 2 and the hairpin at turn 3. That's Chatra Fall looking to the inside of Kajonsak this time here. I have to say that Fiesta, despite the way he got past at the final corner, there we go, move made by Chatra Fall, although the switchback potentially from Kajonsak, not quite. I think a drag race up towards turn 4, and with Chatra Fall on the inside, it actually gets clear there on corner exit, able to get back into 4th place there in the number 14. The Fiesta off of turn 12 there after Kajonsak tried to get up the inside of Thanapatra. It didn't look like they had the drive on that particular occasion. So I'm curious to see how things go there. As into turn 5 they go on this lap. And looking at top speeds, well, yeah, you said these guys are looking quick, but looks like the speed today is out with Chaya and Chanyabut at the moment. Those two drivers lapping in the mid 1 minute 57s. Drivers here lapping in the mid to high 159s. Although they are dueling a bit, of course, and that does obviously play its part.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was literally about to lead into you, Dan, and say the same thing, looking at lap times. The leaders are starting to just disappear a little bit. Car 14 now, which is in this battle pack, is Chatrafol, has just received his black and white flag. So 2 of the 3 cars that are in this battle pack have now been warned by the stewards for their abusive track limits. And if there was any warning provided overnight, from a team manager's perspective, from a driver's perspective, from a steward's perspective, it probably would have been, have a look at the number of drivers that are right up against those penalties, as we're going to go back on board with the driver of the number 4. And Kajonsak trying to get this car pulled up at turn number 1. Look at how much he closes in under brakes. Well, he's quick into the corner, but it looks like the 14 of Chatrafols, he's just settling the car earlier, Dan. He's getting back to the power. So whilst all of those gains are being made on the corner entry phase for the number 4 of the Ford Fiesta, you can break that fraction later. It's the mid to exit of the corner where Chatrafol's just making all his time.
Slow in, fast out is one of the golden rules in circuit racing, and it certainly looks to be applying here, especially when you've got a low-powered car. Making sure that you're as fast as you can once you get out of the turn is critical. There's also the fact that it looks like when we've been on board with Chatrafol, he's got a sequential paddle gearbox. Kajonsak, and I have to say credit to him, he's got to work at H-pattern shifter there by the looks of things in the number 4 Fiesta. So got a bit more work to do there, and just going to be a little slower with the shifts, and that would explain a bit perhaps why he didn't quite, in that occasion he tried to get up the inside at turn 12 down the front straight. That would perhaps explain why he didn't get there, because he just has more work to do getting up through the gears, as we check in with our race leader in Chaya, who's got himself a bit of a margin back to Chanyabut in 2nd place, but still certainly... Oh, that's slow. That's very slow, actually.
That'll be an issue of some description, and very quickly Chanyabut goes through. He looks like he's lost drive. There's looks to be no drive on that car whatsoever. So for the 33, he's now going to be on the outside. Here comes the group through. So we've already lost a couple cars from the lead group. He's not going to make pit lane. There's no drive in that car whatsoever. Might have been a gear. As we look to the M&M team on the pit wall, they're talking to their driver at this point in time. And for Chaya, who's leading the race, I know he's in championship contention. But he's found some drive back. He might have found a gear again.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see here. He will go straight for the pit lane. I think you have to... Yeah, that's still looking a little unhealthy and definitely slow. So limp it back in, see if we can get it figured out here, and maybe, just maybe, get back out on track before the race ends. Time is, I guess they've got time to do it, but yeah, going to be a lot of effort to try and fix that up, you would think, at this stage.
Oh, I'm disappointed for that, because I know after yesterday had a reasonable finish. They're going to go to work on this car and try and get it back out there, hope for a safety car, and keep their race alive, or are they just going to push it back in the garage? That's going into the garage. No? Straight back into the stall. Okay, they were just looking for more room to work on the car. Well, we've had a series of pretty much thus far, get to the lead. Well, the car's given up the ghost. So for Chanyabut, all of a sudden, reliability might be the thing that he's trying to look after. Last time by a 1:58.245, your new race leader. And in 7 minutes' time, that pit lane window is going to open. How long will the drivers stay out? But then a Patra in the number 5 car won't have to do a driver swap, but he will have to sit there the extra little bit of time to wait for his pit lane time to elapse. And for the rest of the drivers are on their way through. Thanapatra has now found himself in second place. John Sack's still sticking with him. But for Thanapatra, it can be a little bit more defensive with those curb strikes, albeit it probably wouldn't be too worried about defending off right now. Hang on to it. Just try and set the best lap times you absolutely can. Look, if John Sack's faster, let him go. It's a 60-minute race. We've got pit stops to come.
I mean, yeah, there is a bit of that there in terms of, when is it best to, there you go, defensive from, I like it. I like the effort he's putting in, but this could be all for naught here. As around turn 12, and again, that tight entry compromises the run for the Insane Motorsport number 5. Can John Sack get there side by side? They're almost in each other's doors. On board now. But there we go.
Oh,
There's a bit of contact. And the number 4 is to come into turn 1, but he's ahead there, John Sack, through the turn 1, and I believe, there we go, we'll finally take second place now away from the number 5 of Thanapatra, although watch out for the draft back up to turn 3 here.
Yeah, now Thanapatra's going to give the return a serve because he's seen John Sack's going to get defensive. Well, no, not necessarily. Thanapatra was extremely defensive on the run down to the last corner. And the wives and families down in pit lane. Well, he covered him. He covered him at the apex, and he had to cover him again. John Sack had no choice. Had to lift. Did lift. And now they'll come out of turn number 3, and it's going to be a bit of a drag race. You get the feeling Chatrafol's going to get alongside. Chatrafol's very much alongside. In fact, he's ahead as they run down to turn number 4. Now it's going to give some breathing room to Thanapatra. And Thanapatra's getting the elbows out there nice and early, Dan. It's the last race of the season. The last opportunity to show everyone what you're made of, and Thanapatra has absolutely got that in mind. In the meantime, Chanyaboot, 9-second lead just about as we come through. Dan, I don't know if you've seen the timing screen, but I'm sure you'll see it in a few moments. John Sack has got himself a 5-second penalty. We mentioned it. He got his black and white flag at about 52-minute mark. It only took him a further 12 minutes to get himself a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. He's going to, at this rate, he's going to end himself up with about 30 seconds worth of penalties as this race continues.
He's got to be very careful now to already be in the naughty books and have a penalty to his name. Now, it's a time penalty. Will he be able to serve that at the pit stop? No, that is just going to be applied to his race time at the end. Okay, there we go. Well, I guess makes sense. Mandatory pit stops and everything. It's a bit, Also, I think it's also not a bad idea. So, just right. You've done the crime. And now you're going to do the time, and there's no being able to come back from it per se. Although we'll have to see. Can John Sack maybe find a way to get back to Thanapatra, get past him, and then build a gap here out on track and potentially make that penalty all for naught. But these 3 cars here fighting over second place have been pretty close as we'll go on board with Chatrafol here down towards turn 3, although maybe another time we'll have to try that out as we see here another car into the pit. Again, still too early for the compulsory pit window. The number 68 I'm seeing there on the windscreen.
69, I think it is, yeah.
Or is 69, will be 69. Which is Ayrton there. Was 8th place at the start of the last lap.
This was your race winner from yesterday too, so unfortunately for Ayrton, they've had to bring this car down to the lane, and unfortunately for him, it is going to be a very, very early... They look like they're changing tyres. There might be another... No, they're just checking the brakes. Are they aware that the pit lane window's not open yet?
I would think so. Yeah. I would think so. The teams you'd think the teams would be well aware of exactly where we are in the race and where the time window is. As having a look here at the number 80 on track, Tekit, the first of our Honda Jazz entries currently running out on track. P5 at the moment as it comes up through turns 5 and 6 and then into the back half of the lap here and make the run back to the start finish line. See, Tekit's got a bit of a healthy gap behind him. That there is Pimpol in the number 57 Honda CRZ in P6. also got himself a healthy gap behind this year. Next car behind Pim Pol is Tanawit in the number 15 for Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand, the Honda City entry. Nowhere in sight from this angle just yet. And there we go. And we switched the long shot from turn 12 back up to turn 11. There's the number 15 of Tanawit now on screen.
I'll tell you what, just keep an update on some of the cars that are a little bit further down. So Ayrton's still in the pit lane at this point in time. Pongpat in the 23 car has returned to the race track, as has Aki Jitranath. At the moment, circulating in the 205s for Aki. So it is about 8 seconds off the pace, and I think he actually set the fastest race lap yesterday too. So he was absolutely flying in the early stages of things. So some sort of drama continues to go on for the 93. He's at least out there, still circulating. For the 24 car, they've actually returned to the track as well, albeit they've only completed 8 laps as it currently stands. So sorry, they've completed 8 laps as it currently stands. 3 laps behind our race leaders, but 4 laps behind our race leaders. My apologies. As displayed on screen right there, and unfortunately that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Did not see the 65, the 18 or the 34, which would have been Chanachicha, Buapon and Banapat to start the race, and we've since lost multiple other cars, the 59, the 33 and the 69, all in pit lane at this point in time. All the other cars back out on track, so we've lost 6 from the starting field of 17, and that leaves us with 11 currently circulating.
Yes, all right. Well, see there. Yeah, the activity's still in pit lane. We're coming up to the pit window. It's not too far away. If I get this right, it'd be about a minute away there, to be precise. With 36:09 on the clock, that should open up at the 35-minute mark, if I'm getting everything right in my head, Scott. So it looks like by the time you see here Chanya will come back round to the pit lane, will have the option to come in and complete the compulsory stop if they so choose, given lap times here, almost 2-minute mark. We'll be back around in plenty of time as it comes through turn 3 on this occasion. 11-second margin at the start-finish line back to Tanapatra, who's got Kajonsak still within 0.8 of a second. But once again, this car out front, lap time-wise, is still pulling nearly a second a lap on P2 and P3 at this stage. It's quite the dominant run so far. It's down in the pits. There we go. Yeah, Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand getting ready to do a driver swap there. It was Tan Chanok in the car, I believe, for the number 19, and Nardol getting ready to change over there.
Yeah, and everyone readying themselves for that run. It's been a shame for the Baby Ross entry. It's not been a great weekend for them whatsoever, but there's confirmation on your screens, ladies and gents at home. Pit window has now opened. Some drivers may get to the lane nice and early for the single driver combinations, the 5 or the 4. It's not really going to matter. The main concern for those drivers will be, what do we want to do with tyres? Do we want to go longer? Was this a green set of tyres to start this race? And if so, do we want to take them a little bit further into the race before we come back to maybe a scrub set of tyres? So they might go a fair bit longer. But for the meantime, race leader will not be coming to the lane. Chenyabut is looking to continue to extend that lead margin, and we might see... No, we're not going to stay with that shot just to see if the driver's in the background. It's about a 12-second lead right now, and Kajonsack's managed to pull away from Thanapatra. Thanapatra and Chatrafol are going to make their way into the pit lane. Confirmation of that. And more black and white flag warnings coming the way of the 57 car. So there's a few cars that have now been warned by the stewards as pit lane starts to become a lot more busy. First pit stops of the day in. Now it's time for the team members to go to work, get their drivers in, make sure they time their pit stops to perfection, and no concern for hitting pit boards. That's what they're there for.
It's a visual indicator of what. But again, the pit lane isn't too busy here in the Super Compact, which is, I guess, not too many personnel needed across the line. Because it really is, just getting the drivers swapped over. So we've got the team member here diving in from the pit garage side to help with the belts there. You see now getting ready to go once again. Also, so it's got 99 on one side, 14 on the other, I do believe. As that there in the background was a Honda City going through the pit lane, so that would be Tanawit in the Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand entry coming to the lane. So now, of course, the game of the compulsory pit stop times and durations. The fact that the pit stop is done, but they've got to wait here now as part of the method. Long lap time. There's a possibility here, I guess, that they might not go down a lap, although it'd be awfully close. In saying that, I think they might go down a lap. Is where the lead is Chenny Boots at. I don't think he's come to the pits this time, guy, but we'll see here. Still waiting for now Tanner Rott to leave the pits. I wonder if this is the most painful part of the pit stop cycle, Scott. But, like, stop's all done, but they're waiting on the clock as the number 93, unfortunately, Aki back into the pits. Within the window, so they need to get it done, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is timing-wise, and now the 14 will get released, so don't forget, for those of you who are watching along at home, and might be your first time tuning in to the B-Quik Thailand Super Series, what's going to happen, you're going to see this all day long for the classes with a 60-minute plus 1 lap duration. The Super Echoes are one of those. GTM, GT4s, another one in the GT3s later on. They're all going to have these pit stops. There's a 10-minute window starting from the moment the timer on your screen hits 35 and closing when the timer on your screen hits 25 minutes to go within that race. For drivers, for cars that have a 2-driver combination, they will have to do a driver swap. Race number 7, 1 driver will start the car. They will also do the qualifying for race number 7. Race number 8, the other driver will start the car. They'll do the qualifying for race number 8. All of the teams, as a part of the balanced performance right across the weekend, including success time that's added. So if they won the race yesterday, they get a longer pit stop here today, and it's timed from the time they cross the pit lane entry beacon all the way down through to the pit lane exit beacon. So it's a balanced performance measure. Try and keep the racing a little bit closer. Strategy plays into it as well. If you've got one faster driver, you're more likely to leave them out there as long as you possibly can. For Chayar, is going to come down after being in the pits a little bit earlier on and do his compulsory pit stop. So lots of different bits and pieces, and the pit stop times are extremely generous, as you've seen thus far. Reason for that? Safety. Everything we do in racing is about safety. Well, except for the actual racing stuff, Dan.
Yeah, the racing stuff can sometimes throw a couple of curveballs your way, that's for sure. And, well, there's been an update in the pits. You can see here John Sack also in the pit lane. And there we go. That's what I was looking to see. The 95, your race leader, Chanyabut, will bring it to the lane. So they're going to do about evens in the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco entry here. So Budamont, it'll be his turn to get behind the wheel and bring that car home to finish off the races. There we go, driver swap underway. Although, as you can see, despite the pit crew there helping out, looked to be in a bit of a rush. No rush whatsoever there, if I saw that correctly from Budamont. No need to be hasty there, as we also wait to see Chaya get ready to head out. Although that's a bit of tape. Is that on the one of the hood?
It's clips,
latches?
yeah. I think that might be a clip, yeah.
Or a fresh clip going in. Okay, so it just looked like it's putting some kind of like strip of tape down. As
the 80, that's the 80 coming into the pit lane.
Oh, very good. There we go. So yeah, pit stop cycle is very much alive now with about 4.5 minutes left in it. Anyways, so get these driver swaps done. Tech it out. It'll be Adapong getting into this SPF K1 Racing Team entry. There we go. Driver out, driver in. Time to get the buckles all sorted now. And get yourself comfortable and get ready. As there we go, Budamont now standing by in the 95 to be released. And there we go. The controller will put up the boom at least, but that's more, I think, a thing just to say that, well, wait for a bit longer, but when you're ready, get to it. As there's Chayar released from the pit lane. Let's see, does that 33 build speed? That's looking a little slow to go, but that may just be the case of getting out of the bottom end of the rev range there, Scott.
I'm wondering whether or not somebody said that they found a few extra neutrals in the chat. No, I'm sitting here and wondering. I wonder whether or not they haven't lost a gear from that car, because if it's still maintaining pace, like it's still circulating, I'd say they've probably just lost a gear.
That's a possibility indeed. Budamont returns to the circuit in the race lead, and we'll get going there as a message on screen. The number 24 machine going to be in the next car. Tanathorn and Girapat in the next baby. Oh, no.
Nope.
Never mind. Unfortunately, that's not made it to turn 3 even for the 33 of... pardon me, where are you again, Chaya? Trying to limp that thing back to the pits now. I think, unfortunately, that might just be the end of their race if it's come to a stop on the side of the circuit. Yeah, for the guys there at M&M, that's certainly not the way they wanted to see their season end. So,
well, it was a strong finish yesterday from that car too, Dan. Like they were high up in the points. They weren't necessarily an outright contender, but I think they might have been saving some of their tyres left over for today. And you can actually see he's left the hazard lights on there because he's not 100% sure what the pace looks like in this car. Maybe it's an electrical fault. Just the car keeps shutting down. They might have had overheating in one of the electrical systems as well, shutting down and coming back to life. Because normally if you've got a car that's operating like that, it's not a clutch. Well, I mean, it could still be a gear, but it's unlikely to be a gear when they try and select one of the gears, maybe the system D6 or something. But that's quite a rare problem. If anything, it's probably more likely an electrical fault of some description. So, interesting to know.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. I mean, as I said, possibilities could be endless in terms of exactly what's gone wrong there. Unfortunately, being remote commentary, we won't know for certain exactly what's happened as one of our teams working down the pits, and part of that is number 57 entry. In fact, it's basically our only car in the pits, at least of those still out towards the front of the field at this stage. Yeah. So, seeing there, 7, 8. Alternate already got in the car. What have you seen?
Oh, I've just popped up on the timing sheet. So remember how we're talking about safety and driver safety?
I see that.
Yeah, the number 14's been reported to the stewards. Now, that is Thanaroj, who's now behind the wheel. But that was Chatrafol, who was right up there and right in contention earlier on. And it's been reported the stewards unbuckling the seatbelts before coming to a stop. So that's dangerous. And I don't know whether or not there'll be some further action. That might not necessarily be something taken within the race, but the stewards will be wanting to clamp down on that to prevent drivers doing that in the future. Now, whether or not it was happening a little bit yesterday as well, it went unsighted by the stewards, which can absolutely sometimes happen. I don't know if you guys, the soccer stadium nearby, soccer referees miss things all the time. Football, some of you right around the globe. So sports fans absolutely aware of that, but this one's been reported to the stewards. So the stewards are aware of it this time as the pit lane window does close. And last of our drivers to do their pit stop was the 57 car with Otani behind the wheel. And that pit stop has come to conclusion, which means we have our condensed field and the 24, the Baby Boss entries back into the lane, unfortunately. Oh, this is on the onboard. Is this the 14 car?
Yeah, it is. Now, the thing is, I think I saw these belts. They came off way back towards pit entry.
Yeah.
So you can see there, the belts were pretty much already off. He just literally straight out of that chair. So I think, yeah, that does suggest a bit what was up with that one. Possibly.
Well, I suppose the real resolution as a part of that one is don't put an onboard camera in your car.
It potentially is incriminating, yes. Funnily enough, if you give everyone access to what's happening in your car, yeah, it can...
Oh, that's disappointing. But, I mean, it's an important tightening of the regulations, though, Dan.
Much like the lack of tightening. Well, you know, that's the opposite of the lack of the tightening in the belts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought that was a good opportunity to go for something as...
You tried.
Oh, that's a puff of smoke there. Hopefully that's nothing too serious.
That's the 93, I think?
I think I saw 93 too. Unfortunately, these light blue car numbers from these wide angle shots aren't... Yeah, 93. So
yeah, I recognise the livery. Yeah, and remember that's Aki.
Yeah, so just circulating to get laps on the board. Unfortunately for Aki, 2 laps down on our leaders. As we watch there, the 14. The Tanaroch behind the wheel now. What can they do? Here we go.
Oh,
yeah,
here we go.
This is what I was going to show. Here we go. At pit entry. Got a moment. And bang. That's a hand on the belts and off. Ooh.
Well, it's not even... Okay, so if he was to fiddle with that belt, you could not sit down and say... You could say, I think he might be, but he could be just scratching himself at the end of the... make a little bit of a scratching motion. The fact that the belt went over the shoulder That's the key. That is the big no-no. And I know that coming from an Australian perspective, I mean, you've obviously got viewers right around the world, but this was a hugely debated, hugely contested topic about what you can and what you can't do with driver's belts in V8 supercars. Now, it is something that's quite well locked down within GT3 regs in terms of everything right the world over. But again, same sort of thing. You've got a long pit stop. There's no need for it. You know, in a V8 supercar pit stop, there is a little bit of hustle and bustle going on around the car. If you end up with about 10, 15 seconds left over, whereby there's just fuel going back into the car. So that sort of solves itself, but there is still a hustle and bustle around the car to get tyres off, get brake pads done. If you're doing brake pads on a V8 supercar endurance stop and tyres and driver swap at the same time, it's too much. I think they actually intentionally target a brake pad change without a driver swap going on to make sure that they avoid any of the issues. But yeah, belts and drivers is coming off during endurance race pit stops is one of the hotly contested topics, and drivers the world over will say, I just want to get the belts off so I'm ready to get out. Can't do it. It's unsafe.
I mean, yeah, I understand why you do it. It is all about speeding up the stop. Although, I guess you could argue with the compensation
There's no
times,
reason.
Yeah, again, make sure you, dot every I, cross every T, follow the procedure to every letter, and make sure you don't run afoul of anything like that there, because it could potentially cost them at least 5 seconds, maybe. I don't know exactly what the penalty would be. I mean, in saying that, it's been reported to the stewards. That's all we've got so far on that note. Haven't had anything come through yet about any further information there. Eyes on track here. Tanapatra running in second place. I have to say that the margin there, 23.5 seconds at the line already. And we do have 21 minutes left in this one. And then this fight for, well, it's a fight for third now, but the Kajonsak has 5-second penalty. Penalty may be coming for the number 14 machine, who will use all of the track and then some, and then the lunge up the inside at 5, but no dice this time.
Well, guess what?
Gets the run.
The 14 just noted, and I think that one on screen might have actually been the penalty, the one that brought about the black and white flag now for the car number 14. So wasn't reported to the stewards for exceeding track limits. That has now changed as a result of the overtaking attempt. That was absolutely an abuse of the track limits, and good news is they're both back on level pegging now. Neither of them have got the opportunity to use the available extra, should we say extra track areas? I was going to say extracurricular, but it's not really a course, is it? So
yeah, it might have been that one. It might not have been. We do have a bit of a desync between, because with our live time page, the live timing has the race remaining time as well as what we can see here on screen. There we go. It comes up now on the feed here. So yeah, that's probably, that might have actually done it in saying that though. But that actually
that was about the right time.
The timing makes about sense. But yeah, just I'm thinking, like, I see that, and then I see it's happened there.
Oh no!
Oh, what have we got?
That was smoke coming from the.
Yeah,
it might have been tyre smoke.
Yeah, I think we might have got away with that one there for Adapong. Let's watch here through turn 1. Do we get any more of that? And hopefully we'll stay with this car here. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. That's the left rear then, presumably. A lot of gut. Yeah, in fact, you can see it there on the exit of the corner coming from that left rear corner. Presumably tyre, because that definitely flared as the car rolled through the corner there. As we've had a change for third place on the track. Looks like Tanner Raj through on Kajonsak, whilst we've been looking elsewhere on the track.
And the key part was the car, you just sort of went through that shot as they come up to turn number 4, was Thanapatra's only just down the road. And in terms of lap times, Thanaraj, last time I was a 158.577. Another track limits warning is going to come up in just a few moments. So he's a second faster than everyone else out there at the moment. Only 4 seconds up the road too for Thanaraj to go chasing Thanapatra. And I think this next time by, albeit I think the race win might have gone, but then again, if Budamont starts to drift in terms of his lap times, it may not necessarily. Yeah, that's the warning I was just talking about from the number 23 car, which has got, I believe it'll be Newton at the wheel, down in 9th place. And critically for Aki, I mean, he's still circulating at this point in time. It is going to be a top 10 performance just because he's managed to keep that car going.
Yep, is unfortunately in a race of his own per se. A lap behind Newt and a lap ahead of who is Tanner Thorne apparently behind the wheel of the 24.
Yeah.
In behind him. Well, in saying that, timing updates to say that Aki's only 46 seconds behind Newt. So possibilities there, as that looks like, there we go, we've got, that's at the Honda City of Tanner Witt and Nardole racing there, and that would be an exchange of position. 7th place now in the hands of the number 19 for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand.
Well, I don't know if it's in the hands of that car for very much longer, because they're certainly incredibly close out on track. Love that big old wing strapped to the rear end of the city there. Tell you what, I wish I could just walk out, strap one to the rear end of my car, and immediately extract performance in terms of things at this point. But though it's yeah, I mean, look at Budamont driving exceptionally well. Job done by teammate Chang. Led the race for an exceptional portion of that opening stanza. Now leads us as we complete 20 laps thus far today, and already starting to streak away is Nardole as well. So you'll see the change for position flash across your screen. And Thanawitt is now on the hunt instead of being the hunted.
There's a flip back on screen. There's Aki in the background chasing Adapom. Unfortunately, not for position, but it would get him a lap back on the number 80 at least. Once again, leaning. And you see it a bit there from Aki's car as well. So several drivers here, tyre pressures, tyre guards there, just pushing the limits of what fits there in the guard perhaps, and just giving us a bit of a smoke show, which is not quite the one we normally like to see, because that's quite pronounced there. And again, a lot of these cause long leaning turns. There's a bit of a extra run on the track for Aki through turn 8 as he tries really pushing in there, but looks like the track limits are certainly up for grabs there for the 93.
Tell you what you did miss yesterday, Dan, was actually some of the drift show from our Super Pickup C-Class drivers yesterday. It was the last race on, and it was under lights as well, so that was a unique experience. It was actually quite dark by the end of racing yesterday, but they put it on a drift show. Lap 1, turn 1, you've got 22 Super Pickups on the run down to turn number 3, and someone decided they wanted to lock the rears, go a little bit too deep on the run down to turn number 3, and basically brake locked the entirety of the first half of the corner around the outside. It was a pretty show. In terms of things, Formula Drift is probably looking at its potential newest Thai recruit, but yeah, that was certainly fun in terms of things, and the Super Pickups are going to feature again. I think the last class today is actually going to be the other class from the Super Pickup drivers as well. It'll be the A and B class drivers to round everything off. Had points coming in slowly as well, ladies and gents, so we will get the updates to you for a lot of the classes in the GT4 category. We just saw points for that just a few moments ago, so we'll keep you up to date as much as we possibly can. Thanapatra going to get down to the inside of a lapped car at that point in time and clear that, and that's the 23 car. The Toyota Yaris from Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. No, sorry, that one's my apologies. The R2 Racing Team. Toyota Yaris with Newt behind the wheel. But have a look at the guys in behind. You know, he's trying to clear him as they go through 9, 10, and 11, because this is a battle for position. They did manage to get around him, and Thanaroj, I think it was, trying to use him as a bit of a pick to provide some sort of a gap back to Kajonsak. And that looks like the Baby Boss Garage entry sitting in the garage might just now be done for the 24 car. No, still circulating at this point in time, so back out there and on track. But the Baby Boss Garage crew members getting a little bit comfortable back down in pit lane.
Yeah, well, hopefully they can stay comfy, because you don't want to have to come out for any additional service if you can avoid it here. As John Sack still sticking with Tanner Raj, and they're actually getting a little closer there to Tanner Patra. And I have to say, really bad lap actually from Tanner Patra last time around. 2:0 for the number 5 car. It's just ahead of these two that we're focusing on versus 1:58. It's about 1.2 seconds, but that's a healthy chunk of time lost there. And same for the leader in Budamont, but when you've got 23.5 seconds, and Budamont technically gained a little bit on Tanapatra, the 95 can afford to probably just make sure it gets home from here. As, yeah, very much a fight for second on the road, but with one penalty confirmed. And, ooh, I actually just go up and look at my timing screen. Scott, how's this? Driver 2 of the number 14, which presumably would be Chatrafol, which is literally the second driver on our timing screens, has been ordered to report to race control after the conclusion of the race.
There you go. So that'll be Chatrafol for his pit lane entry infringement. Have a look at what it looks like from the office of the race officials. I think there's a few officials, down there, maybe taking on a few notes, learning bits and pieces, or perhaps they're scheduled for races later on in the day to keep an eye on things. Eagle-eyed officials don't miss very much, and when you take your belts off that early, unfortunately, you're going to have a bad time. But for the lap times right now, we'll get another update as they come back to the start-finish line. The gap starts to eke away. 12 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock as they cross the start-finish line for one more time. And I thought I saw a 57 black and white flag earlier on in the day. Apparently I didn't. I must have missed it up with another car. But for Ortoni now, has been shown the black and white flag. Stay on track, stay within the boundaries of the white lines as we run off of turn number 1. The kink at turn 2 is now going to play host to 3 cars bearing down on it in the last lap time by 59.0. So the lap car did a little bit get in the way there for Thanapatra, and that smoke is getting worse for the number 80, not better.
Yeah,
That's no longer looking white.
Yeah, no, that has definitely got an oily haze to it. I think needs to refresh. Yeah, look at that. Look at the cloud. It's leaving down. Yeah, no, that's actually puffing constantly. There's a possibility it's tight. No,
that's tire smoke there. There was some whiter smoke come through there for sure. So I think it's it.
Oh, there, left and right sides of the rear bumper, Scott. Are we dealing with both a tire and something coming from the exhaust at the same time here?
I mean, it could be the camera angle. We could be being deceived as well. Oh no, Thanapatra is now going to be warned for his excessive use of track limits as well. So that battle for second place starts to heat up. And
that looks like the exhaust. Where is the exhaust pipe on that number 8 machine?
There's 2. There's one either side, I think.
Well, that just makes my life a little harder. And no, is that in the center? I actually say big thank you to whoever was handling that camera there and attempted to zoom in on the bottom of the bumper of the number 80 machine, try and get a read on how that what the deal is with the car there. But well, fingers crossed they can make it to the end, but they've got to go 10 minutes to be able to get there. As we watch the number 57 and 24 now, unfortunately, through the 24 of Tanner down there in 11th place. 57 of Ortoni is up in P6, so it won't do much. As here we go, Thanapatra is now going to have to go full defensive from Tannerot here down towards turn 3, and already covers middle of the road. Will he go further? He looks in the mirror for a second, Scott. Middle of the road will have to do, it seems. So there we go. Attack into the hairpin. Round the outside. Can't make it work, though, as they try and get back on the power on exit. And yeah, these drivers have all got black and white. Well, these two here. Yeah. I should say, sorry.
All 3 of them. All 3 of them.
2 warnings, 1 penalty already. They can't afford to drive too aggressively here. Got to survive this final 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, now it's going to be on between Thanapatra and Thanaroj. And I will say, earlier on in the race, if you noticed, you were keeping half an eye on covers to the inside. Thanapatra swings it back to the right-hand side of the track as wide as he possibly can. Tries to open up the middle of the corner. A little bit of track limits on the verge there potentially for Thanapatra, but I think the power, or at least the line that Thanaroj, you can see they're struggling for understeer now at the front end of those cars. There was a lot more wheel angle than there was turn. Covers to the middle of the road, moves back to the racing line. This is becoming aggressive. Does he get the overlap? Just about gets the overlap as they get down here into turn number 9. The 14 to the inside now. Thanapatra and Thanaroj are going to go toe-to-toe, and Kajonsak comes in the background as well, looking for a little bit of run. The crisscross, they're still side by side. Finally, it's going to be Thanapatra who gets the nose back ahead. It's a 3-way stoush. 8.5 minutes left on the clock, plus 1 lap. Thanapatra leads us back to turn number 12, this time by But I was trying to say, and I was trying to work in the behalf of Thanaroj behind the wheel. It might have actually been his teammate, Shatrafol, earlier on in the race, racing against Kajonsak, actually was holding the momentum around turn number 3 extremely well. And you mentioned it as well, the shifting capabilities of that Ford Fiesta, not a paddle shift. We've got 3 very distinct race cars and different approaches to going racing here, and it is culminating in a battle for the ages to end the series for the Super Compacts for your B-Quik Thailand Super Series.
Watch them here up towards turn 3 this time. For John Sakia early on in the race, he was favouring the wide entries. Here we go. Thanaroj gets the inside of Tanapatra, who doesn't defend it fully. They park up on the apex. Where's that number 5? There it is. Long way around, but it's not going to work too far out for Kajonsak to make something stick. So the exchange will happen between the 14 and the 5. And let's see here now, though, because that was a decent run for Tanapatra, it seems. He's going to look inside as we come up towards the kink at turn 4. Pinch. They swing wide as they get back towards the racing line. The number 5 gets through, but the crisscross for turn 5 itself here, potentially from Thanaroj, but covered by Tanapatra. That brings Kajonsak back into this one after he dropped a bit of a gap there off of turn 3 on that occasion. It looks like here that really going wide isn't working. Maybe Marble's starting to build up out there already, Scott, after the racing so far yesterday and today now as well. Maybe just a whole momentum thing. This car's not fast enough to make the super wide line work.
But look at them wiggling all across the road in terms of the braking zone. It looks like Thanapatra's taking it a fair bit deep. It was this same move last lap by. Well, he's going to try a mirror image of it. Back to the inside for Thanaroj. And Kajonsak just about buying into the argument. They were 3 wide for a half a moment at the middle of 10. And yet again, Thanapatra proving that the stout defense of the Insane Motorsport CRZ still managing to hang on to the lead from this one. It's going to still be the battle back, though, by the YK Motorsports Honda CRZ and the Ford Fiesta in the background.
Bad exit.
Kajonsak.
Bad exit for Tanapatra there. That opens up the inside for Thanaroj here. 6 minutes and change left as into turn 1. This time it'll be here, the opening corner of the circuit. The Thanaroj makes his move and gets the job done. And now is Tanapatra vulnerable to Kajonsak, or has he got enough of a run and enough draft again to just range up on the back bumper? I saw that too. Oh, he's gone. Big trouble for Kajonsak.
Oh, that's frustrating for Kajonsak. That is hugely frustrating. 6 minutes left in the season, and he has a breakdown on the run down to turn number 3. Got the drive off. You know what? Wonder whether or not that's a H-pattern issue. He's missed a shift. He's gone for something. Hasn't quite got it into the gear, and he's going to look for the escape road off the exit of turn 3. My word.
Well, glad to see he can get it back and out of the way. It means the racing can continue here on track between these two. And here we go. Tanapatra looking to the outside for a better run through turn 5. But, well, I don't know about you, but I've just had a look up at my screen, and I think it'll come up on screen in a second. But I didn't get a chance to say it when he was defending here through turns 9 and 10 last lap. It looked like he might have pushed the limits a bit. And I'm just kind of waiting for the news to go. Or shall we just say it at this point?
I think we just say it. I think we've got to. I think the fans are left on the edge of their seats by the racing that we're witnessing. And unfortunately, for Thanapatra's number 5, 5-second post-race penalty for exceeding track limits. So this no longer becomes an on-track stoush. Well, forget that. He wants line glory. He's not too worried about the penalty. If you've got 5 seconds at this point in time, there's a bit of a gap now back to the 80th Adapong, who's going to move up into 4th place at the conclusion of this lap on your timing sheet. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. It's a little bit academic, this battle out on track because of that penalty now, but screw it. I mean, minutes left in the season. Time to show your wares. If you haven't shown them all season, get them on display right now.
Yeah, as we watch here through turn 1 once again. That time, though, Thanaroj looking a lot stronger than Tanapatra. But again, the draft, or something about that Insane Motorsport CRZ, it's got a lot of go in a straight line, closing back up. This time not close enough to make a full move of it into turn 3, but forces a middle of the road entry from Thanaroj, who then runs a little deep in, but it can double apex the hairpin here, and then actually benefits a little bit on corner exit initially. Although you can see Tanapatra continuing to try and be a nuisance in the mirrors there, that's for sure. Staying inside, gets back in the draft though as they make the run towards turn 4 here with 3.5 minutes left.
Time's starting to expire as everyone's getting closer and closer to that line. We haven't talked about Budamont and the 95 entry an extended period of time because it's just been class of the field and comfortable for the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco entry. The Honda CRZ at this stage, don't give it up because we've already seen a number of issues up and down the field. Teammates in the middle of this battle for P2 on track at the moment. I wonder if anyone's actually told Thenaroj that there is a 5-second penalty for the number 5 who swings wide as they run down into turn number 9. The right-hander that doubles back across in itself. Then the left-hander through the dip. Up and over the crest at turn number 11. And finally, the run down to turn number 12 and slowest corner on the racetrack. Switches back to the right. Really trying to fill that rear view mirror. And for the number 5 of Thanapatra, the Insane Motorsport CRZ, I tell you what, there were streaks of red paint flashing in that rear view mirror for the 14.
I've got to wonder. I mean, yes, this is yeah, maximum aggression from Thanapatra, which is what I look forward to seeing. Is he maybe trying to force an error? Because don't forget, yeah, the 14 is on a warning here. Is another car is broken down. It looks like
so it's 23
in there. The Gazoo. Yeah, no, that's not quite apologies. Number 23.
R2 Racing.
Yeah, the R2 Racing team. Yeah, my apologies there. Unfortunately, our second of the Honda Toyota Yaris is in this race. Pulling over on the exit of turn 3 here, so have to be careful. We're going to get yellow flags potentially here, which will completely prevent any movers. There we go. Yep, that's the parked up car. Presumably, for Thanapatra, I wouldn't be going too close to a parked car like that on quarter exit, but clearly opting for the straightest possible run before he then moves back over into the draft of Thanaroj. But I was just going to say, don't forget the 14 also has the black and white flag for exceeding track limits. So Thanaroj cannot put a foot wrong. Maybe that's what the attempt is here from Thanapatra, is just force an error, and then, hey, technically it is on track because both cars are going to get penalised the same after the race.
Let him go. Harass him. Why not? From the 14's perspective, why? Well, I mean, let him go. At the moment, you're going to finish P1 and P2 for the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco. Teammates currently 1 and 2 on the road. And there's confirmation once again of the comfort of the lead and the timings for the 95 machine with Budamont now behind the wheel. 35 seconds. We'll get 2 more laps. It's been 8 races this season. It's been 8 one-hour-long races. It's been 8 additional laps added to the end of things. There were safety cars aplenty when the Super Compacts went to Bong Sen. It was outright raw speed, as they've been to Buriram for the rest of the rounds this season. 6 races from Buriram, 2 races from the Bong Sen street circuit. And is that a slowing number 5? I think that's a slowing number 5 for Thanapatra. Something's going on. Yeah, he's nowhere near the 14 now.
He's lost 4 seconds on that last lap. Is it a waving of the white flag? No, that's very slow. Oh no,
he's not going to make the line.
Have they pushed that car too hard? And yeah, now in limp home mode. So Thanaroj now just needs to finish it off to make it nice and see. Because yeah, that's now. Is that even going to make it to the runoff at turn 3? Because that's
no.
That's going to make it to not even turn 2, because there's turn 2 now. Just going to have to park it off in the asphalt runoff, and unfortunately, that is the end of any fight for second place. It'll promote Adapong to third as a result, but now we can put our eyes on Budamont. Still got a lap and a half to go here, Scott. And I guess, what's the saying again? No news is good news, even in racing. If you're not on screen, it means you're doing such a good job. If you're the leader, that is. That there's actually interesting things to look at elsewhere. So I think now this might just be a bit of a chance to enjoy a victory lap, keeping our eyes on the 95 here to wrap things up. There's one lap and 1 corner left here for this race.
Well, I mean, I'm just so good. There's more smoke. There's more smoke on the run into turn number 1. And that is blue smoke for sure. The final lap board for the final time in 2023 gets displayed to the Thailand Super Series Super Compacts as the run down to turn number 1. Budamont's got control of the field. The 14 entry, the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco's. They're going to dominate today on the final race of the championship. 17th of December 2023. Super compact class dominated by the 95 and the 14 entries. It's been a phenomenal season of racing. They've provided us hours worth of content all season long. And for the 95 car, I'm sure you can see the smoke coming up. I'm wondering, well, I mean, surely it's too far back for the number 5. Surely he pulled it up. There was no smoke there. There's still the car off to the left-hand side as they come off of turn number 3, and that's Aki, who will make the line. And he's going to make the line in 8th place, mind you, just by keeping his car alive. Unfortunately, I get the feeling Thanapatra's too far ahead for him to grab one more spot, but final lap of 2023 for the Super Compact. It'll be a little bit of a lap of celebration, I think, for Budamont.
Yep, Aki will actually let Budamont through here. Nope, not quite. Oh, there it is, yep. Aki's there somewhere. There we go. Aki's there now. Yeah, would you like to believe the number 80 of Adapong was not too far up the road?
That's him!
From Budamont, and that's why, oh my days, is that car going to make it to the finish?
Well, remember talking about that, what was it, 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, it was not that's definitely gone from not looking healthy to, oh my days, might want to let the leader through and just finish a lap early, because, he's just, dropping smoke, dropping maybe oil now or something at some point, because he's certainly trying to stuff it. And there we go. Oh, is that car? Can it make it home? Don't even know. But eyes on the race leader, I think, here, Scott, now with the last corner negotiated for Budamont. The checkered flag is now all his in the number 95, along with Chang. They win the final race of the Super Compact season here for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series in 2023. Tanaroj will bring the number 14 home. Although, interesting, timing glitch, I think, of some guys. There we go, the 80 limps its way something fierce across the line. Thankfully, not far out of the final turn. And the number 80 will park up on the pit wall there.
Jump on and celebrate. Jump on and tell him what a great job that he's done for the season. Celebrate with your drivers. Don't hesitate to say words of encouragement. Don't hesitate to celebrate the moments that are possible in racing. And I can't recall witnessing a race of that style in such a long time. We lost so many cars, Dan. I'm wondering whether or not it's laziness in the back end of the season, over-revving. Because you don't lose that many cars from maintenance, right? Well, there's the 80 car. That's coming from the engine bay.
Yep, that has definitely progressed from the rear to the front. I mean, look, maybe. I don't know if we've got any kind of shift protection, but that seems unlikely even for the cars that have sequential gearboxes. So I guess, yeah, that could be a possibility there. Just a case of trying to get to the end of the... Well, in that case, not trying to get to the end of the race. They kind of made a bit of a mistake there in the way they handled that one there, perhaps. But here is the classification now on screen. Chang Budamont take the race win from Chachafol and Tanaroj. Tana Whip in the number... Oh, in the number... That's his number 15 there. Although apparently on my screens, they're classified as 5th on the timing at it. So maybe some things to iron out there. But as you said, yeah, 3 cars not starting. At least another 3 cars retiring early. Another 3 cars retiring mid-race. Plus the 80 of Adapong barely getting to the finish. So, yeah, attrition certainly the name of the game here in the Thailand Super Compact final race of the season.
Well, they don't have to get those. It depends. How many of those cars are going on to the 24 hours of Buriram next weekend? Is my next question. And what were they expecting those cars to do? We've got a week, which is enough time to rescue the cars and get them back out there and circulating again. But my word, you'd be wondered about the reliability of some of those super compact cars. The drivers in their final outing for the season, all the energy you could have wanted. This was the run down to turn number 1. It was Thadapatra who led the way nice and early, but then the Baby Boss entry took control in the 24 car. Pat, unfortunately for that car, it would not last too much longer throughout the race. Would end up finishing, but not after took multiple required pit stops. How good was the overtaking? How good was the racing as the BBR by Sunoco entries battled with Kajonsak in the 4 Ford Fiesta? and gives a wave along to the fans watching along at home. And then it started off the first of many retirements. The 33 of Chaya would fail to find drive, and the team would try and diagnose all the best that they possibly could. Contact between the 4 and 5. Kajonsak and Thanapatra, the 2 single driver outfits, would on the run down to turn number 1. And then for the 14 entry, taking the belts off right as they entered pit lane. That's being reviewed by the stewards. Not sure what the penalty is going to be. And you can see the crime very clearly displayed. The teammate getting in to strap the driver in. That was phenomenal vision to sort of see. And then they sat there for an extended period of time. Begs the question. The 80 car made the finish line, and that was the pit stop for those guys. How good was this 3-way stoush? It was Thanapatra, Kajonsak, and then Thanaroj who got in the car for the number 14 entry. Finally got the job down at turn number 3, got the nose ahead and looked reasonably comfortable from there on out. It was going to be Kajonsak in the background that would blow up, unfortunately, only a couple laps later. In the meantime, the 95 car continued to show a clean pair of heels. Chang headed the car over to Budamont, and Budamont drove it to the line to win in comfortable fashion. I get the feeling, with the amount of oil slicking around on that track, Dan, there's some investigations to double check and make sure that the grip level hasn't been reduced out and around the circuit. My word.
Yeah, indeed. There might be a bit of cleanup that needs to be done, which means we might be slightly delayed with the Thailand supercar, which is coming up next. Our GT3, GTM, GT4, and GTC drivers all thrown out on track at the same time for 10 minutes to get their eye in. There, it makes for a 35-car combined field when they do their warm-up there. As a result, Scott, I think what we might do is we might take a short break here on the English feed as we wait for our next on-track action. It will be the Thailand Super Eco coming up next for their final race of the season with 12 laps around the Chang International. But stand by on that one. We'll confirm that for a second. In the meantime, we'll let this play through here as the local team have a chat to some of our drivers here on the track.
Yeah, this is goody. How good! It's been awesome looking at his smile all weekend. Yeah, no worries, ladies and gents. We'll leave you with the pictures from the track for just a few moments. It's been awesome seeing some of the garages up and down the field, some of the drivers as well. And in terms of things, there was the 95 car just in the background. Chang and Budamont would be celebrating race win. Yeah, you know what, Dan? We will cut away to a break. We might just take a little bit of a relaxation, sit back, settle, and enjoy with some of the footage on the ground from Thailand.
the first implementation of a halo. The transparent halo in iRacing is one of its most controversial in-car settings. But what if I told you the transparent halo is the most realistic option? Let me explain. With iRacing's inclusion of the Mercedes W12 back in late 2021, along with it came the first implementation of a halo in the sim. At first, there was no way to minimize the halo, leaving it as a visual obstruction. But when finally iRacing made the option to make it transparent, the debate began about how realistic this was. To settle this debate, let's go back to a Reddit post from around 2018. Yes, I use Reddit as evidence, fight me. Their calculations show that with the halo there is no occlusion zone, meaning that there is no place in front of the halo where neither the left nor the right eye can see. The problem is, no matter how hard we try, we can't show that on a 2D screen in a simulator. So therefore, the best way to model real life is not to take away vision, but to give it back. Because leaving the halo opaque would leave an occlusion zone that just simply doesn't exist in real life.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. We move into the Super Ecos from the Super Compacts, and for me, out of all the racing that we got to see yesterday, this was the highlight. It was some of the cleanest, tidiest racing. With, I think we ended up with a... What do you want to
Good
say?
morning, guys. Quick update from pit lane. So it's great to see the 3 cars involved in the incident yesterday from GT3 out for the warm-up this morning, and all seem to be circulating very well. We do have quite a stiffish breeze across the circuit at the moment, which is keeping temperatures down. So air temperatures about 28, 29 at the moment, and track temperature only 1 or 2 degrees
in the overall. C plus will be in the orange, and the pink will denote your C class drivers. Dan, you missed a treat yesterday. This was for 12 laps from a standing start, the run down to turn number 1, how close these cars are. It was clean. It was on the limit, but it was the limit. You're good there, Dan?
Mostly. Yeah, sorry. I've just... So I was queuing up a video from our English producer, supporter, Troy Williams, who's on the ground thanks to Speed Cafe this weekend. And I thought I was queuing the video up and no one could hear it. No, lo and behold, everyone could hear it because I've got the stream going just to make sure. And all of a sudden I hear his voice coming through and I'm like, wait a second. He shouldn't be coming through. So apologies, I've kind of half cut you off there with that extra sound. So that was an update. That's an update on weather conditions and also some information, after some cars that unfortunately ended up in an incident in the Thailand supercar categories. But at the very least, we might play that shortly, or I guess at any point now, to hear from Troy, mainly about the weather and how things are feeling down at the track. Well, because it is still morning in Thailand. It might be 2:20 in the afternoon for you and I here on the east coast of Australia, but it's 10:20 a.m. at the Chang International Circuit. So, shall I get that one ready and we'll actually let that one play out properly?
You're in charge of the show. I'm just here. I'm just here to witness. I'm here along to enjoy some racing.
That you are, which is a bit interesting, but alas, it is what it is. So, with further ado then, we'll let Troy Williams from the Chang International Circuit on behalf of SpeedCafe.com take it away here for a quick update on how things are going there.
Good morning, guys. Quick update from pit lane. So it's great to see the 3 cars involved in the incident yesterday from GT3 out for the warm-up this morning, and all seem to be circulating very well. We do have quite a stiffish breeze across the circuit at the moment, which is keeping temperatures down. So air temperature is about 28, 29 at the moment, and track temperature only 1 or 2 degrees more. So it's quite a pleasant day down here, and although the forecast is for 32 degrees plus at the moment, it's a lot cooler than that.
Well, yeah, that's the update track side. The forecast yesterday hit 32, 33. I think actually I was talking to Troy. I gave him a quick call just to chat some things post race yesterday. He said down at the Aston Martin Vantage spares container, it actually got up to 40 degrees at that container yesterday, but air temperature was, I believe, in the range of 32 to 34. Yesterday, recorded highest by our nearest weather station was only 32. So a little bit cooler here this morning than it was yesterday. Track temperature got up close to about that 40 degrees Celsius marker. And then 3 cars that Troy was actually talking there, ladies and gents, he misspoke on that one. He meant GTM because we're all thinking about the exact same 3 cars. We were discussing it pre-coming to the Super Ecos right here, Dan. But it was the Moncol Motorsports car, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the 77 car, and then the 24, I believe it was, also from the GTM category was the Lexus that was out there as well. So we will see all 3 of those cars repaired and running today, but these are some of the best racing that you are about to see out of Thailand in cars that should be getting around on the city streets. Nope. They have been blended, perfected, pushed out into the race, and some of them are desperately trying to keep those cabins as cool as they possibly can, Dan.
Oh yeah, that they will be. Yes, they've only got to do an 8-lap race here today to finish off their season. But certainly, from the stories you hear of cars car cabins getting extremely hot and uncomfortable to be in at the worst of times. Without a doubt, yeah, you can. You need to make sure, make it as comfortable as you can in there. So without a doubt, seeing the windshield blankers on there to try and reflect the sun away and such will be critical. And the door's wide open, of course, as well, so maybe allow some air to flow in from the sides.
Yeah, we're talking about it actually. Pete was saying that if the cars have probably got their doors shut and windows on them, likely they'll have some form of air conditioning to the cockpit as well, as Goody continues to walk up and down the field, talking to everything. I think Troy's actually in the middle of recording some more content. He's been active over there. I tell you what, I was harassing him yesterday. He was giving us the ins and outs. This is what it looks like cooling a driver's helmet. This is what it looks like, what all the cool rooms out the back and whatnot look like. This is the spares container. This is what a Super Eco looks like. Do you actually have the Super Eco video queued up from yesterday, Dan? It's just
unfortunately, I don't think I was provided with yesterday's the videos.
That's all good. That's all good.
Actually, they'll be in the chat, aren't they? So I could potentially fish them out for you if you'd like. Need to also see if this is just an audio recording in the background. Yeah.
But one of the things I actually said to him was I spoke to him last night. Daniel Bilski earlier in the year was actually doing some of our on the ground coverage from the Bang Seng Grand Prix, and I said, "Oh yeah, you've got to go absolutely and try it and find one of those ice bars that they'll use at the end of the day." Very quick no from Troy Williams. No, I'm not doing it. I said, "Well." He said, "We've got Daniel Bilski here. I'll get Daniel Bilski to jump in the ice bath." And Daniel Bilski gave him a resounding no. Is one of the ways that I would put that one. So basically, our guys over there not keen in testing out the ice bath facilities that some of the drivers may have on offer.
Well, interesting there. Well, speaking of Troy, he actually has just sent through an update from Super Eco today. So what we can do is we can throw that one up for you all on this one here, whilst Goody down at the circuit for the Thai coverage here of the Thailand Super Eco and the B-Quik Thailand Super Series on the whole is talking to the drivers there before Super Eco gets underway. So what I'll do is I'll press the magic button and we can listen in to Troy here once again for the update on the Super Eco in particular.
So just down on the grid walk for the Super Eco race, a few of the combatants with a few battle scars from yesterday's amazing race. For the viewers that saw yesterday's race, what a cracker that was. Speaking to some of the teams, it seems that the Suzukis seem to be holding onto their tyres a bit better throughout the full length of the race, with the little Honda Brios maybe using up a bit more front tyre as the race progresses. So again, we'll probably look for a strong showing towards the end of the race from the Suzukis and the and in what position 4. I'm just looking right now. So yesterday my prediction for a race win was horrendously bad. So I'm not going to make any predictions today. Just going to sit back and enjoy this race. Back to you guys.
Well, there we are from Troy Williams down at the Chang International Circuit, Scott. And a big thanks to him for giving us some thoughts and understandings from the circuit there. So that's actually curious to note that despite we've got ourselves just an 8-lap race here today, that we might even see a bit of a 12-lap race. It's race 8 of the season. Let's get the numbers right here.
Race 8.
Going.
Yeah.
Race 8 of the season, 12 laps of racing around here. But the fact that we might see some drivers have actually differing tyre wearing and tyre wear to worry about. So that's going to be curious to see here and see if that plays out as suggested there from Troy.
One of the things he actually said yesterday, based upon his eco coverage, was that he actually thought that some of the cars with the longer wheelbase would actually hang on to their tyres a little bit better, a little bit more stable platform. They don't rotate quite as quickly. In terms of car balance, that's something you just go, okay, well, that's how they come out. We can't necessarily hit those guys with the balance of performance. The other thing I was actually doing, and I was digging around within the info feeds that they've actually provided us throughout the season thus far, is that this car category, much in the same vein as the Aussie racing cars, if any of you guys have actually ever seen those, they're phenomenal racing, tiny little cars. They have success ballast that carries the entire way through the season. If you win race number 1, your car is now X kilos heavier for the rest of the season. You don't get to go, oh, well, we finished 10th place in race number 2. We get to wipe that off. No, the car that finished first place in race number 2 is now the same weight as you, unless they're carrying over any extra success ballast. So for the end of the season, for all of these cars, this is the heaviest that any of them are going to be, because this is the final time that they will get success ballast tagged on. We're talking yesterday about who wants to find a race win, who wants to find a championship hidden under the tree. Well, the Thailand Super Series pace car may have one of those available for you. It's the 98 that'll be starting from pole position, and with the orange number on the board, that means it's the Eco C Plus driver of Chinovich who will be leading us away. Thanapatra Sudasawang is off alongside in the 55 entry, the first of our overall contenders. On row number 2 is going to be Danawat in the 95 entry. In the third of the Honda Brios, before off alongside of Danawat, we'll have Adapong in the first of the Suzuki Swifts. Ultimate lap pace coming the way of the Honda Brios. It'll be the Suzuki Swift that hopes to hang onto its tyres. From P number 5 is yesterday's race winner, was Hayden Haikal, who showed supreme speed and aggression down at turn number 3. He'll be hoping that maybe this is another race that he can go ahead and win off of P5 on the grid. Behind him, Chang managed to come home in second place yesterday. Well, he managed to follow Hayden Haikal on the way through. The next driver on the grid, and Chang, by the way, the second of your C plus class drivers. Padawi will be the next one in class C plus, off of 7th place on the grid. And another of the Honda Brios for Taker SoCar Racing, before we get back to the 7 of Visit Pong. The second of the Taka SoCar Racing entries. Both of these drivers off from the 4th row of the grid. So the teammates back there a little bit deeper, and some team discussions about what do you do on the run to turn number 1. We'll find out. The 33 of Furipat for Kratko in 9th position. Also the Honda Brio. And the 10th place driver is the 25 entry of Sathapond. This is the B-Quik racing team. And 2 of these drivers, reminder that if you work for the B-Quik Corporation and you're out there changing tyres, Employee of the Year gets a race car drive for the following year. Bandit was aggressive, very, very aggressive with the track limits. Yesterday is going to be rounding out P number 11. And the third of the Suzuki Swifts will drop it back to Yacht Bunchu for Repsol Racing Team Thailand in his Honda Brio. And from there, we'll move back to Adapon in 13th place in the 26 entry, before we get back to Akarichai in the 68 on 14th on the grid for MRA Racing Team. And it'll be the 89 that'll be off from behind them on the 8th row of the grid for Varan Chit in the Toyota Yaris Ruck Team Service Nexta entry. You can see, look at the excitement levels as everyone's sort of getting through, and I believe doors are being closed. Everyone's getting ready. Last waves of the season for Pong Podge in the 52 Racing Garage entry, 16th on the grid, the only of the Eco C class entries. And the final row of the grid, the number 9 of Pruktakant in the Pipe Kids Racing entry, and the 17 of Akanet for Repsol Racing Team Thailand. Course has been inspected. Everything is about ready to go. 15-second board displayed from the rear of the field. And I think we will be rolling away on our formation lap in just a few moments. Dan, the drivers looked excited and ready to go for the first standing start of today's racing.
Indeed. And if I press the button so we actually get some sound, that might be smart, because I wouldn't want to keep it muted. Just as they begin to pull away here from their starting positions. As you said, yeah, 18 cars to take the grid. Majority in the C plus class. What is that? 5 drivers racing in the Eco class overall. And yeah, just Pong Hodge today in the Eco class C there. So, well, I guess quote unquote that'll be a pretty easy win there in class C. Although maybe that's taking a bit of a joke out of the situation there. But, well, if you missed our coverage of the Super Compact and you haven't seen the Chang International Circuit before, this is how it is laid out on your screens here. 4.5 kilometers, 12 turns clockwise direction as well. Big hairpin up here at turn 3. The drivers are heading to now in the background. that is where the prime overtaking position is, but certainly don't count out the final corner of turn 12, as well as the middle part of the circuit. Hankook semi-slick tyres for our Super Ecos here, which will mean the grip is at a bit of a premium when they try and carry some speed. And once again, Scott, now the grid on screen as they begin and continue this formation lap here.
Yeah, Chinovich and Thanapatra at the front row. Dadawat Natapong from row number 2. Before we get back to yesterday's race winner, and a phenomenal race it was for Hayden Haikal, and Chanaknan off alongside of him. Padawi, the 7th placed car on the field, the 79 entry, and Visitpong off alongside of him, the 7. Furipat, the 33 entry, deeper in the field. Last row inside the top 10, the 25 at Southern as well. Bandit, deeper in the field in 11th. And Yacht rounds out your top 12. Atapoon in 13th and the 26th entry, off alongside of the 68 of Akurachai in 14th, the 89 of Varanchit in 15th, and the 52 of Pong Podge in 16th. The final row of the grid, Puktakant in 17th in the number 9 Pipe Kids Racing entry, and Akanat the 17 for Repsol Racing Team Thailand from the rear of the field. It's going to be a 12-lap extravaganza. This is what the formation lap looks like at this point in time, and the onboard footage from Hayden Haikal. He will get aggressive. Keep your eyes on the driver of the 24. He wanted to get deep on the brakes, and it led to him getting clear air. And the benefit of being at the front is, well, you don't have to send dive bombs all the time. You don't have to try and get the overtakes done. You've only got to defend, which makes it just that little bit easier, Dan. Lots of squabbling in this category.
If we thought there wasn't already lots of squabbling in the super compact small cars, maybe not so much in terms, lower power outputs. Very much makes every bit of momentum you can preserve all the more important. So, I'm not entirely shocked by that, and the fact that, well, I have had the privilege of commentating with you back at the Bang Sen Grand Prix, and we saw this class race there. Certainly nothing too crazy. Now, curious to see here, they actually need to get into a rolling start formation, or we can have a standing start for these guys.
Standing start.
That's right, it's a standing start for Super Eco. Because I was going to say that they've just come through turn 11 and they're all still spread out, and we would have seen, usually, the camera crew, the local team there at the circuit, they would have probably gone and picked up the marshal standing outside of turn 10 with the 2x2 board, if that was the case. So that's a friendly reminder to me to have made sure to brush up.
Here's your ballast going through the season, by the way. A race win nets you 25 kilos worth of ballast. No, it does get wiped out on the next race, so never mind, my apologies. It does get wiped out. I've sold you all up the garden pass. So race ballast only lasts for the one race. Your race winner from yesterday was the 24 of Hayden Haikal, and his first win of the season. Only had one other second place for the 56, picking up his... well, he's been on the podium a multitude of times in the 56 of Chanaknan. He's going to pick himself up. So it's 25 kilos for Hayden Haikal. It's going to be 15 kilos for second place and 10 kilos for the third place entry from yesterday's race as they line up and they get themselves ready for the final race start of 2023. Your Thailand Super Ecos, my apologies, for the final time this season. It's going to be all about that run down to turn number 1. Green flag from the back of the grid. The lights start to come on. 12 laps of the Super Ecos. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, because away they go in the final race of 2023. It's a good getaway from the rear end of the field. That's one of the B-Quik cars that got a great getaway from the front end. The 98 got a great jump, and it's the 55, the pink entry, whose phenomenal getaway is going to start us off on the inside from Thanapatra. Has to defend 4 wide as they get through turn number 1. From the second row of things, and everyone starts to file their way on. Race directors not caring whatsoever about who runs wide on the exit of turn number 1. Keep your eyes on Haikal. Doesn't quite have the same straight line speed he might have had yesterday. 25 extra kilos to contend with. But for the meantime, it's the 98 who's going to lead us away. Chinovich on the run down to turn number 3. To the inside now comes the 55 of Thanapatra. Tries to get down there, and you keep your eyes peeled, Dan, because the places in this one are going to change thick and fast. Keep your eyes open. There's always overtaking when it comes to the Ecos.
I think there was, 4 wide down to turn 3. The circuit just allowing them to spread out. And look at them, all bunched up in behind. Is that Thanapatra, as you said there? And indeed, that would make sense, leading car 55. Hayden Haikal trying to find his way around the outside through turn 4 there. As these cars get screaming, is on board with Hayden now, and there he is, way out past the white lines. We'll see how much of a tolerance there is for liberties with the track limits here after may just be lap 1. They're allowed to just be a little feisty and sort themselves out. Too wide in the back of the field, but single file now starting to become the norm. Yeah, drivers just keeping their foot buried in the throttle, it seems, not caring for the white lines. Here on that one is Hayden looking for P2 there on what would be Chinovich, but not going to get through. Turns 8 or 9 on lap 1 here as they then stack up for the car's just on the curb of the grass as well.
My word. Who needs traction? Just decent size of the grass. There's going to be contact as Haikal gets to the inside now. The 24 on the run to the final corner and the 98. They're going to try and get down into the final corner. Hayden and Haikal to the inside of Chinovich. Does he manage to get the job done? Indeed, yes, he does. But for the meantime, the 55 is trying to check out at the front end of it. That is 1 lap in the books for the final time this season of your Thailand Super Ecos, and I think the only word that can describe them is super.
Not super compressed? Or
Super Sen? Super overtake?
Yeah, look, all right, you go super. I'll just try and see what we've got to deal with here, because, again, more liberties taken with the track limits at turn 1 as they then head down towards the hairpin here at turn 3. Now, you're curious to see, you reckon the top speed might be interesting here for Hayden Haikal. In fact, he's already trying for the race lead, but Tanapatra able to cover that one off before a clear line opened up into the hairpin. But I would have said ballast theoretically affects the handling, well, might be more prominently affecting the handling in a car that's as car class as small and as compact as this. As we're watching here, lovely chopper drone style footage here. You can see in the background, Chang trying to get up the inside of Chinovich, and I think he has done so by turn 4, whilst we keep our eyes on the leaders through sweeping left-hander of turn 4 and on the brakes here in turn 5. Very much becoming a 2-horse race, it seems, as the fight's on for third behind, and yet Chang gets on through for that third place position ahead of Chinovich in the 98. It's Hayden Haikal now up on the outside. Scott towards turn 8. Can he make it stick?
It's the run down to turn number 8 on the outside for Hayden Haikal. And this is important because Tanapatra was starting to skip clear. If Haikal can get the lead of this race, all of a sudden you just sense the pace that he's got. He's looked supreme this weekend. Wins race 1 yesterday. And now it's down to the field to try and chase and try and hang with him. It's the 55 and the 56. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on the 56. Drove an amazing race yesterday to get back at the line for P number 2. And for right now, he's scrobbling over third place to the inside. It's Tanapatra defending from Haikal. And Haikal just seeds that one on the braking zone to the final corner. Turns the car, sets himself up, and you can see how much curb they're using on both the inside and the outside of the Buriram International Circuit here. They'll pass the start-finish line, and it will be 9 laps left now to run. Sorry, my apologies. It is 10 laps left now to run as they run through turn number 1. Hayden Haikal is absolutely making use of all the available. Look, they provided him with space, and he used all of it.
Yeah, he didn't use all of it. He could have gone further, I guess, if he really wanted to. It's 3 wide for third place now, as I believe would that be Adapong, who's decided to join the party there and gets the Suzuki Swift up the inside through turn 2. As Tanapatra now covering again through the hairpin. Look at them, it's just this clump. That's third, all the way back to at least, well, 9th. Throw in at least a call another 2 cars. It's third through 11th in a cluster. And then 12, 13, 14, 15, I think, are just there as well. So, yeah, there's nothing. It was 3 wide now. So is that 6th place? Haikal's on the gearbox of Tanapatra, and these guys have got to sort themselves out through the sweeping left-hander of turn 4. They'll just run it out past the curb. And then are we almost 4 wide here, Scott? Or are we 3 wide too deep? Not quite either way as they come through turn 5. It's absolute bedlam out there.
Yeah, unfortunately for those of you watching along, we have Lot Akanet, who was in the pit lane as it currently stands in the 52 of the Eco C car as well. Hayden Haikal, and quite understandably, has already been shown the black and white flag by the racing stewards to say, hey, you need to keep a little bit more inside the white lines, and there's somebody else that's about to get one, and it's going to be Adapong, who will be amongst those. Another car that was quite quick yesterday as well. of the 35. Now it's going to be that continued battle between the Brio and the Brio Amaze. It's the Amaze that led the way at the start of the lap, and for the first time this session, Hayden Highcal leads a lap. He led a lot of them yesterday, and for right now, he's got control of the field, and because of the supreme pace out in front, he set it up. This is what the pass looked like. Got to the inside at turn number 10. Sorry, got the outside at turn 10, gave him the run on the inside, and it was a late turn in there as well by the 55 that sort of set that one up. Now it's the run through turn number 1. The draft might just be picked up, though, by the 55 of Danapatra. We'll try and line it up, and how about this battle pack that's in behind them as well? The white cards just did not get a great getaway off of turn number 1, and the run down to turn number 3, that's going to be at least one spot. You feel a little bit bad for Chang because he's just relegated to this spectator role in between the two packs.
Yep, stuck out in the open for now as both Hayden Highcal and Tanapatra will take it through turn 3, trying to open the entry up somewhat. But at the same time for Tanapatra, he's in. See, he almost gets stuck on the curb a little bit there on corner exit. As there we go, 3 wide forming for P6. So that should be Puddley, Bandit, and Dunawat or thereabouts as they build up speed. But then sort of back into single file there between them, and then still a bit of jostling though as they try and sort out who's going to lead this pack into turn 4. And side by side in behind, which would be for about 10th place or so in this one. And then side by side again into turn 5. And despite all of this, they're not losing a huge amount of ground, and a lot of cars still running wide. I kind of feel like I'm expecting to see a bevy of warnings from race control saying that drivers have got black and white flags for exceeding the track limits here.
Let them go. Just let them all go. Let them squabble over it as one of the absolute B-Quik cars gets a little bit of a contact. They squeeze him back now, and it's still 2 by 2 as they run down through turn number 8. The right-hander that starts to turn us back towards the final corner. It's turn 9. We come through the kink, and it looks flat from the aerial shot. There is a big old dip at turn 10, which is the left-hander, and up over the crest at the right-hand side of that shot as well for turn 11, and then the run down to home where they've absolutely got to pull these cars up nice and cleanly. And you look on board and you go, those two might be teammates in the background. I don't think there's going to be any love lost in the Super Ecos. You blink, you don't go for an overtake opportunity, Dan. You're going backwards.
Yeah, no, clearly being on your toes is the name of the game. As we see there, Dunham, I think that was the number 95. Currently, unfortunately for him, running last of our Eco overall entries there. Just gets through, I believe, into 8th place on Visipol there. Yes, indeed he did. And as you said, yeah, the B-Quik Racing Team Honda Brios of Satapond and Adapond. That's, I think, the order they were in when they started the lap. And then they're fending off now the Ruck Team Service next entry of Varun Shits. Oh, big lock, though, into the hairpin. Somehow we've avoided carnage.
Yeah, and for the 25 entry, Sathapond at the wheel locked a huge break on the run down to turn number 3. Well, it's not over and it's not done with. He's lost a couple spots out of it. It's the teammate of Adapond who now leads the way from the B-Quik driving team. And it's Varanchit in the middle of these guys as well. Check this out on the replay. This is a locked break. He thought he was okay, aimed for the gap. And how good's the vision from the car that was in behind him as well? It wasn't the 89 of Varanchit. It'll be the next driver behind, probably the 33 of Frupat as well, that just managed to cut through. That was great awareness from all involved down there. And what was a two-way battle for the lead, well, the fastest lap of the race was set last time by for the 56 and the blue car in the first of the Suzuki Swifts. So it's Brio Amaze, Brio Suzuki Swift at your top 3. And the 56 of Chanaknun has bought his way onto the back end of these guys, albeit a little bit of a mistake down there. And wide exit at turn number 9. The long flowing corners of the Buriram International Circuit make for phenomenal MotoGP racing, but I think they are second best. And it's one of the absolute cars. And that'll be the 25, surely, of Sathapond, who was dropping, and that's down at turn 4.
Change for the lead as well. Dive up the inside under brakes while we were looking at the replay. Tanapatra, well, got up there, but has had such a bad run through the corner. Looks like Hayden Highcal officially scored as leading the race across the line. 0.09 of a second, to be precise, there. And still, your top 3 fighting through turn 1. as you saw there at the bottom of the screen, the number 89 machine, which is in the hands of, pardon me, Valorant Shit down in 12th place. The Ruck team service next to Toyota Yaris. Second driver to pick up the black and white flag for exceeding track limits. That replay there of the incident at turn 4 is also currently under investigation by the stewards. As there we go at the hairpin, Chanakun gets up the inside and takes a spot, but a rough run on the exit going to open up the outside for turn 4 again for Tanapatra, but he's got to now try and make the move stick the long way around here through this left-hander coming up.
Yeah, and another driver starting to make pace as well was the 79 who grabbed a spot on that lap into 6th place as Padawi sets the fastest lap of the race now and sets the track alight. They may have 7 laps left to go, but I tell you what, it feels like an eternity with how they're squabbling. And the benefit is, at least at the start-finish line that time by, blink and you'd miss it? No, you can blink an eye a little bit quicker than how close the 2 drivers were at the start-finish line. Is a notification coming through, though, for the driver of the 55 now for Thanapatra, who slots back into 3rd place. You've now been warned by the stewards as well, so you'll have to be a little bit careful. And Adapong starting to come back to the race leaders now as well. As was that a touch of dirt on the inside for Hayden Haikal down at turn number 8?
If it was, I didn't quite catch it myself, but I wouldn't be too surprised if he's throwing it into the apexes as hard as the car will accept, so that he can use all of the track and the tiniest little bit extra that he's allowed, given he's already picked up the black and white flag for exceeding the limits on the asphalt and the Astro and the exit curbs and such as they can press. And there you go, they'll kick of the grass up on the inside of the final corner. Who gets the best run? Looks like the answer there is going to be Hayden Haikal. Initially gets the drive, it seems, in that number 24 machine. Is up, parked car off the side of the road, and I'm just trying to see. That was a Honda Brio. I can see that the number 9 of. Yep, there you go. Pruktakan. Unfortunately, the Pipe Kids Racing number 9 entry has ended up parked on the side of the road. As here we go for the lead now. Chanakun up the inside of Hayden Haikal. Who's best under the brakes is Scott at the hairpin for turn 3.
Well, keep your eyes on the 55 in the background, wiggling under brakes. They all went deep as they got down into turn number 3, and that's opened up a hole, and all of a sudden they squeeze. It's 3 wide for the race win. Half race distance. We are only halfway through this one. It's gone from a 2-way battle for the race lead. Haikal and Thanapatra squabbled about that race lead. It's allowed the 56 of Chanakun to come back into it, and Adapong's just looking for a way through, but when they're 3 wide in front, there's going to be no hole. They get down here now into turn number 4, and wide yet again goes Hayden Haikal, skipping over the curb, skipping sideways at the apex. He won't be the race leader because it's going to be a new race leader, Chanakun to the 4.
I'm a little concerned for Hayden Haikal's race prospects. If he's done that with a black and white flag hanging over his head, that probably translates to a 5-second time penalty. And he's currently in a 4-way fight for the lead. 3 more cars inside of 5 seconds of the race leader or thereabouts. If they keep fighting, they'll definitely all be within 5 seconds. And then he drops back to 7th or so at the end of the race. But he's not giving up yet, that's for sure, as he tries to find a bit of pressure on the back bumper of the 56 of Chanakun. Message has come through from race control as well, Scott, and that incident at turn 4 that we quickly got a replay of, and yes, it was the 25 B-Quik Racing Team Honda Brio of Satapon that was caught up in it. The other car appears to have been the 27 of Yacht Boonchu in the Repsol Racing Team Thailand Honda Brio, because that number 27 has picked up a driver. Oh, trouble with the final corner!
Bandit. I reckon that's... No, it's not Bandit. It was the other guys that are in the pack with him. It's the 98, I think.
79 Padawi parked across the road.
My word, there was a 3-way battle pack that was just in behind these guys. It was Bandit. I thought it was Chinovich that was in that battle pack as well. It was definitely the 79 was the other car. But Bandit's gotten away from that one. And guess what? He's now within 5 seconds of the race lead as well. Another warning coming through. Chanakun has now exceeded his shall we say, grace period with the track limits, and that's just come up on the screen at this point in time. Looking for the rotation back, gets underneath him. So the mid-corner speed and the mid-corner control that Hayden Highcall has got down at turn number 3, paying dividends. He tried this last time by the hand gesture across. Come on, we've got to work together. We've got to go, because they want to run away from the cars that are in behind them. And he's going to lift out a little bit. No, there'll be no lifting out on the run down to turn number 4. It's going to be not slotting in. But they are enjoying things. And for Channington, there was not enough space there. So the stewards will look kindly on that for Hayden Highcall, who get away with that one. But I wonder whether or not Channington might now start to find himself under a little bit of duress in the stewards' corner. It's a 4-way battle for the lead, and with less than 5 laps left to go, less than 20 Ks to go, Dan Yeaman, the Super Ecos light up the Thailand morning like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a question mark now. Racing and pushing the limits on the defense there was Channington. I'm going to see the replay of what happened at turn 12. Oh, out of P5 for the 79 of Padawi. So just unfortunately goes around, I think, one of the cars they're having to just go wide to try and dodge, and just barely able to do so. And it did shuffle the order in that second pack. It does now mean there is only one car that would probably be in line to take a place off either of our top 2 if they get a 5-second post-race penalty for track limits. And that now is Bandit in the number 19 machine. And just also seen coming through that what happened down at turn 12 will be investigated as well. So keep our eyes out for how that goes. There is contact on the exit of 1.
My word, and there was hand gestures on the last lap saying, hey, we need to work, well, it looked like work together a little bit from Hayden Highcall. Go, mate, go, was effectively what he was trying to pass on to Channington. Well, now they've made contact, and with 4 laps left on the season, I think any gestures and any working together might now cease, because down to the inside goes Adapong trying to take away second place from Hayden Highcall. In the meantime, Channington leads the way in the Suzuki Swift. Again, it's not great drive off of turn number 3. He's joined by another of Suzuki Swifts in Adapong in P2 right now, but his biggest friend is going to be Hayden Highcall, and the Suzuki Swift drivers move across to work together. Opens up the corner on the run down to turn number 4 does Channington, and now Adapong's going to drop in there. Hayden Highcall gets to the inside, gets that spot back away, and now he led a few laps in the opening stanza of the race, but Thanapatra just becomes the spectator in the amaze at the back end of our top 4.
He's been quietly sitting back there, it feels like, for Thanapatra, as they weave their way now up through the middle third of the lap and prepare for the run back to the start-finish line. Yeah, we'll see here, because they can see on that particular occasion, yeah, Adapong not looking too great through turn 6, 7, 8, and up to turn 9. In fact, it's going to invite Thanapatra there to try and have a go at third place. And up side by side almost, but Adapong hangs on around the outside of turn 9 before they swing back here for turns 10 and 11, with Hayden Highcall already right back on the bumper of Channington. It will be 3 laps to go when they get to the line here. Start lap number 8. Start lap number 10 already of 12. That's how quickly the laps are going by now. On board with Highcall in your second placed entry. Gets a nice run initially off the corner, and then does he have to drive in the straight line speed down the front straight? No, but what can he do once we get out of turn 1 here, Scott?
Yep, down into turn number 1 for Hayden Highcall. Doesn't even touch the gear lever as they come through turn 1. Great drive initially off turn 1, carrying the speed very, very well in the Honda Brio Amaze on the run off of turn number 1. We'll see if there'll be any more hand gestures from Hayden Highcall as he checks his mirrors. He tries to find the space, a little bit of side drafting between the two as well as they try to disturb the wake of the car alongside. Now he's got to the inside for Hayden Highcall in the 56 of Channington. Going to try and double back, doesn't quite get the drive off. It's the drive off of the corners that's been Hayden Highcall's specialty. He's trying to line the cars up and get the run on down the straightaways. Well, now he gets a little bit of a draft as Channington. He starts to try and pull up alongside, and you can just see the closing rate. There's nothing in it as they run off of turn number 3 to the outside as they get to turn number 4. And here comes the 56 car looking for the switchback. Highcall carries a lot of entry speed, but now looking for the double back as well was Adapong. They all break in a straight line, and no one's sending it right now. Are they trying to time things up? Can Thanapatra be the spoiler in this? Can he sneak a podium in the 55 entry hanging off the back of our lead pack?
Oh, he might be able to, and I guess he's still sitting in P4. We tried for P3 last lap. Will he try for it again, or will he maybe to try and hold his cards close to his chest and save something for, as you said, the last lap, maybe the second last lap, perhaps you try and set something up so you've got a lap to sort of settle in and defend. But through turn 10 once again, it looks like a bit of an advantage for Hayden Haikal. The margin extends, so only about 2 car lengths there to Chanakun, who then goes a little on the defensive, you think, but also potentially trying to double up there. In fact, he gets awfully close, it seems, before they hit the brakes for turn 12. So something up there with Haikal just all of a sudden losing his advantage, or just a little bit of draft these cars producing there, benefiting Chanakun quite nicely. 0.3 of a second between your top 2 across the line, and a second covering our top 4 as well.
Oh, we're 4 cars inside a second. It was basically 5 cars covered your top 11 yesterday, by the way, Dan. That's how close it was for the bulk of the race. Today, not even down to 8th place. There's a little bit of a spread out. And Varanchit, not on the most recent lap, on the previous time by, just went through and set a new fastest lap of the race. Let's go through the lap times the last time by for your top 4. 10.397 for Hayden Haikal. 10.979 to 10.290 to 10.156 is your top 4. To 11.3 is Bandit in the 5th place entry, and the gap's starting to be pulled down as Varanchit is actually closing back up in. So we're going to have a battle for 5th and 6th place out on the road. Danawat's starting to go with those guys, but the battle that's now on screen is going to be Adapong for the first time. He gets his nose to the lead end of this race, and now it's going to be the 2 Suzuki Swifts on the run down at turn number 4. Haikal is absolutely not going to surrender that one from the inside, and Chanakun gets a return of serve a little bit from earlier on in the race when he was forcing Hayden Haikal wide as they ran down through turn number 4. Crisscross at turn 5, and back down to the inside now for Hayden Haikal as they turn to run through the second half of the course. There is going to be about 6 kilometers left of racing to finish this one out, and it's Hayden Haikal and Adapong who go toe-to-toe. It's 2x2 for your top 4.
Oh my goodness, this is what you like to see though. Just the barest amount of space left. No holds barred. There's the contact though. Oh, front tire to front tire. Looks like they might have both got away with that one here. Let's hope to see in a second, because Haikal trying to hang on a second. Adapong still trying to hang on to the race lead here. And Chanakun, who tried for a move at turn 3, the biggest loser going back from second to third in all of this one. Thanapatra still biding his time as they come up to the final corner. They swing across to open the entry. Another contact. This time it's the left rear of Adapong getting into Hayden Haikal's right front as the final lap board shown at the line. That'll hype them up here, and it's now half a second covering these 4. And indeed, the motivation from the pit wall is certainly on. As there we go, turn 1, Chanakun to the inside of Hayden Haikal. Can Thanapatra now secure a run as they basically, they abuse the track limits. There's something fierce. I have to be careful that doesn't get them in trouble.
It's last lap of the season. Track limits no longer matter. And now, after he's led the majority of this race, it's the 24 of Hayden Haikal. He's relegated back to 3rd. He's fighting for that 3rd position. It's the 2 Suzuki Swifts that have currently got control of this one. Chanakun's going to get to the inside down at turn number 3. But is it going to be the drive off of the corner? And all of a sudden, the 55, we talked about it, Thanapatra led us away in the opening couple of laps. Is he here to spoil the party? He's looking for an open lane. He's trying to find a gap, but there is none on offer, and Hayden Haikal, as they run to turn number 4, is going to be on the outside on the final time for the year. Is he going to be able to slot it back in? And Thanapatra did not get enough of a getaway. He slots back in down to P number 4. It's Chanakun who's going to lead us as we run down into turn number 5. So where they started this lap of this top 4, it's only going to be Thanapatra who's still in that right spot. There's a car off on the right-hand side as well, which is one of the retirements of this race. Chanakun is going to lead us as we come through 6 through 7, back to the right-hand side. Here comes Adapong as he got something to say. And finally, Hayden Haikal, can he find his way for that signature move down at turn number 9?
Well, maybe the lunge comes at turn 12. No, it's going to come. It's at 9.
He gets to the inside. Adapong got to make room. They touch. They bang. Chanakun is still trying to hang on to this win, and indeed the squabbles that go on behind. This might decide the race. Adapong is there. He's got control of P2 at this point in time. You'd have to say that Chang is good. He's going to get home in this one because here comes Hayden Haikal. Patras there. It's going to be Adapong to cover. Lock tyres. Last corner. Last lap dash. To the line. Chang way out wide. He's deep. He's very deep. He's going to get the drive off. It's going to be the 35 who gets home in P2. The 56 is going to win your final race of the weekend for the Super Ricos. And Hayden Haikal, a win yesterday, a podium today. What about that for your Thailand Super Ricos?
My word. For a second there, I was going to say Chanakun, he had that one covered, but then somehow ended up very wide, very slow. Adapong almost got him there. As there's a thumbs up from the 35 to Hayden Haikal. Yeah, so looks like that's at least one smile in the pack there as a result of that one. And my word, that is what we like to see. Hayden Haikal locking the tyres up even under brakes at turn 5 and turn 12 on the last lap, really pushing that number 24 machine to its absolute limit. As that there is your overall podium for today, and he's one of our C+ entries that sees the checkered flag home first.
Did you see Danawat in the background of the 95 entry had his hand out the window going, oh, I got to watch, but boy did that look good from back there. The C+ drivers, Chanakun won the race, Varanchit was the second of the drivers home as well, and I believe it was one of the other drivers, it might have been Visitpong actually in the 7 on the right hand side, home in third in class. My word! Can we just cancel the rest of the afternoon in the GT action? I want to see maybe the Super Ricos have another round.
Just throw another one in, because why not at this stage? I mean, look, small car, hard to get away, it seems, from each other, and delivering as a result. Well, that's going to more or less do it for our Super Eco race. But of course, the highlights, once again, from the team at the circuit. And good to see, of course, high spirits and smiles on many of the drivers' faces here, as we are blessed to usually see here as part of the racing action in Thailand. The standing start for the Super Ricos means you can see a game of who can get away best, and meant for a very busy lap 1 as we were all kinds of 3-4 wide into the hairpin at turn 3.
Oh, it was just absolutely mental. 4 wide, that was the onboard shot from Hayden Haikal as he tried to carve his way back through the field and get back to the pointy end of things. It was the 55 who led the way early on, and the bumping and grinding on the run down to, I believe that would be the last corner before they turn back and come down to the pit straight. It was a heavy fight between the 24 and the 55, eventually got clear, and I tell you what, how good was Chanakun trying to buy into the background? It was this move that unfortunately for the 25 machine of Sathapon put him out and in the chaos, and then the very next corner would run into dramas. 3-way fight in the early stages of things. Well, it was a 2-way fight, became a 3-way fight, became a 4-way fight as Chanakun set a fastest lap of his race on his way to catching up with that battle pack. It was absolutely door-to-door, edge of your seat stuff as they defended from each other, as they swapped, as they gave each other room. There was a little bit of bumping, a little bit of banging, but all very much within the limits. And it was all okay until that moment there. That was probably the worst of them, but it was, other than that, respectful like you wouldn't believe.
Indeed. Limits pushed, maybe the tiniest bits of contact. And then, yeah, we got to the fact we got 2x2. Another bit of contact there that time between Haikal and Adapong. Close, not quite. And then Hayden really pushing the 24. A second bit of contact there into turn 12, which just ruffled his feathers a tiny bit. There it is from the outside shot. At the end of lap 11, if I'm not mistaken, it was. And then we ended up there almost 3 wide. And then here, the final lap, bit of a lock-up from Hayden Haikal. You can see there, Chanakun super wide. Adapong almost gets up the inside, but they finished that lap more or less the way they started. And that would have to do it. Well, that is how it all ended there. And as a result, that will have to do us for the Super Eco here this weekend and for season 2023.
Boo, give us more Super Ego. Give us more. Give us more. The fans want it. I want it. Maybe if they could go to the 3-race calendar next season, I wouldn't be too dismayed with that one. Only 12 laps, but that felt like an hour. You feel like that was an hour-long race, Dan?
No, it never goes that quickly. That's for sure. And well, whilst Hayden Highcal and the rest of the drivers are taking their comments down trackside with their looks like Goody. Unfortunately, that will have to do us for the morning session. It's almost lunchtime, it seems, for everyone at the trackside. And that means we'll also be taking our next break as well here shortly. And then when we return, we get to jump on in for some more fun and games. Although actually I have to go and confirm exactly when that'll be for us, or when we come back, I should say, to be precise.
Yep, so sit in the background and relax, ladies and gentlemen. Go and grab a bite to eat, because that's absolutely what we're going to be doing. And some of the drivers will be cooling off and setting your sights on this afternoon's racing action. From everything for right now within the Thailand Super Series, we'll be back on the other side of the 30-minute luncheon break to bring you more action from the brewery room round. And I believe we've actually got, just having a quick look in, it'll be... The next race is actually due to be our Supercar GT3 from this afternoon's coverage.
Indeed. To be more precise, having a look at some of the numbers, we'll be returning in just under an hour's time to resume coverage here from the Chang International Circuit for the final day of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series for 2023. And indeed, our next race will indeed be the Thailand Supercar GT3 category. It is currently... 11:12 a.m. local time. We will be resuming at 12:05 p.m. local time, so keep that one in mind for you there, folks. Thank you all very much for watching the Super Compact and Super Eco Racing this morning, and we'll take our break here and now, Scott, and be back for the remaining coverage of the day. There's actually quite a bit still to come from us here on behalf of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series and speedcafe.com for the English production here from the Chang International Circuit.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
And that delivery of power is something to experience, that's for sure.
To say it was a massive weekend of motorsport is an understatement.
And see, get you more comfortable to go that little bit further off-road. Now, everything to do with off-road, and the slower you go, the easier.
Because they've been doing it for so long, and then
hear and see it, and for me it's been a long journey because I've seen it in the workshop.
The difference about this car compared to a supercar is the downforce. So over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, I think supercars can pretty much hit on the heads. Yeah, it's a nice car. Yeah, really good. I think Zane's obviously a good campaigner. He's been in the main game for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's very different. I think the biggest thing as well with this car.
I'm Greg Russ with you for a brand new season of the KTM Summer Grill here at Speed Cafe.
Before we did any fast laps, so compared to when I drove it properly last, it's got the paddle shift.
Indigenous artwork thrown on a race car. It actually represents us and our partners, so we're really excited.
On the side of the road, not taking the checkered flag with the rear wing pumped off. Chris Chia, your race winner.
Now joining me now at Walkinshaw Performance is Justin Capicchiano, for Performance Program Manager.
Places you can get bogged quite quick. It's just something that I've never really experienced much in my life, and that's why I'm enjoying doing a little bit more of it.
Okay, we're talking tech here at Speed Cafe today. We have the Super Cheap Auto Mustang.
Binder. That's a very basic way of putting it. I'm sure Dr. Laz, the guy from Hogan, who's the expert in this stuff, will cringe when I try and explain it, but it's a plastic binder. It's a very different surface to what you see on the normal stuff.
You did so well, it's my work, Cody D. What's going on there?
Who's that? Watch out. Oh, that car.
Doesn't disrupt the car or unbalance it too much. You might lean on it for a lap and see how we go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It is the final duel in the crown that is the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. This will be the final time that the GT3 cars will be taking to the circuit for the 2023 edition of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. It is going to be a nail-biter in terms of the championship standings. We've got an update coming to you from the championship standings after yesterday. We said it might actually be a 1-point ball game. The other thing that we forgot to mention was that the number 18 and the number 27 cars, they're single entries just for this weekend, don't score any championship points. That actually means that our championship margin a little bit bigger than we had previously prepared for. What that means is Vincent Fiorendo and Marcus Winkelhock, albeit Marcus being replaced by Luca Engsler for the weekend, lead the championship heading into the grand finale. They're on 102 points. They sit 6 points clear of Adasak Tangpuratru and Akash Nandi in the other of the B-Quik Absolute outfit Audi R8s. 6 points is the margin from there. It's 3 points further back to the number 9 entry. And I tell you what, Dan, it is going to be on for young and old in this grand finale. Luca Engsler has cancelled his surfing holiday to be here. You know that he wants to get that number 55 team across the line.
Well, yeah, looking forward to seeing how this race plays out. And yeah, have ourselves 9 cars ready to take to the track for this one here. And yeah, interesting to see that indeed drivers like Luca Engsler, cancelling plans and being here at the racetrack. Just people who are committed and here to race, which is definitely what you like to see. And if you missed our earlier stream with the Super Compact Super Ecos, my name's Daniel Yeaman, here with Scott Rankin for this English commentary of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series final day, final round, final basically everything of the season, although we've got quite a few races still to come for us this afternoon into the evening. For those at the circuit, it's just barely gone midday, Scott, so they've got plenty of light and time.
This will be an interesting one, Dan. This will actually be an English language interview with Luca Engsler, so we might just try and tune into this one with Goody. No, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we actually got the audio coming from the track feed at the moment, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. But we do have an update from Troy Williams. Did you have the update on Luca Engsler and his stories he made his way to the track this weekend?
I should be able to cue that one up for us here, Scott. Yeah, so let's get that prepared in the background, and should be able to listen in. Because indeed, we're getting wind noise from the circuit. Unfortunately, that's about it there. So, indeed, as Luca finishes that interview there with Goody at the circuit, we'll now cut to this recording from Troy Williams, who has been there at the circuit on our behalf with speedcafe.com, and he's had a chat with Luca Engsler this weekend before all the racing got underway, it seems.
What a great story here with car 55, with Luca Engsler getting a last-minute call-up to drive with Vincent Fiorendo this weekend. Normally Marcus Winkelhock would be in that seat, but Marcus called in sick, and actually Luca was surfing in Lombok not so long ago on vacation, getting ready for Christmas, and got the call up. So made his way to Thailand, and made the last-minute call back to Europe as well to get his driving kit. And one of Luca's friends had to jump on the plane with his driving kit to get that out here on time, so Luca could partner Vincent in the number 55 and fight for the championship this afternoon. So what a great story, and look out for Luca to be very fast in the first stint this afternoon.
Well, that there from Troy Williams on the ground, and the back and forth and something else, something fierce there indeed, to be able to make sure he was ready to race. And on top of that, we also have some words. I believe this will actually be in the form of an interview between Troy and Douglas Koo, driver of the number 65 Aston Martin GT3, and we'll now play that one for you here as well, whilst we continue to watch the footage from the grid walk down at the circuit.
So we're down here in the pits with Viper Nisa Racing, and Douglas Koo flying solo this weekend, a big ask.
Yes, it is. It's been a challenging weekend because this is the first time I'll be racing solo in the Aston Martin GT3. But we're using this weekend to actually prep for the longer endurance races that is coming up in February.
And yesterday was very, very hot, but luckily today a bit of a breeze and a bit of a reprieve. So are you expecting it to be easier in the car today or just as tough?
Well, it's a good thing that our aircon in the car works, so that helped yesterday. Yes, cooler today. Hopefully that will actually help with the car as well as obviously my endurance. But yeah, we're still looking towards a pretty tough 1 hour race.
Fantastic. Well, good luck, and we look forward to see how you go.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
Let's sit down with Douglas Koo. It's important to note it from Doug's perspective that he is actually born in 1965, so 58 years of age, and solo driving duties here from the Thailand Super Series this weekend. An incredibly taxing time for the driver of the number 65. Doing a phenomenal job, meanwhile, for the Malaysian driver, and it was previously competed in the TCR International Series as well. But I think, all focus is definitely going to be towards the front end of that grid. And we talked a little bit about it. If there's a place that you probably don't want to be ill and trying to manage the fatigue levels and everything else that goes on for a race weekend, and it's probably in Thailand.
100%. Yeah. I was just to say, very warm conditions still, even though in December it's probably not the peak, given that Thailand is in the Northern Hemisphere. But as you heard, humidity and everything is quite the killer. So having, at least for these cars here, thankfully, working air conditioning, certainly critical to making things a bit more comfortable in the car for these GT3 drivers, Scott. Yeah, and thoughts for Luca Engsler being drafted into that car at the last minute. The large amount of pressure that's going to be on his shoulders to try and get that car across the line in terms of championship. They hold the lead now by 6 points. They need to push off. They've got to be aggressive here in the opening stages of this one. They've got a gold driver on board as well as a bronze driver in the 55 car. It's going to be on Vincent Fiorindo, the guy that's been here all season long for the 55 car, to bring that car home and try and secure the championship. The only two cars that they've necessarily got to worry about, Dan, is going to be the number 9 and their stablemate as well. So in the 25 car, that 25 car, every race we've seen from them have been exceptionally quick. The Honda NSX for the Team Singer Thailand car was incredibly quick yesterday, with Carlo Van Dam will be behind the wheel to start that car off, and we'll see how they go. This is the other championship and title contender, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand number 9, and we'll see how they're able to go here this afternoon. They'll be the long shot. They'll be the dark horse in this one, but don't count them out by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, indeed, yeah. And BMW M4 GT3 on the grid this weekend. And here's Douglas Koo in the Viper Racing number 65 Aston Martin Vantage GT3. And we'll see how he goes. Unfortunately, starting at the back of the field for today, so we'll have to try and work his way forward to be able to make a good impression here. But it's also a very strongly contested field in terms of Audis. Well represented, in fact, our top 5 cars are Audis, and then the Honda NSX there in the blue, the Lexus RCF just past the BMW and the Aston Martin as well, to make it a 9-car field for this final race of the Thailand Supercar GT3 season here at the Chang International Circuit, Scott.
They get themselves settled in now, and they will see they can ready. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be that final hour as the drivers peel away from the grid. We'll also have an update for you so we can talk a little bit in terms of track limits and what they will mean here in a few moments' time as well, once we get on a green flag racing and things settle down in terms of the middle of the race. The GT3 cars now forming up, pulling away. It's a cooler day than it was yesterday, but that doesn't mean that the racing out on track is going to be any less hot or any less hotly contested.
No, not without a doubt at all. So curious to see how things go. If anything, slightly cooler conditions, everyone might be able to push that a little bit harder and see what they can deliver for us here today. Well, if you missed the action before, if you're not familiar with the Chang International Circuit, this is how it looks 4.5 kilometres, 12 turns in total, including a kink on the straight there between turns 1 and 3. The hairpin up there, a big the primo taking spot, I should say, but plenty of other options as well. Hankook slick tyres here in this category. For the Supercar GT3, and Hankook, the official tyre supplier for all of our B-Quik Thailand Super Series categories. Race number 8 of the season, the final race of the season for our GT3 cars. Not too far away from starting, and running through the grid once more with, looks like Luca Engster going to be starting number 55 alongside of Akash, and then it'll be Lou and Eshan on the second row there. B-Quik Absolute Racing locking out the top 4 positions. Then it'll be Huang in the next, or the final B-Quik Racing Audi. Then Carlo Van Dam there for the Singo Motorsport Team Thailand. Natapong and Yin Yu on row number 4 there for the number 9 and 90 respectively. And Douglas Koo in the Viper Nisla Racing Aston Martin. Number 65 out of P9. They are split between GT3 Pro and GT3 AM classifications as well. Scott, with William Howe, Yu Chen and Douglas Koo being the 3 GT3 AM entries here today. And the rest of the cars all competing for GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, and got a few updates as we're coming through. We'll talk about the pit stop times, the compensation times to keep the fields relevant as well. It's going to be a very, very important nod as we get through the pit lane strategy. The first thing that these guys will be trying to do is get away nice and cleanly, settle in, enjoy the entirety of the 1 hour finale. It's race number 8 of the Thailand Super Series. It's been a long, mammoth series. It was incredibly tough racing from the streets of Bang Sen, from Buriram earlier in the year. We went to Sepang as well. And now, as it only seems right, we return to Buriram to round off the season. The red lights are on. We're in the starters' hands, and we'll be off and racing right now. It all begins now, and immediately the Honda NSX jumps out to the side as well as the number 9 car, trying to grab places down on the inside to turn number 1. They look 3 wide when they get down to turn number 1, but for the meantime, it's the 55 who leads us off for the first lap today of the Thailand Supercar GT3s. And I tell you what, it is on for young and old. They're immediately looking to try and get some tyre temperature. And here comes that 25 car as well, your championship pairing. Right at the front end of town, the number 9 has got some work to do in the Lexus RCF GT3 entry. And then from the rear of the field, that BMW and the Aston Martin as well. So they get through turn number 1, and everyone's snaking, everyone trying to get every ounce that they possibly can of tyre temperature into their cars.
Indeed, a very nice start from Carlo Van Dam. It seems that Honda NSX up to 3rd, although now under pressure from, well, one of our B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis. Unfortunately, at a distance, hard to see who there. Number 18, I think I spot on the door there as they round out through turn 6. Track limits are very much optional, it seems, here on lap 1. I'll be looking to see how quickly the stewards jump on the black and white flag for the track limit warnings as Van Dam tries to cover off the inside here at turn 9. Hang on to P4, and he comes under assault from the 3rd of these B-Quik Absolute Racing liveried Audi R8 GT3s, and already coming to the end of this first lap. The pace difference after our Super Compact and Super Eco cars quite substantial. There we go. Up the inside indeed, Scott, and he might have that one done, but can Van Dam cross over? No, he cannot.
Yeah, the NSX just not quite able to get the drive off the final corner. And lap number 1 in the books immediately. Luca Angsler, the DTM driver, tries to stretch a clean pair of heels at the front end of the field. One German driver steps aside, another one steps behind the cockpit of the number 55. And still that same set of pace, that same set of speed. When you think back to the first round of the championship earlier in the year, it was Marcus Winkelhock on the front foot trying to chase down in the dying stages of that race, trying to claw back over a track limit penalty of 5 seconds. He had it all to do in race 1 of the championship. Boy, did he put on a comeback drive. Today, though, it's Luca Angsler who will have the responsibility on board, and the biggest thing for this 55 car is that they're going to push out. Let's talk about the pit stops at this point in time. Shortest pit stops of the bunch for the 27 car. They will have the 90 seconds for them. It's also going to be the number 90 car, the BMW, also a 90-second stop. Then it'll be Douglas Koo with only a 98-second stop. for him, end-to-end time in terms of the pit lane, and then from there, this is where we start getting into our championship contenders. The number 9 car, the next one, 116 seconds, 117 seconds for Engsler and Fiorindo, and that's due to the bronze-gold pairing. And from there, we step back up to the guys who finished on the podium yesterday. It was the 18 car. We'll be at 121 seconds, 127 seconds for Van Dam and Vorovu Biron Bakti. And finally, the 25 car has a hill to climb. They have a mountain if they're going to get all the way back there, but they looked to be the AM drivers. They had the better drivers, I think, behind the wheel. Adasak is incredibly quick, and he's going to have a mission in the final half of this race.
Yeah, that will be always part of the puzzle to this one here. But good to see how the field spreads out. Well, with this track being a little bit more forgiving than the last time. The one time I've only done this stuff was the Bunting Grand Prix weekend, which is a spectacle of a street circuit. But coming into a permanent race course with designed for cars more so of this caliber, you could argue. And so, putting down the laps pretty fast and fearless. Looking at 1 minute 36 at this stage for our front runners. 4 times then drop down as the field spreads out. That was Van Dam awfully wide in that blue Acura. Honda, it's actually so good. We'll catch him there on the screen. Didn't have anything too dramatic, just pushing the limits to turn 4 and finding going past the curve there on that occasion.
One of the most important aspects from across the weekend, and indeed the conversation back and forth, has been track limits. We've seen it affect, or at least black and white flags displayed in absolutely every race right across the weekend. And one of the first black and white flags that's going to come out, and it's very, very early on in this final race of the season, is going to go to the way of cars number 25 and car number 89. The problem for that is for Akash and Andy. If he's going to get out there and he's going to go hunting for a championship, he doesn't want 5 seconds hanging over his head in terms of things. Deeper in the field, Natapong has got a responsibility to keep this car clean, to keep it pushing forward, and they see what they can possibly do. But a 5-second penalty may just be what they're looking for, so it'll be the 25 and the 89 already get the black and white flag penalties. And Dan, I wonder whether or not you've got that audio file queued up already. Troy Williams is the reporter that we've got over at the at the Brewery Run International Circuit. He's managed to actually sit down and have a chat with our race controller in James Taylor, who's got more information for us on exactly what the track limits violations need and how they're adjudicated by the officials team.
That I do indeed, Scott, so I'll mute you for a second so I don't have to press too many buttons when we're ready to go here, and I'll play that one for everyone here as well, listening to this discussion from James Control for listeners here
I'm here with James Taylor, the race director for this weekend. JT, we've seen yesterday and today a number of track limit warnings be put across to competitors during race, and indeed a few penalties. So can you take us through how the race control team look at and process those penalties and track limit violations, please?
It's easy, Troy. Over here we've got access to CCTV, some highly trained TSS marshals and brick marshals from Buriram. Each track limits gets announced, they log it, they then review with the CCTV to confirm it's out, and then they keep a count. Once they get to a certain point, we give them a black and white flag, bad sportsmanship flag, and then that's their warning. And then if they breach again, the incident gets reviewed by CCTV to the track marshal's time. If it's a breach, it gets referred to the stewards, and the stewards confer, and if it's due, a penalty will be issued. So it's multiple faceted corner reports, then covered again by CCTV review, and then passed on to the stewards.
Fantastic. All right, well, hopefully that gives all of the viewers an understanding of those limit warnings and then ultimately penalties.
Yep, it's the best practice here for making sure it's fair and even for everyone. So there's dual purposes of review, and it makes it fair. Competition's best.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And the update just there from Troy Williams. I think we might have just lost footage live from the track as we currently looking on, unfortunately. But yeah, so that's exactly how it's adjudicated. Not just one review. It goes through multiple sets of hands, and there's a strike policy in place where they review it and use the CCTV to back it up, check it again, and then onto the stewards thereafter. So multiple steps within the track limits policy. And I'll tell you, the number 9's now received a warning. The number 18 has now received their warning as well. So they're black and white. Bad sportsmanship flag for breaches of track limits. So I think about the only car I haven't seen pop up for a warning at the moment is probably the 55 and the 26. And maybe some of the cars a little bit deeper in the field.
Yep, that would seem to be the case. As a short break there was all that was, as the footage returns from the Chang International Circuit. And high beat audio once again of the GT3s having at it here. As it looks like we've got ourselves a three-way fight at the moment in this opening phase of the race. Look at Inksler, Akash, and looks like it's going to be really long. Three of the absolute racing Audi GT3s. 55 leads 25 and 18. 9 minutes in this one. I think that was a little loud there. Apologies. And quirks and words of the way we work these broadcasts here. And yeah, lovely sounds of very loud cars though it seems, and as a result we get quiet periods, we get loud periods here.
Those cars sponsored by the effects microphones down on track at the moment. Three-way battle, and how good's the B-Quik Absolute guys all standing in together, all the teams. It's sitting down and discussing it. A little bit of a chat going on over in YouTube about I reckon Enksler's really got to push on here and step away. He might just be preserving a little bit of the tyre as it currently stands. In the meantime, how good is the pace from the number 18? Stablemate brought in for just the one round as Li Zhuanyu and Lu Wenlong, I believe it's Wenlong, behind the wheel currently. A silver-rated driver for the Absolute Be-Quick Racing in the Evo 2 spec of the number 18 car. Started to close back in on Akash and Andy. And it was through that tight, twisty sector where the 18 car looked incredibly strong. Coming off of sort of 10-11 was about where their advantage sort of waned a little bit. Right now for Carlo Van Dam, still trying to hunt down Eshin Pieris. It'll be a toe-to-toe battle between these two drivers and the new-to-the-series Honda NSX. And heard that Team Singer Thailand have actually run the Honda NSX previously, but this is the first time that it's ever been used within the just Thailand Super Series categories. So whilst it may not be a brand spanking new car to them, certainly in terms of all of the goings on within the Thailand Super Series, it's broke cover for the first time here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely looking the part, and we're seeing how it goes here tonight. Yeah, the last time I saw Team Singer Thailand, it was a Ferrari 488 Evo. Unfortunately, it came a little unstuck at Bun Cent. Tricky little track that to put it mildly here. So we'll see what Van Dam can do, because unfortunately at this moment they are down on pace relative to the top three B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis. But still, could be a solid fight for fourth that brews between these two cars.
We'll have a look at the difference in best lap times as well. There's only a couple tenths in it, realistically. So as the times sort of start to stabilise and drip back, Carlo Van Dam still lapping in around the 36.9 last time by. In fact, that actually might be current lap time as it actually displays up on boards. 36.9. But Van Dam is still reasonably quick. Now, Akash and Andy's actually just gone in and punched the fastest first sector of the race, so he's starting to find a little bit of time as they're starting to move on nice and quickly. In terms of things, the battle for the lead is about a second, but Lu Zhuanyu and Lu Wenlong behind the wheel currently is really starting to make some inroads in terms of getting onto the rear bumper of that car. And now here comes the 27 car with Huang to get down the inside there of the number 9. Natapong will lose a spot there to the 27 Audi, who is here just this weekend for a bit of fun in the red colours for the Absolute B-Quick team.
It's the whole joy of, because of the way that the team points are scored and such, we have cars here that are B-Quik Absolute Racing and Absolute B-Quick Racing is a quote-unquote separate team for the purposes of the points there. I think, if I remember correctly, it's 3 cars per...
3 cars, yeah.
Per team, officially. So yeah, that's, in case you're wondering, if you saw that at the start graphics, that's the story there. So there you go, yeah, that battle there potentially for 6, hope that might continue. We then have the BMW M4 here, I believe. There's Chen, and Chen, and then Douglas Koo. Unfortunately, Douglas here on his own, and not lapping at the pace of the others on track at this stage. But nevertheless, keeping it all in one piece, and look, still 45 minutes, or 46 minutes even in this race to go. Maybe you could get something back later on in the race.
Yeah, I mean, you know, exactly like Troy spoke to Douglas and said, you know, 58-year-old driver, solo driving duties this weekend as a part of this outfit. This is just all about lap time and working to see if they can't improve the Aston Martin Vantage. The number 27 car as well, with that overtake on the 9, has now been warned for track limits violations as well. So we've seen a number. Damn, we've got 45 minutes to go in this race yet, and I would say that we're beyond the 2/3 of the field point has now been warned about track limits. That's exceptionally early.
There's a lot of liberties taken on the opening lap in particular. There may have been some more in the second and third laps as well. So unfortunately, they've all done themselves a mischief, and just like that, it can be even little things like that for Lu Wenlong, just trying to keep in it and just pushing that little bit wide as a result. And so there'll be things like that. Is very much a sign of be careful, because that could get you in trouble. So actually, there's an example on the screen now. So in Pete, number 25, Matasak and Kash, as part of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Team. And then for Lu Wenlong and the Chang showing that car there for the Absolute B-Quik Racing Team. There's a clear indication. So despite the fact they are running with pretty much the same paint scheme, I think there's some... Oh yeah, we can see the 25 has got the green highlights, whereas the 18 doesn't actually have any colour differentiation on the front of the car. But as an example of how we tell them apart. Well, both on track, but also, yes, the formalities and such as well.
Yeah, everyone's settling down in now, so this entire team... There would have been a debate overnight as well. How do you manage two cars that are fighting each other for your Thailand Super Series Championship? So there'll be a little bit of that inter-team relationship. They'd be reasonably confident that the only drivers that necessarily can challenge them now for that outright title is the number 9 car, and Natapong all the way down in 7th. So there's a lot on Anxler's plate here. Reasonable result yesterday in the overall standings in terms of things with 5th. That equated to 3rd in terms of the points, because the 27 and the 18 not eligible for series points this weekend, and was the 18 who finished on the podium prior to the 27 yesterday. 27 picked up 15 seconds worth of penalties. 5 of those were for a pit lane entry infringement. 10 of those were for a pit lane speeding infringement. So there was actually no penalty handed out on track for the breaching of track regulations. It was all in the lane. So for the number 27 car, they will be trying their utmost to prevent that, albeit today it'll be a different driver who'll be entering the lane. And this car in category yesterday, running around in the twilight late on in the afternoon, had sun blaring in their eyes as they come to the final corner. Today it'll be much more towards the middle of the day. Track temperatures up, cars will be moving around all over the place quite a lot, and the difference in conditions are going to create some differences in racing conditions as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. Although the general rule of thumb seems to be that it's going to be slightly better. See how drivers choose to drive, because we won't be expecting tyre changes despite the long compulsory stops. That was half a moment there for Lu Wenlong. Gets the curb on the way into turn 4, but doesn't completely lose the rear, but that was awfully close.
I thought for sure we were about to see number 18 disappear off to the right-hand side of that shot. Oh my word. And that is how hard they're pushing at this point in time. Something I was about to say was, silver-rated drivers, overall doing a phenomenal job in terms of the pace. Lu Wenlong and Akash Neti both silver-rated in the 25 and the 18 car. I think the difference is the consistency, and in that shot, really, whilst the lap times there's nothing in it, remember Angster's still trying to bring himself to bear in terms of his abilities at this circuit. Just doesn't have the practice that everyone else would have under their belt is sort of his weakness, but he's proving his ability to be consistent and fast whilst he's still learning the track. That's a huge, huge drive. If they come home and they win the championship, you got to put your hands together for Luca Engster. He'll have done a phenomenal job for Marcus Winkelhock this weekend.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Great to see. Great to see. All right for now. There was a comment earlier that concern that Luca's not made a gap in this open stint. We'll see how it goes. He jumps in the car. So yeah, that could be like the one thing depending on the delta between the two drivers there in the 55s. We'll check in with Echelon. Still riding in fourth. Look to have now just over a second clear of Carlo Van Dam, so might be feeling a little bit more comfortable now there in fourth place. I'm sure he pushes on nicely and Carter in kicks to the second half of about half of this race. Van Dam will be heading that car to finish up for the Honda NSX GT3. 11 laps completed. On lap 12 as we're coming up to the 1/3 distance mark on that quad.
I'll tell you what, it's probably a topic that's worthwhile of discussion as well. We have an international audience and, well, the driver base, international as well. Behind the wheel of your current leading car, the 55, Luca Engster, the German driver. In behind him, Akash Nandi, Malaysian driver. Lu Wenlong, Chinese driver. Eshan Pierre, Sri Lanka. Carlo Van Dam from the Netherlands, Swang Rohan in 6th place, also from China. Natapong, the first of the Thai drivers behind the wheels currently, before Yin Chen, who I believe is actually Chinese Taipei, in the number 90 car.
Yeah, I think
it will be Chinese Taipei as well. And then finally Douglas Koo, the Malaysian driver. When they hand over their co-drivers, it's one of the things about GT3, and it's the same, I guess, about Formula 1, really, and a lot of the categories right the world over. It brings us together as an international racing community. Everyone's competing. Everyone knows these cars right the world over, but everyone also travels the world to go racing.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate, we've got people coming, people racing from all over the world coming here to race in this series. When we're at this level, we're on the times. We're going to see that in GTC, GT4 as well. With those remaining categories, they do a solid international flavour, as it were. And I mean, it is always good to see. A three-way fight for the lead that we're watching unfold. It's still there, so it's going to be a quality race. The strategy still yet to play. Keep your eye out for it. As the time ticks down, we're not too far away from that compulsory cooking opening. It'll open up when there's 35 minutes remaining on.
Uh-oh.
I see why you've said uh-oh. I don't know who for yet, but that'll be coming soon.
I just heard a notification. That may not be the only penalty, actually, in terms of track limits as well. Update, we had some requests for some update of what the conditions are out there. They're actually now matching the conditions from yesterday at the peak of the day. 33 degrees Celsius air temperature, a little bit less humidity, so it was a little bit cooler feeling out there today. 41 degrees Celsius is the track temperature. So in terms of things, matching the peak temperatures from yesterday, albeit when the GT3 cars were on track, the conditions were on the decline. Track gripped up and got cooler as the race progressed. Difficult to set the car up. And Dan, talk us through a little bit of the last lap times and the most recent times. The tyres are starting to go away from these drivers as well. And I think it's starting to become Luca Engster who's looked after those tyres maybe a little bit better.
Well, yeah, if we read the see them there on the timing tower right now, at the end of lap 13, 1:37.3 for Luca in the lead of the race. For Akash at 1:37.185 versus there for Lu Wenlong at 1:37.104. So the two behind are pushing on a little harder, but I guess that also could be the game here of that Luca's looking after the tyre. His priority is he's got a second margin. That's enough for now. He can sacrifice a 10.2 per lap and just make sure the tyres aren't being overworked. Because these teams are probably not going to do a tyre change, and so you want to make sure you leave a little bit on the table for that second half of the race when you look at those drivers racing. to the car. And, well, I've just seen a message pop up on the screen here, Scott, and I think, I'm not sure if it'll come up on the broadcast feed, but, well, we said Lu Wenlong was pushing the track limits at certain points. Unfortunately, that was pushing it a bit too far because the news has come through. 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits for the number 18. And, oh, how about this? A second penalty comes through for the 25 of Akash.
Well, that's a problem now. And so for the fans that are watching along at home, they said, yeah, Engster's got to get on with this. He's really got to try and push clear, but at the same time, you know, relatively well look after that car. He's driving it nicely. If you have a look, the 55 out, he's not moving around a whole bunch. It's nice and straight in terms of things. The 18, the 25 have been wiggling around certainly a lot more. And Akash Nendi's done a lot of racing here at the Broome International Circuit. And so he's pushing on. He knows exactly where it is. That's the confirmation, the 5-second time penalty. And for the 18 car, that means that they are still now line astern. They are still fighting each other out on track. Time penalties right now doesn't swap any positions actually out on track. So everyone will maintain the order. Next driver is Ashton Pierres, 10 seconds back from our race leaders, about 8 seconds back off of third place at this point in time. And Carlo Van Dam at the wheel of the Honda NSX in fifth spot. Pit window will open, ladies and gentlemen, in about a minute's time, but these are the faster drivers that are behind the wheel of these cars. But the only time they'll be coming to the lane is if they are desperate to get a change of tyres. And is that damage? That does not look like a very... That's the intake vent that's ripped out of the bonnet.
Yeah, that is a very unusual bit of damage there. Excellent spot by the local TV camera crews at the circuit to see that there and focus our eyes here on Natapong in the number 9 for the Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Lexus RCF. I'm curious if that's hurting his car anymore. Currently sitting there in P7 and really challenging. Roll hard ahead in the number 27 Audi R8. So
it's not falling off, Dan. It doesn't look like it's affecting the performance of the car. They might actually be okay. I'd be concerned about temperatures, but then again, if that's the intake vent, maybe there's some extra air now getting down into that engine. Next, that'll be an exhaust actually. That won't be an intake.
Yeah, obviously have air getting in on top of the bonnet. That's a bit of a tough spot. So yeah, pit window has opened and looks like the very first taker is going to be Chang. BMW GT3. In fact, pardon me, because with the tyre, also picks up times, teams will take the opportunity to slicks. Now, it's not necessarily guaranteed. Maybe there are teams who think that they can make a set of tyres last and not have any detrimental performances. Given the way that, our top 3 have lost about a second over what their peak pace was to start the race. At least suggested there is fastest lap straight away, and then there will be. It's not a drop off per se, but it's a sort of like, I guess, a step down because they have been stepped into 137s versus doing 136 to start off with. There we go. Our leader actually going to get by Douglas Koo here to put that 65 Aston Martin a lap down here. I don't believe, and yet according to our timing here, Douglas hasn't done a pit stop unfortunately for him. Just been lapping it down 5 to 6 seconds off the pace of the stage.
Yeah, I mean Douglas is in the bronze rated driver field as well. So the problem with that 65 car is they've got their higher rated driver for the weekend, which unfortunately for them means that they're circulating their slower driver at all times across the weekend, across the series. It's been reasonable for Douglas Koo. He's shown up and he's been consistent. I mean, they've finished that car, I think, just about at every round all season long. So you can't say that they came out, they didn't try, and they packed up and gone home. And I, for one, salute the fact that there's an Aston Martin Vantage out there circulating as a part of the Thailand Super Series. Betty Chen primes from the wheel of the 90 car, and Xinhua Chen is going to replace up as they climb in. So for them now, they were one of the faster cars with the amateur driver in yesterday. This will be an opportunity to swap over and hopefully call themselves back into contention. Shortest pit stop of the lot of the field as well. will be another milestone that they'll be hoping to tick off. Maybe a race win on the cards for that car. That is your top three. Nothing separate them as we complete 17 laps now within the first 28 minutes of the race. And right now for Luca Engstler, the margin sits at 1.5 seconds. It's less than half a second, the gap from second to third. Unfortunately for the number 90 car, there's some sort of pit lane entry infringement that is being investigated at this point in time. So something's gone wrong with their pit stop.
Well, pit entry. Now, I have to say, on the timing screens, I thought it was awfully close to coming in too soon. But pit entry infringement may be a case of they didn't follow the lines right. You said that was an issue this weekend for a couple of cars, unfortunately falling afoul of staying in the lines, or in this case not staying in the lines. So maybe as simple as that. Could be something else to do with because the timing would have been right on the 35-minute remaining marker if I saw that right. So hopefully it's nothing like that. But I guess that's what the stewards get to go do now. They'll figure that one out. Particulars of that ancient courses. Continue to watch this top three fight. 1.4 seconds between Luca Engstler and Akash first and second, and it's 6 tenths to that third place machine. Don't forget, of course, 25 and the 18 both have 5-second post-race time penalties hanging over their heads, so that will put them back a bit. And that means 5 can hang on for a race win. Still not quite halfway there, and halfway there 4 to go, plus a lap. So still all to play through here. Chang, his final race of the Thailand Supercar GT3 season, Scott.
Let's circulate back. I'm just going to see if I can't get that pit lane time graphic back up. I was looking at a little bit earlier on the compensation times at the pit stops. So for the 90 car and the number 27, they have the shortest pit stops of the lot of them. The 65 now for Douglas Koo will have a 98-second time that he is forced to remain within the entry line and the exit line. So they'll get that pit stop done nice and snappy-like and get Douglas back out on the track. I'm sure he'll be happy to get some more air circulating through the air conditioning system, keep him cool. That was the 18, I think, just about outside the track boundaries down at turn number 4. And Lu Wenlong starting to fall adrift a little bit as maybe the tyres start to ail as the Aston Martin comes to pit lane. And about ready to head back out onto the circuit for Douglas Koo. His team's job now nearing its final moments. In the background there, that looks to be the Porsche Cup car, the number 10 that you'll see later on in the GTM category for Fire Monkey Motorsports. It was a very easy to spot car yesterday. And a car I've generally got my eye on when it comes to the GTM cars. In terms of things right now, that is your gap for the race lead, and these drivers are probably not going to come in next time by. They're going to be really tight on this. I reckon they're going to do all 3 of these cars. You're going to see them all come into the lane in 2 laps time, because that would put them at maximum distance for their primary drivers in these cars down.
Here it is. See if we get Douglas Koo head on out of the pit lane now, and Carlo Van Dam, in the meantime, brings the 89 Honda NSX GT3 in. At the other end of the facilities. So Chang will begin, and we'll see if I can put him back in and jump aboard this Honda here. Also got, there we go, the Lexus RCF GT3 number 9 of Natapong coming in, which will hand that car over to Manat to finish the race for the guys here at Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. So I guess looks like any comments I was saying about conserving tyres is a complete bunch of money, and fresh hand cooks all round.
Yeah, it looks like I might have sold about the path. I probably should have said something about changing tyres right the way throughout the weekend. I was a little bit worried about limitations in terms of the tyre allocations for the weekend. Unfounded. Looks to be 4 fresh tyres going on just about every car that's coming into the lane. And down off the jacks now, the number 89 car, Vorovud Birombakti, will get given the Honda NSX and told, show us what you got, buddy. as he will leave the lane. And the first of the front three coming to the lanes, number 18. Lu Wenlong will now climb out from behind the wheel of this car and will be handed over to Li Juanyu to finish the race. Was that a locked brake all the way into the pit stall there?
I think that was. It slid a little bit once it hit the concrete, coming off of the asphalt of the pit entry surface. So a little shiny there, it seems. Once they get to the front garages, nothing too unsurprising there if you've seen racing. Well, not so. I guess not so unsurprising, but it's something you usually only really see in changeable conditions. I should say, as the 27 Juan Rohan going to bring that car in, which will mean that Yao is going to jump aboard that car. And, now away at the pit exit and taking the number 89 on the NSX back out onto the circuit to finish off the race. Just means we're waiting now on a couple of cars left to get the compulsory stops done, and they got to get it done soon. A minute and a half left before the window closes here.
Yeah, and the 55 is just about to be on its way into the pit lane because, yeah, there's no time left. So with them in the back half of the lap, it's time to come to the lane. The 9 returns back to the racing surface. We are now in the final moments. There's 26 minutes on the clock, and you saw the absolute B-Quik team. They had multiple people. They had multiple signs out into the lane to summon their drivers, and the 55 comes on in. Akash Nandi just in behind. There's a 5-second margin to be added between the gap between these two cars. Angsler's being called in. His holiday's been ended early, and his job for this car is now over and done with. The run of the flag will now be the problem of Vincent Fiorendo. What is he going to be capable of? What can he show us that proves that he is set to be Thailand Super Series champion at board the number 55? They've got a short pit stop. There goes the 18 car. Can they throw a spanner in the works? They've now got 5 seconds worth of penalties, and I did actually hear that there might be further penalties coming the way. There was some whisperings of some more track limits being exceeded for the number 18 car, which would be disastrous for their race, given how good they've looked in the opening stanza of this one. They were quick yesterday as well, right there and in contention. That's it. Championship now hangs in the balance.
Now this is going to be interesting here for the 25. Oh, no, pardon me. I thought it was a car. No, it must have been which one of the... that's Eshan Pires and Hank Hicks' number 26. It's in the garage right behind the 25, and for a second there was a little concern. Spacing, getting out of the pits might be an issue. Might not be an issue, but it should be all good. Well, pit window is closed. Everyone has a pit stop next to their name. Just got these remaining cars that need to complete their stop and head on out to completely finish things off for them. Update on the number 18. What they were under investigation for was actually a pit entry infringement. So don't quite know what it was, but much like the number 90, something going wrong on the way into the pits, if the description is specific enough there. So possibly another case of just not following the white lines perfectly there for Lu Wenlong on the way in.
I tell you what, out of the cars that are rejoining to the racing circuit, I think the 55 is going to have the lead here. So Vincent Fiorendo is going to be handed this car and told you've got 23 minutes left in terms of your racing time. There's Akash Nandi leaving the pit. Sorry, that'll be Adasak in the background now aboard the 25 car. And I think Hank Hicks has actually just popped out in front of them as well. I'm pretty sure that's the 26 Audi that's just gone through, because the 18 pit the previous lap. They're already circulating. And you know what? I reckon they've all been jumped here by Luca Angsler and Vincent Fiorendo, which means Fiorendo is going to be leading the way. And it's now over to Adasak. If you want to win this thing, you're going to have to beat him, and you're going to have to clear out by 5 seconds.
Yeah, wait for the final update. From what I can see, you've got the back map over to us that we can watch on a version of the timing screen. Yeah, that was not just a good pit stop. Apparently, that was a comprehensive. In fact, actually, more importantly, I can look at the pit times to really shape it up. For Akash and Adasak, a pit time of 2 minutes and 13 seconds was actually pretty bad, and that's why Hank Hicks' Eshan Pires car is up here, it seems. And yes, this should be from position, although it looks like B-Quik is taking his time getting up to speed a little bit, and in fact just going to let Adasak through on the inside there without too much fuss. They're not exactly in the same race, perhaps, at this point in time.
Well, okay, so you say slow pit stop, Dan. Well, 2 minutes and 13 seconds from end to end. For Akash and Andy, they had to do 2 minutes and 11 seconds through the lane just because of their success. They won the race yesterday. That's an added 15 seconds. Yeah, so it's 90 seconds is the base pit stop time, plus success balance, plus driver pairing. So bronze and a silver driver gets you 26 added seconds, plus 15 seconds for winning the race yesterday. So they had 41 seconds to be added on to the 90-second pit lane transition time. So they overstepped that by 2 seconds. Well, there's a little bit of grace period in there. It means that they don't have to come back to the lane. One of the big things, the big talking points when we left Sepang was that a lot of the drivers and a lot of the teams left in the lane earlier than they should have. So
yeah, it's certainly better to be 2 seconds long than 2 seconds short, because 2 seconds short is going to throw up a red flag in the steward's box. So yeah, my apologies there for not knowing, but that does obviously change the scope of things. And they can do 4 seconds now for Vincent of each one here. Now critically, while we've been talking, an update from the stewards again. Car 18 has received an additional 5-second penalty for that pit entry infringement. So that means there's now 10 seconds of total penalties for the number 18 machine to be added to their time at the end of the race. So this realistically now feeling like it's a race, and thanks to a really quick pit stop because of their again basically the minimum time stop. Yeah, Lin Hao and Juan Rohan, who had been down in sort of 5th place or so earlier on in this race. They're now up in 3rd and within 5 seconds of the leader here. Just coming across the start between. There you go, 1, 2, 3, all on the front stretch there into turn 1.
So the two cars, the 18 and the 27, will not be receiving championship points. So you can sort of wipe them out. They're not really racing as a part of this one. And don't forget the 18's got 10 seconds worth of penalties to sort of be added. So the advice to Vincent would probably be, yeah, we're not too concerned about that one. Yeah, you can battle them on track if you really wish, but that's not where the championship is in terms of things. So effectively, 2nd place in terms of the points right now is Adasak, even though he's 4th out on track. So the difference is 25 points above me. 2nd place is 18. So in terms of things, they need to finish in this order. If Vincent, unless something happens, Vincent has to beat Adasak right now to decide the championship, because if there's 7 points from 1st to 2nd, it would be the number 25 car winning by a single point as the 18 try to get right underneath the rear wing. Vincent Fiorendo and Li Juan Yu behind the wheel of the 18 car, now really starting to apply the pressure to the rear bumper of the 55, goes outside the track limits. This car's already got 10 seconds worth of penalties. They'll say they were forced, but for Vincent Fiorendo, yeah, I think the advice just came through. Yeah, we're not interested in fighting this car. This car is not relevant. We've got a championship to fight for. Don't worry about them. Just let them go.
I mean, yeah, no wonder. I just think that from there, it seemed like maybe it was just a miscalculation on behalf of the 18 there from Lee. Maybe just didn't quite time right to cross over, and a little wide behind the corner as well, trying to slow up the runaway. And actually, there you go. And now start trying to maybe get some of those marbles and pick up off the tyres into turn 1.
Fresh tyres, Dan.
Yeah, but did run a little wide there. I think maybe just thinking picked up a little bit of stuff there on going slightly off the ideal line. So that's there already. And yes, just trying to clean things up on those tyres. We'll check in here with the 89 and the 90, and this is for position here between the Honda NSX and the BMW M4. Involved with the Chun Chen. Those two cars to fight over 6th place on the road. See here who's the speed underneath them. On that last lap, advantage involved by about half a tenth of a second. 38.27 versus 38.34. See that there on the screen. As well.
And the other picture that I just made very, very clear was the 1 minute 42 second lap time for Vincent Fiorendo. So that was not a good time, and there was the overtake as a part of that one, but Li Juanyu ran a relatively good lap time for where they are in the race at the moment. So the 18 looks to have control of things as it currently stands in terms of the race right now. And now I think there's just been a warning applied to the number 89 car as well, as you see immediately the 90 car having a little bit of a wiggle on. Now under assault, Vincent Fiorendo. There's going to be a 27 car to the inside. Very late maneuver, gets down the inside at the final corner. But now the championship, he might be third on the road. The 27's got no penalties today to worry about thus far. But there is 10 seconds going the way of Li Juan Yu. And the issue for them is look how close the 27 is now with Lin Hao behind the wheel, the Chinese driver. It'll be up to them to go hunt down the Chinese. So it looks to be Chinese combinations, first and second on the road here, Dan.
That it is indeed, and also program M as well there. And very curious to see how things are going to be. Vincent, see how he goes. 141.0 on that last lap, so a little better, but definitely still easing himself in, or just doesn't have anywhere near the pace that we saw from our drivers. And just pushing the limits there through turn 4, I think. Maybe a sign there that he's trying to get on with it and try and pick things up, because he's already lost about 3 seconds to within Juan Yu. So that will mean an out. At this rate, will mean an outright position on the track for race number 18. Gap in the rows here.
Li Juan Yu trying to set sail off down the road. Last lap times up on the screen right now. The benefit that's going to work in Vincent Fiorendo's favour is, you know, that car hasn't been warned. The 55 car hasn't received a sportsmanship flag as of yet, whereas just about everyone else around them has. I think the 27's actually okay. I think they're one of the only other cars that is actually okay. From that, unfortunately, a long way out of this one. So title race just about decided for the number 9 car. And as the 55 comes off, that's the gap. The 25 shoots through the bottom end of your shot right now. That is your top 4. And on-track battle for championship win. It's going to require an overtake. If the 25 wants to win it, they'll have to do it out on track. That's all you can ask for from a championship finale. 15 minutes now on the clock to decide a season. That's how long Adesaka's got to see if he can close down on Vincent Fiorendo.
It's going to be a bit of an ask, but on the last lap, pulled just over 2 seconds. The gap is currently 7 seconds. So that's doable if that kind of this pace difference keeps up. In fact, on that last lap, Adesaka was the fastest driver on the circuit in the number 25. So that's something to watch out for here, indeed. Just looking again at track limits rules. Looks like, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 of our cars. In fact, I think, yeah, Douglas has one. Who's the car that doesn't have a warning receiving track limits? That's the game.
55.
Yes, that's right. Is the only car, the 55, that hasn't pushed them. No, 55 does have them. That's the thing. I'll check them off from first to last. The 25 got one. The 55 got one. The 65 got one. The number 9 got one. The 18 has one. The 26 and the 27 both got one. It'll be, oh sorry, it's the number 90. The number 90 BMW is the one car that hasn't picked one up.
Yeah,
unfortunately for them, they proceeded to get a pit entry infringement.
Battle now out on track for the race win and over a line honours at this point in time. Li Juan Yu is doing all that they can to try and win this race. 1.7 seconds is the margin. 6 seconds back now to Vincent Fiorendo. It's coming down. It's 5 seconds now back to Adesaka. And Engstler's done all that he possibly can to coach his teammate. But for the 55 car, there was a clutch drama in this car all the way back at Bang Sen. And that's cost them points for the 25 car. They walked away from the Bang Sen Grand Prix not scoring anything in terms of things. They had a lot of work to do. They scored a host of points earlier in the year at Buru. They had a phenomenal round when they went away to Sepang, and now to come back to this track that they know so well. When you look at the driver pairings up and down the field, the more consistent of the field and the closest together has been the 25 car. They will be deserving champions, but they've still got to get there and get the job done. As we say in racing, anything can still yet happen, as is still happening in this battle between the 89 and the 90.
100%. Buckle still hanging on ahead of Chun Chen. Number 90 BMW GT3. If maybe, I have to see. Lap times between them at the moment are fairly even, and maybe compared to their best time. Front turn once more and set off for the end of the front straight. Medium speed flick, turn one. They'll try and get on the power as soon as they can to run up to the engine.
I did see a number of cars later on the piece, both yesterday and today, struggling with a little bit of understeer at the front end of the cars. And it's probably something that we keep half an eye on. And another comment, another remark I made yesterday was, look, you can have tyres that last the full hour, but what's the point in those? Look at what this is creating in terms of... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, what's happened to the 55? Is it on fire? There's smoke billowing for the rear end of Vincent Fiorendo's 55 car. Angstler's done all that he possibly can, and unfortunately it's reliability that's going to decide the race for this car, and the championship as well. They'll need a safety car. There's no way they're going to extract that car from where it stands.
Well, that has woken me up, not in the way that I think was needed. Looking on, disappointment, and just now, yes, waiting for what should be the inevitable here. Don't actually know exactly where that car's parked up, as we now watch here. As there we go, the safety car boards and the yellow flags now out to neutralise the field. And we'll have to wait a bit because that's the safety car at the exit of the pits. Leaders have gone through already, but they'll be collected in due course. Clear up this unfortunate stricken 55 and go again.
I wonder, I reckon it's down at 7, 8, 9. I reckon it might be off the road at 8. Because that's where it's gone missing in terms of our track map. Oh. And that won't be the way that Adisak will want to win this one either. You know, they've been quick. We talked about just how quick and how consistent this car has been. But at the same time, I think we were all sitting at home chomping at the bit to see it decided out on the racetrack. The key factor is, though, now, who's going to win this one out on the road? Because if you have a look at who was the faster car throughout that segment, well, you'd say it would have been the 25 car with Adisak behind the wheel. So they're in with a shout. The 18 car's got 10 seconds worth of penalties, which is going to be a problem. I believe that's Esham Piero's front left of your shot right there that's in his driver's seat at this point in time. But for the absolute B-Quik squad, been bulletproof just about the entire season. Had clutch dramas, we just sort of mentioned. There was clutch dramas yesterday for the Honda NSX trying to get their car to lead the grid on the formation lap. They struggled to get it away. Eventually got it and there was no further dramas. I was worried whether or not that car would actually get away from its pit stop. There was no issues whatsoever, but field's going to get condensed, and that is not what the drivers of the number 18 wanted to see. It'll be Chinese pairings 1 and 2 on the road before we get back to the Thai driver of Adisak behind the wheel. And Voravud will be escalated in the NSX to P number 4. And we're going to get ourselves about a 5-6 minute sprint race to the end of this one. And who will have rubber left?
Yes, that will be the important question, won't it? And, I mean, they've only have to do about half an hour on a set of tyres. You think they should all have some rubber. And, no, there you go. It's actually happened up at Turn
3.
Turn 3. So yes, I haven't checked in on myself yet. The fact that the timing reported that we'd lost the 55 in sector 2 somewhere, but it clearly made it around to start a lap. It's come undone up there, on the outside of the hairpin. So no wonder we've definitely had to grab the safety car for that one. Just getting the flatbed out at the end of the longest straight on this circuit. It doesn't seem like an ideal. Definitely not something I could be doing safely whilst field is racing around here.
I want to get another shot at the front end of that Lexus because that looks better. They've fixed that car at the pit stop. We didn't actually see any work being done to that car, and the discussion back and forth now becomes interesting. Well, what do we do in terms of things? Some heated sort of discussion of some description. Could not tell you who's managing what car, ladies and gents, by having a look at that, unfortunately, so don't necessarily know, but I get the feeling that might be the engineer for the 55 car pointing out some sort of important oil or water pressure, temperature gauge in and around the engine. And there was smoke coming from that car, but that could just be static heat in it. We're not 100% sure. It could have been an electrical fault, tripped the car out.
Complicated cars, GT3s, and hot temperatures. Could be anything. Could be several things. Better way to say. Going wrong. And unfortunately, for that car, its day is done. With just under halfway to go. Well, it was. Actually, no, it was more like 15 minutes ago or so when that happened. Pardon me, the time feels like it's racing by quickly. In fact, looking at the time remaining on the clock in our timing screens, we're coming up on 6 minutes to go here. So this safety car is going to have to end soon if we want to try and avoid finishing. I guess it is down to how quickly the car can be recovered at the territory. So can be recovered, we might get ourselves 2-3 laps.
Yeah,
this could come down to 1 or 2 laps even. It all depends.
I reckon we're going to get 2 here, Dan. I reckon we're going to get 2. 2 on the proviso that it's 60 minutes plus 1 lap. So it's at the end of that 60 minutes we then get the final lap board, not 30 seconds left on the timer. The timer has to elapse before they show the final lap board. And it's then the leader's next time by that. So it's we end up with about a 65-minute race, and the 55 of Engsler and Fiorendo now on the back of the truck, and still wafts of smoke come from the engine bay of the 55 Audi R8. A screaming R8 and the screams of a championship title. No more.
Indeed. Singing the engine note of success. But, well, can't do that when you grind to a halt on the outside of the track surface. So there's a shot there in pit lane, and that down there would have been with the team of the 89. Unfortunately, my brain the team singing Thailand, that's the name, but for some reason my brain decided to fry itself on the team name again. I can see the driver names easily enough in the timing software, but we don't have team names apparently for Supercar GT3 entrance here. So, if the truck having started to move away, are we good to go now, or would we have to wait?
We are. We've received the notification, Dan. Safety car's in this lap.
Yep, I take that back. We're all good to go. So, we're going to have ourselves 3 laps of racing here. I believe they'll be able to sneak in 3 laps. Guess we'll see. Actually, we're definitely going to get 3 laps of racing in. So, let's see who walks away at the front of this field. Since the number 18 of Lijuan Yu has backed up a little bit to allow some space to the safety car. Presumably the safety car will potentially sort of, in a sense, floor it. Out of turns 10 and 11 to increase that margin some even more. Get down to the pits ASAP. And then we will see who wins the race.
So two important points before we go back. Green flag racing, Dan. Provided the 25 car finishes the race, they should score enough points. They only need to score 7 points to take the championship lead as we go back to green flag racing. Green flag in the air, 3 minutes on the clock, 7 points, the required amount for 25. So if it gets spicy, if it gets aggressive in behind from Voravud Biron-Bakti and he tries to go with number 25, you might just see them sidestep. Your 2 race leading cars not competing for points here this weekend. They're here for line honours. And for the number 18 car, they've got to find 10 seconds if they want to win this race here today. The 27 car currently holds it round the outside from Voravud Biron-Bakti. And all of a sudden, the GT3 race, a safety car laid on in the piece, decides the championship as the 55 steps away. They struggle for tyre temperature. For Adasak, he's now got to defend with a hard-charging Honda NSX trying to attach itself to his rear wing.
We go now down at turn 5. All of them actually angle in there, middle of the road. Try and cover that off, it seems, really. Prevent any aggressive moves down there into turn 5. So it's just the second overtake opportunity here in the Chang International Circuit. 25 get through the second. They're happy with third. As you said, the points don't really matter as long as they're classified as finishing. They do have a... they don't have a... That is the number 18 is there. A bit of a look from Voravud. No dice in turn 12 though, but it does force a little bit of an error out of the 25 and really a drag race up to turn 1.
Yep, now overlapping comes Voravud Biron-Bakti. Got a great initial exit off the final corner. He does get to the inside of the 25 car. The run down to turn number 1 and Adasak, I get the feeling he just lifted there. And the communication from on the wall. Look at the happiness from the Team Singer Thailand team as they see their driver through onto the podium and now swamped in behind as well because here comes the number 90 car as well. All the way down the inside goes Chuan Hua Chen. Another spot, and the 25 car of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Garage now starts to consider its championship hopes. They're not too upset seeing the 90 go through. They're not competing for championship points either. So it's the 89 that's the only car ahead of them scoring points today, and it's about finishing this race. It's about finishing the last 2 laps of the season. We're about 1.5 laps left to go. Henk Kicks in the background running a little bit wide. Now through comes the number 9 car as well, and there's a chance for them. Actually, they're in with a shout now to jump past our series leaders and might finish overall in 2nd place. So that retirement for Vincent Fiorendo is going to have disastrous consequences. I don't know whether or not we might actually... They've completed about 75 race distance. I think they've actually gone slightly further than 75% race distance, so there still will potentially be points on the cards for the 55 car. But for the final time this year, Dan Yeaman, the run to the final corner. We will pick up the 1 more lap to go board as we come past the start-finish line. And right now it's Li Zhuyan. Zhuan Yu, sorry, my apologies. Li Zhuan Yu will lead us back to the last lap board. The margin won't be enough. It'll be the 27 of Lin Hao who's going to lead us to the checkered flag in terms of the overall result. And now Voravud Biron-Bakti says, I want a race win before the end of 2023. We said that the Christmas presents were on the side of the safety car, and Voravud Biron-Bakti might just accept a few of those that come late on in the piece. To the outside now as he gets down into turn number 3. This is the final lap. There is only about 3 kilometres worth of racetrack left to go for the 2023 Thailand Supercar GT3 category. The guys on the pit wall unsure what their championship hopes will look like for the number 9 team, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. The Singer entry now has to hold off the number 90 with Chuan Hua Chen in behind, and all of a sudden that's presented an opportunity for Lin Hao to skip clear just a little bit, as Voravud Biron-Bakti's last opportunity for a race win might have gone up in flames. And now Chuan Hua Chen might try and sneak a spot out as well. The 27's going to come home, it looks like, on the run through turn number 8. The run to 9. It'll be through the dip at 10 and 11. Struggling maybe to pull that NSX up just a little bit as the BMW starts to get a little bit closer. The leader's gone, but it'll be a 10-second penalty for the 18 car. And although they will cross the line in first, they will not finish there. To the final time for your Thailand Supercar GT3 category. The 18 car crosses the line. In home will be the 27 immediately afterwards. Vorovu Bironbakti finishes in third. Outright liners. Chanhua Chen in the 90 car home in fourth. Adasak will be your Thailand Supercar champion from the 25 car, as the 55's championship went up in flames with about 10 minutes left to run. And unfortunately, ladies and gents, that looks to be how it will all come undone. And you've got to feel for the drivers of the 55 team there, Dan, assuming Dan's still with me. Unfortunately, that is just how it goes sometimes. Yeah,
it is, without a doubt. I am here. I am, for some reason, feeling awfully tired. It's 5:30 p.m. We're nowhere close to done, so I guess maybe I need to figure out a pick-me-up of some kind to fix that there. So whilst the number 18 comes across the line in first on the track, a late safety car will demote him to 7th. So it's going to be Lin Hao and Huang Rohan who take first place on Annis. Lawrence Carlo Van Dam and Volvo Bimbaki second, and Nanapong and Manat will climb up to third in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team time. That was a late move there. To be honest, didn't quite see that one coming from the Lexus. It looked like it was struggling further on back, and in fact, there you go. You look at the results there on the screen, and I think I've just seen something in some of our extra chats, some extra information for us, Scott. If I'm reading that correctly,
Akash has dropped a long way off of the... Heck Kicks has snuck through a little bit further up. I'm wondering whether or not it's, you know, a lot of penalties have just gone through in the last couple of minutes, you know, and there was a lot of, obviously, pit lane entry penalties that came the way.
Akash and Adasak did have the 5 seconds for track limits, which came out at the same time as the 18 of Lee and Wu.
Don't tell me the 9 snuck through here. They will finish second place, which is worth 18 points.
You know what, we're going to have to try and run some numbers on that one there. Because it's been, yeah, quite the dramatic ending to this race, so much so that we, because the words that we've got here, failure of driver control just changed the championship with a facepalm emoji.
You know what? I reckon so that they had to take 9 points away, 10 points to get clear. The number 9's going to win the championship. And this is the highlights as we get through. They got through the pit stop and the early phases of the race were all about track limits violations for the pro drivers of the Pro-Am category. As they all swapped over, everyone came down the pit lane for tyres. For the number 90 car, there was a pit lane entry infringement. I believe the 18 had that one as well. So whilst they crossed the line in first position, this was the battle that undertook it after the pit stops. And it was the 18 who shot through to the lead, but with a lot of penalties. And for Vincent Fiorendo, was just trying to look after that car, just trying to nurse it home. And you're about to see the moment his heart went into his mouth and we started feeling. There he is, wide at turn 1. And you can feel it in the garage. You can absolutely feel it. That was a championship that Adasak had to go out and win. And that safety car is going to decide things. Because I'll tell you what, the field was spread out enough that the penalties wouldn't have hugely mattered. Well, that safety car, they did matter. Oravud Bironbakti gets through to sneak P3 on the second last lap of the race. The 18 crosses the line to win in terms of line honours, but it's the 27 who wins the race. Second place is going to be Vorovu Bironbakti, and the number 9, the Lexus car, Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, I think they're just now realising they might have won a championship.
Well, they get, 15 points for coming home in third place here.
No, it's second. They're second on road for the championship contenders.
Good point, because as you said, the number 27 doesn't count for points this weekend, so...
That's 111.
Bit of a shuffle round there. So, as you said, 18 for Manat and Nanapong. And then you work backwards from there, 15, 12, 10 for Adasak and Akash.
So they get to 106. So it's 111 points for the number 9 team. And someone might want to run down and tell them that they've won the championship, I think, by our numbers. 9 points required. So who was left over to score points here today was Vorovu, Beer, and Bakhti, who did finish. So it comes down to, I think it's going to come down to whether or not the 55 finished minimum race distance required to score points. That will be the decider.
Well, yeah, with 9 cars, and yeah, so just so the 27 and the 18. Are they the only 2 cars that don't count for points today?
Bear with me. I mean, we don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know.
The mysteries, indeed, yeah. So we've got a bit of history. Maybe what we might need to do is take a break, take ourselves off the air for a couple of minutes, try and get information, crunch some numbers rather than speculating and spitballing out loud. Because if I go look at what we've got coming up next, we have ourselves the Thailand Super Pickup Division 2, our Class C drivers. That is, well, actually, that was due to start 10 minutes ago. If I'm reading this correctly. Wait, can I read this correctly? No, oh, actually, that's way down the order. No, wrong. Very wrong. Take that back.
So there was only 3 cars in contention, Dan, is what I knew coming into today. It was the 9, it was the 25, and it was the 55. But that penalty for the 25 has cost them. So yeah, it'll come down. The 2 deciding factors are: did the 55 finish enough race distance? Well, they finished 28 laps out of 35. So you know what? I don't think they made. If it's a 75% race distance.
You know what? Okay, how about this?
They have finished enough. They have actually finished enough of the race distance to score points. They finished in behind. Vorovud will take, the 89 car will take 25 points. 18 points will go to the 9. The 26 car will take, I believe, 15 points. 90 is not eligible. 25 will take home 12. 10, they get 8 points. The championship will be won, by my math, by 1 point by the number 9.
Okay, how about this? We've got 15 minutes. Actually, I know, can I do the numbers right? We've got 20 minutes till the next race. Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4 for their final 60-minute race of the season. Let's take a 10-minute break here on the English broadcast, thanks to Speed Cafe and the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. You and I can go run some numbers in the background and get me up to speed. And then we can take a bit of a guess, and maybe we can then go ask some questions. And hopefully for all you folks here at home, thank you all very much for commenting and watching along with us here as well. We can have something a bit more concrete than a maybe there indeed as we continue to watch some of the trackside footage. But I think, yeah, for us, it might be best we'll take a short break here for our English broadcast. And actually, nope. Hang on, I can hear a little bit of the background stuff. And then it's gone again. So no, let's take that break, Scott. Let's try to crunch some numbers and then get ready for GTM, GT4, and hopefully be able to say we think we know who's won the Thailand Supercar GT3 Championship here as well. Stay with us here if you're with us on either the Thai Super Series YouTube channel, or if you're with us thanks to speedcafe.com. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome back. And we got an update for you, not only from the starting grid of the GTMs and the GT4s, but also an update in terms of the point standings of that final race. I know you guys were wrapped up in it because we were wrapped up in it. The speculation we had earlier on in the piece that the 9's not really necessarily going to be relevant unless something actually happens in that race. Well, something did happen within that race, and I can tell you that we have a champion decided in terms of our GT3 category for the season. The long shot, they were 3 points back from second place heading into the final round of the season. They were third, and we said, look, something's got to happen for them to win today. But the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand number 9 is your Thailand Super Series, sponsored by B-Quik, GT3 Supercar Champion for 2023. And that is a result that surprised us all. And effectively, it come down to penalties for the 25.
That it sure did, Scott. And yeah, the safety car bunching everyone up. 5-second penalty for the 25 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi R8 GT3. Unfortunately, putting them down the order, despite the fact we did have a couple of non-championship contending cars, which means that everyone that was there 4 points got moved up positions there. Also, the fact that the 55, well, either it scores absolutely no points because it retired from the race due to breaking down there on track, or even if it does score points, it didn't score enough to be able to hang on to the championship lead that the car had going into this final race today. So quite the development there, that is for sure. And unfortunately for the guys at B-Quik Absolute Racing, it has unfortunately not gone their way. We're a couple of minutes away from the start here of our Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4. Before we do get that, though, Scott, we've got a couple of things from the grid, thanks to Troy Williams at the track on behalf of speedcafe.com.
Afternoon, guys. Just down on the grid now for the GTM and the GT4 race. Wow, what a result in that that earlier race there. It's actually a little bit silent on the grid right now. I think everyone's now nervous for the GTM and GT4 championship, having seen the last race go down to the wire. So car 88 on Supercar GT4 pole. He's sort of in the box seat here and in control of their own destiny to a degree. So looking for a good finish and minimise the mishaps there, and they should be looking good for the GT4 title. And of course GTM, we had that accident yesterday. So 3 cars involved, all came out in the warm-up this morning, and good to see them back on track.
And we had a secondary update from Troy Williams as he actually walked up next to the number 77 Lamborghini Super Trofeo, who starts off from pole position today, the one that you can see on the left-hand side of shot. There was a little bit of discussion, a little bit of a walk around from this car. Troy will give you the latest.
Just up close here on the GTM grid with the Lamborghini sitting on pole. Other than a few witness marks from the incident yesterday, car actually looks pretty good. The team just a few little minor amendments to the back with a bit of the old race tape, a few last minute changes, but other than that, car's actually looking pretty good. So hopefully they're in for a good clean start, get through turn 1 and 2 with less carnage than yesterday.
Gents, that was how it all stood, and for the final few times here this afternoon, and the final few times indeed for 2023, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Chang International Circuit. Sector 1 is fast and flowing. Sector 2 is all about the pull-up at turn number 3, and Sector 3 is about getting everything sorted. 4.5 kilometers here for the GTM GT4 field. The championship in the hands in the GT4 category of the number 99. 19 points they are ahead of the 88 car. Effectively the requirement, they must not finish, and the 88 must win is the only way that championship will change hands. So we'll keep half an eye on that one. It's the 77 that didn't make it past the first corner yesterday. They'll be off on pole alongside Cantady in the AS Motorsport 17. It was Natavude all the way down that made contact with the 77 Lamborghini and kicked to the front of the Mongkol car. Chris in the 38, Jack Raffen in the 33 has been quick in that 901 spec of the GT3 Cup car. Shannon is your pole sitter for GT4. Grant, Nanan, and the back end of the GT4 field, Pruderat, Chang, and De Jesus for AS Motorsport. A number of additional cars that we're seeing this weekend, Dan, that are here for first-time honours out in the Thailand Super Series, which is good. Growth of the GT4 category across the world, it continues to grow, and it's going to become this sort of, I wouldn't say entry-level because they're not entry-level cars, but they're that step in between, isn't it? Stuff like a Porsche Cup car, stuff like a Super Eco, stuff like a Super Pickup, and getting into a GT3 car.
I mean, yeah, you have, so I guess you could call it the national categories, if you will. Super Compact, Super Eco, and Super Pickup, very much born and bred out of motorsport in Thailand locally, and then we bring in these GT4 cars, the GTM cars, which I'd say it's a very fascinating category in the sense that GTM, it's Super Trofeos. There's got a Ferrari Challenge in there, Porsche Cup cars. Do have some Lexus RCFs in there, which are a little interesting as well because they look like they should pretty much be GT3s, but they're not quite. And then, of course, the GT4 flavour as well. As they round turn 10, they get the 2x2 starting orders, and it's time to get ready to go racing here once again. 60 minutes are on the clock, and they're about to get this show on the road, as you said, in the hands of the 77 Lamborghini on the left. As we wait for the starting signal here, and there it is, the lights will go away, and we get this race underway here. There's already 3, if not 4 wide, in behind your leader into turn 1.
And have a look at it. It's the Fire Monkey car is going to try and sweep around the outside. This time by yesterday, we were in the grips of another safety car being intervened within this race. This time, it's going to be a nice green flag run all the way down. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo turning its first race laps of the weekend now, and it has control of the field. It looked incredibly strong all the way back at Bang San, where another accident in the final sector of the lap destroyed that car, and it was done for the weekend. And now, here come the Porsche Cup cars squabbling over each other as, again, everyone's struggling for a little bit of tyre temperature. We look further back down the field for the GT4 categories, and that looks to be the Toyota Supra GT4 who's jumped out to the head of that field. And have a look at the RCF GTM car in the middle of that one. Team Toyota Gazoo Racing, Team Thailand, with multiple entries all up and down the field all weekend long.
Yeah, that they do indeed, but here at the front of the GTM field, well, it's the fight for third to be precise, because the Super Trofeo and the first of our Porsche Cup cars breaking away is the next 2 of our Cup cars, I believe. Let's see if I can get eyes on the numbers here. For you, that might help my case. But unfortunately, oh no, we've got a chopper shot. As lovely as it is to get this sweeping view of turn 10, makes reading the numbers nigh on impossible. Here gives a chance to also see the GT4s in the background, so it's 77.
77 from 17.
Is it the 15 from the 10, or have they switched positions, those 2 Cup cars at the background? Shot. Oh, come on. I just wanted to see.
You're right. It's the 15 from the 10. It's the Mongkol Motorsports car that didn't go any further than turn 1 yesterday. Leads the way the Fire Monkey car before the Lexus comes on through. The 38 would be Chris Visuratna behind the wheel for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. And then it's the Ferrari 488 Challenge car will be Kantasak behind the wheel of Singer Motorsport Team Thailand entry. And then at the very tail end of the field, the final of our GTM contenders will be another one of the Lexus cars, which will actually be Natavude will be in 5th position, and it will be the 38 from the tail end of the field with Chris Visuratna from the rear end of the field as they work their way through lap number 1. And GT4 as well, keep your eyes halfway in the background. The 99 leads the way all the way back there. In terms of things, actually I think it might be the 59 who's got control of that field at this point in time, which will be the Porsche Cayman RS Club Sport, or TW Zoomies, from Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Supra in 2nd place in class back there. Everything's got to happen for Shannon behind the wheel of the 88 GT4 if they're going to win a title, because it's the 99 Mercedes-Benz AMG that cannot afford to finish. And if I'm communicating with that driver, you know that's the first thing I'll be saying to them. In the meantime,
speak of them, and there shall
nearly
appear.
Trying to rub a little bit of paint. Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at this here as they're up in behind the number 88 Porsche Cayman GT4, another one of our B-Quik Absolute Racing entries here this weekend. Around turns 9 and flip back to 10. Gap opens up a bit there, so it seems that, yeah, I guess maybe we're seeing a bit of that GT4 characteristic in that, yeah, some cars stronger than others depending on where they are on the track. As yeah, the Mercs dropped a bit of time now through the end of Sector 2, towards the start of Sector 3, then we'll see. Opening sector, perhaps maybe that the V8 power there might just be able to reel it in a little better on the straights, but at the front of the GT4 field it is still Grant in the number 19 Toyota Supra for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand there, and it's a reasonable margin, about 1.2 seconds back to second place there with Nani aboard the wheel, the number 59 Porsche Cayman GT4.
And settled themselves down on an end in terms of GTM standings when they entered this weekend. It was the 33 that led the way in terms of championship standings, and Nadavude was the only guy who could mount a challenge for the overall line honours in terms of championship standings. And, well, Nadavude, trouble at turn number 1 yesterday, wanted to cover off the Moncol car on the run into turn number 1, made contact with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and effectively we ended up with 3 cars out of the race. It took 15 minutes, 20 minutes before the 24 car was no longer able to continue. And have a look at right in the curbs now from the Moncol entries. They're starting to crawl all over the rear bumper of the AAS 17 car. And for Candidate, he's going to have to defend this one off. The Fire Monkey car not necessarily going with these two, but if the squabbling continues up in Brewery Room, you're going to have 3 Porsche Cup cars going toe-to-toe. Covering to the inside immediately from Candidate. Says, I'm not going to let this one go. And for the Moncol Motorsports guys, after they were denied cruelly an opportunity of potentially winning a race yesterday, that'll be the only thing I think on their minds today.
Yeah, they're certainly here to race and race well. Keep an eye on them up towards turn 3. No defence this time from Canterbury into the hairpin. And use that nice wide entry to get the best exit possible and potentially try and chase after a Feek in that Lamborghini, but at this stage certainly Super starting to stretch its legs over these Porsche Cup cars as we get some messages coming in from race control. That actually is the second warning for track limits abuses, and so our GT4 leader Grant in the Toyota Supra. The other one that's come through is was a warning for car 88. Porsche Cayman GT4. It's currently running 3rd in the class. So looks like drivers have been naughtiest first, if you can see the watches strap in our GTM category. And now you can see definitely Sean starting to get on the back there in number 10. Porsche Cup car. This will very much become a 3-way fight. Without too much effort here. So they go a little bit of a defensive move. But again, that or it's just breaking a toe. Take your pick, I guess, because he moves over for the open entry of the front.
Can somebody please explain to me how anyone across the world hopes to see the brake lights of one of these 992 Porsche Cup cars? When I first saw the car, when it first broke cover, my very first complaint, I don't care about anything else, was how in the flaming heck am I supposed to understand when the car ahead of me is using the brake lights? They're incredibly difficult to see, particularly as the afternoon and the shadows start to lengthen here from Brewery Room and the sun gets in your eyes. You've got not a hope in the world. I think theoretically here, Dan, they're going to be keeping an eye on the attitude of these cars is about the best possible way. See that red strip? Not all of that is brake lights. Only the right and left-hand ends that actually are the brake lights, and that red strip on the rear end of the Porsche 992 spec. It's a different design from Porsche, something that they wanted to go with, and well, there you go. It lights up a lot better than I may have thought. It might be a sim racing thing.
Yeah, it's a reflector bar, it seems, and then the lights sit just below it. And yeah, I think, unfortunately for you, they might have been just done a bit of mischief. I mean, yeah, you see, it's a giant reflector bar, it seems, to try and catch light when you're racing in a situation perhaps where you have headlights on. As we're now keeping our eye on the number 38 Lexus RCF. Currently, unfortunately, running last in the GTM category. And this has got a twist aboard the wheel of this one here for now. Just a bit extra with the track limits then. Be careful not to pick up a warning from this control for that one there. As then in front of them, Jack Rafan in the older 991 generation Porsche Cup. I think an Alpha Factory racing team by, let's say, Polestar. It's literally branded on the car, so yeah, you can read that carefully. That makes sense. So yeah, we saw that car out. I got to see that car out at Bunsen earlier this year. And,
you heard me prattle on how much I love that car too, the 991 spec.
Yes, you did indeed.
We went on for what, good 45 minutes, I think, across the course of the weekend?
Probably. But how about this? Let's go back to the 992 Gen cars, because they're the ones that are delivering some bit more of the spice as the Cantidi continues to defend from Tenart, sorry. 17 versus 15 here. Sean not quite keeping up in the number 10 third of these cars, but I guess at the same time, if you try like the most, just keep your nose clean. And be there should the spoils permit.
And on the most recent lap too, Dan, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car actually set the fastest lap of the race, 37.571. Current lap time, purple sector 1, purple sector 2. So I get the feeling that 37.571 may not last too much longer with the feet behind the wheel. I think we're about to see that one bettered. And the real question will be whether or not we see that lap time dip down in towards the 36s. Mid-37s, he's put 1.3 seconds on the last time by over these three cars. Look at them all, 864, 858, 856. Between the three cars, there was 8 thousandths of a second differential across that previous lap. And it's Cantidi that's the slowest of the lot of them. This time by, what's the lap time's going to be? It's going to be a 38.980, 38.907, 38.584. So the Fire Monkey car has started to light a fire underneath the hood of that helmet with Sean. His opportunities will progress as this race continues to progress, because right now Cantidi is the slowest of these three cars. Where are they going to set it up? Where's the opportunity going to be coming, Dan?
Well, I mean, the hairpin is obviously an enticing option, of course. Get their top speed at the circuit. For these cars, probably around 240, maybe 250 kilometers an hour. The GT3s can hit about 260 because they can carry a bit more speed through turn 1, but I guess at the same time, these cars here less aerodynamic, so they might be able to punch a better hole through the air. As we check in with our race leader, Feig, doing a very nice job here, bringing the 77 Lamborghini around, and that's a slightly stressed look there at the in the pit lane, I have to say. Good catch, but I don't, unless there's an issue there for the PFC Motorsport entry, it looks to be doing quite nice. Once again, putting about 1.3, actually it was 1.5 seconds on Cantidi in second place on that last lap. Really starting to flex some speed out of this Italian stallion.
Couple again in the first sector for the Lamborghini car, and you can see the margin is starting to really open up. 6.5 seconds at this point in time, so starting to stretch a really clean pair of heels at the front end for the driver of the 77 Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and then it becomes the all Porsche 992 Cup as the 17, 15 and 10 cross the start finish line. Lap time that time by with a 37.411 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, so they're continuing to be consistent with their outright pace. 6.20 fastest lap of the race, that time by 38.620 for the number 17, who leads the way in this second battle pack at the moment. And both of the other cars in behind, 38.8. So again, not much to settle these guys. The big advantage right now is for Cantidi, that car isn't wandering all over the road. The benefit, fresh air to that front splitter.
Yep, that is always valuable. Even though these Porsche Cup cars are trimmed out in terms of downforce, not designed to have a ton going on with them, despite, yes, they're GT3 based, but yeah, simplified rear wings, simplified diffuser, simplified front aero. Still, every little bit counts. And so, yeah, Cantidi certainly taking advantage, it seems. That's a little wide there from Tenart. Maybe trying to get it to cut back for turn 7 there and get a better entry, but it just seems to lose him a couple of car length or so. On Cantidi as they come from turns 8 and 9. Double right-handers here to send us back towards the start-finish complex and pit complex. So it was a little wide from Cantidi there, I think, as well. Whilst we check in with our race leader in GT4, Grant here, pulls almost 2 seconds on it's none in behind him in second. So it's a little spaced down here for our GT4 class in this race so far.
Well, at the moment, I mean, second, third, and fourth, I think, in this category, are all actually consistently really close in behind each other. So it's not a huge deal. If you have a look at the top four of this GT4 category, there's actually only 5.5 seconds that separates the entire field. There's less than a second as well between fifth and sixth out on track. So whilst the GT4 categories, they might be a touch more spread, there's nothing in that. The category itself is absolutely still alive, and as the race sort of continues, it's being led by the Toyota Supra at this point in time. It's Porsche dominance in behind it, and the two Mercedes-Benzes as well. Really kind of organised themselves, both classes, by car.
Well, we don't want that now, do we? Surely? That implies there's some kind of
balance of performance.
Well, balance. I was to say it more implies some kind of sort of performance tiers, if you will, as we look here at the number 99 Mercedes AMG. Currently has Decathorn behind the wheel, powering out of the final turn and trying to get after those two Porsche Caymans in front of him. Does have plenty of margin behind, so that there's a 44 entry of Fuji Wrap. And there's at least there's Caymans and two more Caymans that ran out the field in behind him. To say,
I think, Dan, just thinking back as well, do you remember back to Bun Sen? And, one of the biggest things I think for this Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand this weekend is they've just crowned themselves the GT3 champion. This is a phenomenal success from that outfit, because do you remember back at Bun Sen what we were celebrating was the success of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand at the Nürburgring 24 Hour as well. So, a team and an outfit with an incredible amount of pedigree. And yeah, look, some might say, well, there was some luck involved, but at the same time, they, not outside of track limits. We've walked away from this weekend with track limits on our noses and in our ears at this point in time, as the Fire Monkey outfit try and apply some pressure now to the ailing Moncol Motorsports number 15. Had a broken front left upright yesterday, and a wheel dangling off the car at the end of turn one, and the first of our lapped cars starting to be caught by the Super Trofeo at this point in time. And but it's been a successful 2023 for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand.
It sure has indeed. In fact, actually back at Bunsen, a whole, not just noted by us, which is a whole celebration of their success this year, which was just one of their successes at the Nürburgring 24. A credit to that team, and now able to wrap up the year with a success back at home in the GT3 category as well, taking the top honours there. This dueling here between the 15 Moncol Motorsports and the Fire Monkey Motorsport entry is looking very interesting indeed. It's Sean Thong. Probably Sean Tong, isn't it? Because that one there. While all of this has been happening, I've just noticed we've got a lot of warnings to come through for black flags. So actually, let me count them. I count 7 cars have been warned for black flags. Now, we did mark off already 2 of them. Actually, we've had 7 come in as a result. So it's been an interesting race, and I think maybe Stuart's having to catch up after what happened on lap 1. Where, as I've seen in the chat, no one seems to be running the standard racing line within the white lines at turn 1. It's apparently optional.
Well, it's the safest way. How do you leave the most room for everyone else? We use all of the track's extra circuit boundaries to get all the way down in there. And this Fire Monkey outfit's starting to really look good on the run into turn number 5. That's where they look the most strong. And then the entry to 6 as well. The Moncol Motorsports car might be struggling at the front end for a little bit of grip and a little bit of turn in at 5 and at 6, and that's where they're starting to pounce. And now the fighting in the GT4 category starts to spice up as well. The championship rivals, the 88 and the 99, battling each other out, and the Mercedes-Benz might have got the horses to the floor just a little bit better in the final corners. A 3-way stoush for second on the road in the GT4 category, and defending to the inside, covering it off is Shannon. Decathorn right there and ready to pounce if any mistakes should be made by that Porsche.
I mean, just focusing on good lines, you'd think, but then also very much hungry for the slipstream. Can he get to the inside? No, going to have to go a long way around in the 99 if he wants this spot at the hairpin. Also got the blinkers on a little bit there, it seems. And then, oh, they're in deep, very deep indeed there. That's actually torched the rears on the 88 B-Quik Absolute Racing Cayman, and that will be enough to exchange the positions there between those two cars. I'll be pretty happy about that. Chang on there, maybe just suck it into overly aggressively defending that spot, and as a result, it takes a bit of a short-term pain for it.
You absolutely know that that flash of that lights was just to fill the mirror of the 88 as much as he possibly could for Decathorn. He's gone searching for a spot to be robbed, and the 88 has been found wanting very deep. My word, that was deep down at turn number 3. Either way, it's now been decided, and for the 77 car of Afik, comes across 3 cars, all line astern, as he comes through turn number 7 and 8. And the run down through turn number 9. So finally manages to make his way around the first of the Porsches. There's nothing to do here. It's just it's a one-line groove, unless you can get alongside. And he's looking for the overlap, looking left, looking right. Finally gets the power to the floor. And now covering is the 59 car. And there'll be a Lamborghini Super Trofeo will be trying to slot in the middle of this. And for Afik is really trying to use all his years of mastery of navigating the multi-class. And I tell you what, isn't that just a sight to see? Of multi-class racing that we all love to see right the world over, Dan, because that is it right there. I'm worried now because there's 3 Porsches coming the way of this little group, and this is going to be tricky to navigate the next 5 minutes or so.
It could be, yeah, and it'll come down to exactly as you said how these guys are going. There's another little flash of that lower strip of lights, and in fact, very deep under brakes. Oh, that took a little deep there. Wobble from Decathorn in the number 99 Mercedes, but somehow able to keep it together and almost get up alongside the 59 of Nunin. Now, despite all of this fighting on track, we actually need to note that the 59 Porsche there of Nunin has a 5-second time penalty for track limits abuse already in this race. Decathorn wanted the inside with his Mercedes and is now opened up the door to Chang to take the place back at turn 5.
And did you see that? He had to bail out of the throttle. He was ready to get back to the gas in the 99 there as well, and he couldn't do it because all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Shannon's found that Porsche and parked it right down on the apex. Another 59 slow as well. Shannon's looking for an opportunity. The 59 is struggling on the brakes right now, and I wonder whether or not there wasn't contact on the run down to turn number 8 as they tip it in now at 9. And here comes the Porsche Cup cars. They're going to be in the background there, side by side, through 9, through 10. And have a look at Decathorn, who's going to be trying to line this one up as well. So Shannon and the 59 entry with Nanan at the wheel, and here comes the first of the Porsches as well, and blocking them all the way to the inside. They were 3 wide for a moment. They're still 3 wide to the outside. Back comes through the 99 car. Decathorn gets that spot back away. It's now going to be Nanan, Decathorn, and Shannon as they cut their way through. And the Porsche Cup cars are still coming. It's not decided because Shannon was looking to go side by side. Here comes the 17 car. Sorry, the 10, the 15 and the 10 as well now to the inside at turn number 1, trying to get the power down. And this could be the opportunity the Fire Monkey Motorsports car was looking for.
I mean, they all got all kinds of crossed up there with our GTM Porsche Cup cars, trying to find a way through the GT4 traffic. It looks like that might not be an option here because they're both in deep, clearing that Cayman. And in fact, they've both got in so deep, they almost cross each other up and actually chopped their 59 Cayman there a bit there on the exit of turn 3. We'll keep an eye here on these 2 Cup cars. Simon Tong right up the gearbox here of Tanat as they try and get something figured out here. We're coming up towards the compulsory pit window as well in this race. Looks like through turn 4 there, Tanat does enough to protect the position for now, and turn 5 not enough, although he's a little wide through 6. Which does that give an option here for Simon Tong as they come through then the right-hander of turn 7? Close, but I don't think quite enough as he runs that curve right down the middle of the car.
Yeah, split up, sitting on that curve as they run down into turn number 8. Now the tip in at 9 and continuing to harass the back end here. The Fire Monkey car all over the Moncol Motorsports number 15 and wiggling all the way through turn number 10. So those rear tyres have now been absolutely superheated for the number 15 Moncol Motorsports car, and here comes the Fire Monkey entry. It was a slow starter, wasn't quick in the early phases of the race, and now look at the response as they go toe-to-toe. We've seen the utmost that Thailand's got to offer in terms of multi-class racing. Look in the background as well, it's not resolved itself.
No, the GT4 racing is far from done as well. And then this fight for currently third, as Candidate's been able to break away before they hit the traffic there. As we've still got there these GTM cars trying to clear our GT4 leaders and be on their merry way once again. It's through turn 3 once again. Both drivers, Seth Martin, Simon, Tom, fairly even on that occasion, although plenty of headlight flashes now coming from the number 10. Definitely not afraid to try and play the games. Looks like that tonight, certainly keeping eyes forward, although he'll now lunge up the inside of our GT4, who actually quite wisely says, yeah, I'm leading the class, I'm under zero pressure, let me just step aside for you.
Well, it was a perfect opportunity for it as well, like heaps of space, heaps of room, and cost himself, a couple tenths as opposed to the rest of those guys. But how desperate was that lunge from Sean Thong, who was trying to get down the inside and trying to get racing. They nearly made contact with the GT4 cars. For the 88 car, Shannon, who's just hanging on to the back end of Decathlon at this point in time, a 5-second time penalty, that was contact there to the Moncol car. So now Sean Thong has not just said, hey, I'm sick of sitting here, he's now starting to tap out a little bit of a hurry up. Does somebody want to break out the old Morse code? Because I get the feeling that Tenart's going to need someone on the pit wall to start decoding that message for him.
Yeah, well, one more lap at the very least here, because the pit window opens in 10 seconds' time. When we hit that marker, as there's this scrap still going for second in GT4 as they go around the final turn. The pit window is officially open. Will we have any takers straight away? I guess I'm not too sure just yet, as we watch this group fight. Unfortunately, 59, in fact, actually, 59 and 88 both have time penalties, and this is pretty recent too. It looks like 99 also picked up a time penalty. So hey, boys, it's on.
Hang on.
You're all fight. You're all on even footing. Just that you've also got yourselves all penalties by doing so. As our first pit stop of the race within the window is going to be the number 33 991 generation Porsche Cup car, and looks like Jack Fan will be handing that car over to Pao Fong as they bring it up to their pits there towards the front of the lane. So I'll get to work on that car. And, send it back out.
You said towards the tail end of that GT3 race that you were starting to lose a little bit of energy. I get the feeling the last 45 minutes might have just revived you, because I'm revived. We've gone from a couple of races that were sort of bleeding off into obscurity, and all of a sudden, in the last couple of races, the last couple of outfits, and the last times we moved to the circuit for the Thailand Super Series for 2023, we've got a 3-car battle in GT4. We had a 3-car battle in GTM for a little bit of time, and it's not resolved itself just as of yet as well. And a championship defined in the dying stages of a GT3 race. It's been an awesome weekend for Buriram. My word. All of a sudden, I think I'm going to have to buy a GT4 if I can afford it.
That's a bold suggestion to upgrade yourself that way. As there we go. Actually, we'll take the opportunity to peel for the pit entry there. So, not a bad call there from the 99 Decathlon to lose as little time as possible by just hanging it out wide and throwing it into the pits. Get himself also out of that battle pack that had been brewing. There's your first pit stop complete for 33. We'll head back out onto the circuit. They'll now have Pao Thong on board as Ferrari Challenge entry will come into the pit lane as well, under 25. So that had, I believe it had Canter Stack aboard, and we now have, that says Kitapol on there. And I don't see up. Check the interest on that one there again. Make sure I'm not.
I wonder whether or not Superkit was the last timing revision that was that Superkit was supposed to get in, and the timing charts I've got actually said that the Superkit was the secondary driver on that one. So the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari 488 Challenge car might have some updates coming to you on the 25 entry. In the meantime, though, leading the way is Afiq Yazid, the Malaysian driver, the silver-rated international standard driver for Vitana PFC Motorsports Lamborghini Super Trofeo. When they've completed laps, they've been in the lead, and the difference has been they've completed the laps this time by, and that 59 car starting to really struggle on its rear tyres, has done for a long period of time as they crest out through turn number 11. I wonder how long these guys will go. Just the fact that the 99 cars peeled off to the pit lane very early might draw another one of these cars into the lane. No, all of them are staying out. The 33 car in behind as well, the 991 generation Porsche that is run by the outfits of Alpha Factory Racing by Team Polzar. Jack Raffan handed this car over to teammate Falfong, and it's now behind his wheels. Another one of the GT4 entries, the number 9, comes to the pit lane, and driving duties for the weekend done for Yuriko De Jesus. We'll hand over to Highway Kun for AAS Motorsport. That looks like a race out of pit lane there, Dan.
That does indeed. 25 and 38. Yep, coming out of the pits together. So keep the pole up against
Tsuchikori, yeah.
Yeah. Sure indeed. As there we go, 66 brings it into the lane. There. So that's Swechi Party. That's the second of our absolute B-Quik racing machines. I mainly want to watch for the 88 or the 59 as there comes the 99 now, finally. So that felt like it was in there for quite some time. Was that Mercedes? And in fact, Nathan actually scored as our last running car. 2-minute 46 pit stop. That surely that's a little bit longer than their competition requirements.
The GT4 stops are longer. The GT4 stops are about, I think they started about 150 seconds to 2.5 minutes. So that's quite important. They were the first of the GT4 cars to stop as well, so they will go the furthest down and then sort of come back. But we'll keep half an eye on that one. In the meantime, number 9 is under investigation for a pit lane entry infringement as the second place 59 car, the Porsche, comes to the lane. It'll be Nannan to hand that one over. And is driving duties for the weekend done as Pruderat comes to the lane. And Pruderat's, I believe, a single entry driver as well. Yeah, so there'll be no driver swap done for the 44 car.
Yeah. Up on jacks it goes. Check on / swap off the tyres maybe. So I guess they're going to take their time, it seems, on that one there. And there's a rush with this stop. Just get it all done right, and then you can head on off. As I'm watching these stops here. Okay, the numbers starting to pour in now for cars that have completed their stops here. They're all over 2 minutes, so yeah. It just means, yeah, you're basically losing an entire lap and change. To a pit stop. The number 9 Porsche Cayman will head on out there. So Huai Kun will get going as the 99 Mercedes passes by. And that there would have been for position, I believe. Nothing did clearing that car, but let's just shows 11-second difference in pit time. There you go, as that's the 66 away. Once again. Alright, there you go. That actually says a lot there, because I believe that'll be on the same lap as well, which means that the Mercedes is a long way ahead. And Scott and our GT4 leader will bring number 19 in.
That's the 33 car back in.
Good.
They've already been in.
Good spot.
So whether or not they've got a loose wheel or something, as well, penalties come in for a pit lane entry infringement. So a white line cross for the number 9 car in the GT4 category. The 15 is also being investigated, I believe, at this point in time, which was the Moncon Motorsports car. So whether or not that's also another pit lane entry infringement as well, potentially. And when that sort of stuff flashes up on the timing screen, I haven't seen it investigated and then no penalty being issued. So I get the feeling for the number 15 that they are probably in a little bit of strife. 27 minutes left on the clock. Final 2 minutes of the pit lane window brings the Afik Saravit Lamborghini Super Trofeo number 77 to the pit lane on behalf, and indeed I think everyone now is just going to be diving into pit lane. So the Vitana PSC Motorsports car comes into the lane, as does your second place car. The 17 will have Cantadi behind the wheel, who will hand over to Natachak now for AAS Motorsport in the 992 Cup car. And that, I think, is going to cleanse the entire field in terms of the pit stops at this point in time. 77, 17, and 10. So the Fire Monkey outfit are also in with their Hong Kong drivers. They'll swap over from Sean Thong and hand that one over to Simon Chan. For the Fire Monkey outfit, silver driver across to bronze driver. 25 car is the only car in this field that isn't a silver and bronze pairing. Actually, my apologies. They're silver for the 25 Singer Motorsports Team Thailand Ferrari 408 Challenge car. Nata Vude in the 24 is a single driver bronze entry, and the 33 car, the 991 generation car, we've seen make 2 transits down the pit lane, a bronze and bronze combination. So in terms of things, every other combination, this silver driver's just gotten out of the car and handed over to the bronze rated driver.
Well, let's see how that plays out in this remaining part of those 30 seconds left for any cars that need to come in the pits, but not everyone's come in at least once, so looks like we are all good there. And the pit window will close without any further fanfare there, at least. There we go. Another 77. Saravut now behind the wheel for Tana PSC Motorsport entry. They can carry on their happy way at the front of the field. The 19 will now have Supapong behind the wheel of the Toyota Supra GT4, and then we'll just have to wait for the timing to confirm once they're all back out and circulating exactly what our margins are like. But that looks to be P1
Mercedes
and P2 there, yeah. So the 88 Mercedes have Natanid now, looking to be in a very comfortable position.
Well, it's the 99 Mercedes, actually.
Yep.
So they've jumped up into P2, and it's going to be the 19 that leads the way. But that margin's closed up a little bit through the pit lane cycle. You just see the Sunoco colored Mercedes flash through in the background of that shot, looking back from halfway down the straight between turn 3 and turn 4. And there's another Lexus that's in the middle there, but that's your GTM category car. So for the 99, everything is still in play here for them to come away and try and steal a race win. Sorry, my apologies, the 88 potentially come away and steal a race win. There goes the Lexus GTM. It'll get through down the inside. Tiptoeing around for this 19 car.
Very, very gentle indeed, yeah.
They're not up to speed. There is something wrong for sure with that car.
You think so? Because, yeah, that 99 Mercedes is about to go straight by him, and that's not ideal. Now, the 99 does have a 5-second post-race time penalty for exceeding track limits, but that will play out later on. Play out at the end of the race, but, yep, a bit of trouble there, it seems, as Saravut, though, looking pretty happy at the front of the field.
He's already gone past.
And yeah, indeed.
But I tell you what, we'll see this timing update here in a sec. Yeah, Nat Nid's just gone by, Sudapong. So the number 19 car has just been overtaken for the race lead. And it's the 99 and the Mercedes-Benz and the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco colours who accepts the race lead in GT4. That car was just supremely slow.
Yeah, now we've got to wait and see if it'll switch on. Or if it's going to lose more time, because that's not ideal at all. 5 seconds is a little bit of margin to play with, but you don't going from pretty comfortably in the lead to all of a sudden being, relatively speaking, feels like nowhere. But I'll try and keep you posted on that one there as we watch Saravut there. Just extending the track a little bit out of turn number 7. Almost doing the same at turn 8, but keeping some wheels on the curb there that time. But a healthy looking margin, that's for sure, for this machine. And Vude actually critically. In his pit stop, thanks to taking a much shorter stop than everyone else in the GTM class, able to jump up to second ahead of our Porsche 992 Cup cars. Okay, and there we go. So there is another video speaking of.
In terms of the overall pace of these cars from yesterday, from the qualifying sessions when they had the bronze-rated drivers in, Natavude was actually the fastest out of everyone in qualifying sessions. So he led us away from pole yesterday, had the incident in turn 1, which meant he didn't finish the race. And well, the way that all works is that if you don't finish the race, you're not eligible for success ballast. The problem they've got is that the 77 also didn't finish the race as well. So effectively, those two cars have been relatively close together. Although I've just had something flash up on the timing screen as well. It says the 77's pit stop is under investigation. So, same sort of thing. It doesn't get past to the stewards to have a look at that one until somebody's actually noticed something, and wouldn't be brought to their attention. We wouldn't be receiving a notification without there's something being going on. So I wonder whether or not that 15 seconds something may happen to that pit stop time, and we might see some sort of time penalty being. And it has been a weekend, albeit there's not been a huge deal of carnage, I would say, necessarily across the categories. There hasn't really been a huge deal of contact. There's nothing being car to car for the stewards to review. They have had a busy weekend making sure that all of the regulations have been followed down. And it's the minor little things that a lot of these cars, a lot of these teams can look to try and clean it up, and their targets for 2024. Stay out of the steward's office would be my recommendation.
Just maybe, actually, to update you on that there, it's actually at the 77, pit stop is under investigation. Their pit stop at a minute 59 looks to be about within the window for our GTM cars. It was the fact that, for Natavude in second place, the stop was pretty quick. The 77's also got a warning for exceeding track limits, much like the 25 there, marked on screen. Hit a pole behind the wheel of one of our, it's our Ferrari 48 Challenge, thanks to Singer Team Thailand. So that's another one to keep in mind there as well. And I'm being told to expect even more things to come through, as I'm seeing a warning for the 17 entry of another Chak and Canter D, as I think that was within the limits there for the 77. It was the corner before. Check out the record. Unless maybe both of them together count as enough to flag. To be honest, I think is it a strict white line definition? Is it going to be a curbs count definition? As there's the warning on screen for the 17, which is not ideal given that they'd like to try and take P4 away again from the number 10 Fire Monkey Motorsport Cup car. The 17 has definitely lost out though in the pit stop. We're dropping from third. Leader of the 992s to last of the 992s.
It's worthwhile mentioning because we had those three cars in the early phase of the race, all sort of relatively attached to each other, and the 17 car as well was the third of the cars not to finish the race yesterday. So actually didn't have any success time added to their pit stop. So in terms of things, it just looks to be a little bit of a slower stop. For the 17 car was 2 minutes and 12 seconds from entry to exit of that pit lane. So an interesting one there, and hasn't really recovered. In terms of the 992 standings, the 15 Moncol, it was the 15, I believe was the Moncol racing car, who's actually a fair way up the road at this point in time. Yeah, indeed. Sorry, my apologies. I've got them the wrong way around. The 15 Moncol Motorsports car was the one that didn't receive any performance time added to their pit stop yesterday. That's why they're sort of up the road, but the other two are just relatively attached to each other at this point in time.
And another black and white flag up on the screen there for Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche that time, the number 10 entry. So they'll have to be mindful of the track limits for the remaining 17 minutes and 35 seconds. As you see a bit of the GTM and GT4 overtaking full tons. 10 and 11. Got ourselves a bit of a GT4 scrap here. There's another 19 with Superpong behind the wheel has gotten up to speed, but now got a Holway Kun and Gujarat in behind now. So this is a proper three-way scrap for second place in the GT4 class.
Yeah, Pritorat was actually 2 seconds faster than both of these guys last time by, so supreme amounts of speed in the 44 Mercedes at this point in time. And for the AIM Motorsports Mercedes-Benz AMG, they are attempting to see if they can find their way past the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team car, and also that of the team number 9 car as well for AAS Motorsport. You can just see it under braking. Mercedes looks exceptionally good right now, ranging right up on the rear bumper now of the number 9 entry. And we are going to have ourselves a scrap as Ho Wai Kun tries to hold off Pritorat, the background of this one. And don't forget that Sudapong is the driver at the lead of this trio. Looking for a way past this. He's just looking for the overlap, and the 9 car covering the apex very, very well. Might not necessarily be exceptionally quick when he gets there, but there's no holes opening up for that 44 car, and his focus looks to be really looking to try and preserve that car and look after it. You know, no contact, no damage. So
yeah, indeed, it was just the right amount of defense without being too compromised through that part of the track. So that is good to see. Working there for him, and then pulls all the way out to the middle of the road there. Now, that would be more the case of getting some very fresh air into the front end of that Cayman. There's a really poor run through turn 1 for Sudapong. Going to possibly make that super vulnerable, but again, look at this, up at out of turn 1 to turn 3. If the Cayman runs out of steam in a straight line to be able to go after. The Super is under brakes. Pritorat trying to cross over the number 9, and not quite the case for Ho Wai Kun. Able to hang on to the spot for now.
I get the feeling, Dan, as soon as he gets the nose up and alongside as the Ferrari challenge car from the GTM goes up the middle, and this car was supremely quick yesterday as well, but right now it is a 2-car battle, and that Ferrari challenge car gets in the middle of it, not looking to go offline either, to run right out and around the outside, but there's the hole that's opened up as he gets down the inside, down at turn number 7. Oh, all of a sudden, runs a long, long way wide as the 19 car, and what was a couple car lengths each between all 3 of these cars. We're back to a 3-way stoush. This time, though, it's going to be 4 P2, and there's the lunge for the 44 as he finally gets the nose up alongside, gets the job done. At 9, puts him offline a little bit for turn 10, and you saw the rear end of that Porsche wiggling all over. Final 15 minutes now of the season for your GTM and GT4 competitors. And with the finish line starting to come into sight, they are getting aggressive at the final moments of this one. The 44 nearly up the inside now of the Toyota Supra for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. And the AIM Motorsports car is applying supreme amounts of pressure to that rear spoiler right now.
Yes, indeed it is. And on screen there, 5-second time penalty for the 17 of Natachak for exceeding track limits. So unfortunately another car going to cop penalty for its troubles. And at the end of the straight into turn 3, Ho Wai Kun not able to set a move up on Pritorat there in that Mercedes AMG GT4. And another warning going to come in, this time for the 33 of Pao Fong in that 991 generation Porsche Cup car in the GTM category. So other drivers going to have to be mindful of the track limits, it seems here. Return 5, inside line open, but then the door slams shut as that Mercedes swings in from the wide turn in that they're looking for. It's a nice hook up through turn 6, and now on the bumper, wiggle there through 7. That hurts a bit of momentum, and then a slide though for the Supra on the way out, just compressing everyone back up once again as these cars definitely seen better days when it comes to the Hankook level.
Yeah, they're all starting to wiggle all over the place right now. We've seen multiple cars unhappy in the rear end, and that Porsche in the background of these two as the Toyota Supra, Mercedes-Benz and Porsche GT4 cars go toe-to-toe. And is that Nadavuda? I think that might be Nadavuda in the 24 car. No, it's the 38 that's going to get down the inside of the number 9 GT4 car as they get to the final corner. And then tries to switch him back before, just look at the size difference between the GTM car compared to the GT4, and there'll absolutely be a ton of ponies when they get down to turn number 1. Shows the nose as the 38 car, runs the 44 Puttarat nice and wide. They might not be racing each other for outright position out on the track, but at the same time, the 38 does not want to be held up, and that's compromised. The AMG now, as the Porsche gets way up alongside, and I reckon by the time they get down here, Danny's nearly just about going to have him cleared, which it took a number of laps for Puttarat to get to the inside of the number 9 Porsche. Now he's going to have to go around the outside, tries to switch it back yet again. He's so quick in the middle of the corner. There was contact, and off the rear end of that Porsche, I think that one is. I don't think that's come off the front of the Mercedes. You know what? It might have. It's actually a section of the front grille of that Mercedes has come off.
Nice little chunk there. It's now left behind. It's going to have a look at that one here on the replay. Trying to cut underneath, and bang! Right side of the grille meets the right rear bumper, right rear corner of the bumper of the Mercedes, and there you go. It shouldn't hurt that car too much to taking out that grille chunk, but has lost a lot of ground in that 3 corners whilst we're on replay there. Just trying, I guess, maybe get back into the rhythm, because unfortunately, all starts with the 38 of the Suchitori in that Lexus RCF GTM spec car. We're getting a bit hands-on as we actually check in with your GT4 class leader, now Nathanid, after the pit stops. Currently sitting very pretty.
23 seconds, I think he is. 23.7 seconds he has the last time they passed the start-finish line up as the 488 Challenge car in behind. Just a little bit of a flash and says, hey, I'm just about to come on through and take a lap off you. There's only 5.6 seconds in the race lead as well, Dan, as we're heading into the dying stages in terms of GTM. And a second lap faster was Nadavude on that last time by. So the car that was capable potentially of winning the race yesterday, it's lost its opportunity. Nadavude might get back the line on us in the final race of the series. It's going to be tight, though. So it's all on for young and old.
That it is indeed. And don't forget, we've got a bevy of time penalties that might shake up some positions. Actually need to go back through them and count them up again. 59 5-second penalty, 88 5-second penalty, 66 5-second penalty, car 9 5-second penalty, car 15 5-second. That's 5 penalties there, at a 6th penalty for car 17. Plus, your race leaders in GTM, the team managers to report to race control after the race. Apparently, I believe that comes through some issues that happened in their pit stop, I would presume, because they got their black and white flag warning for track limits issues, and I presume something else in the pits. Unfortunately, we don't know what it is that happened because of the Tana PSC Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo, but they look relatively comfy out front where the gap for them is about 5 to 6 seconds. We'll see in the updates as we continue to watch this scrapping GT4 for second on the road.
How good is this response now from the number 9 Porsche in your GT4 categories? Ho Wai Kun is continuing to apply pressure for AS Motorsport now to the rear bumper of the Toyota Racing Team Thailand. This is for second in class as it continues to be. That's the race leader, the number 99, who gets himself a warning. They get a warning for track limits violations, probably for the last time this season. 8 minutes on the clock. One more lap at the end of that timer. Timer's going to run all the way out to 0 at that point. The next time our race leader passes the start-finish line, they'll receive the final lap board. So 77 does lead the way. And the margin last time by for Saravid over Nadavude is 5.4 seconds. And again, it was about 0.2 of a second that last time by. So I think Nadavude actually ran into traffic on the last lap, which would have been the 88 car. And starting to actually come up on the back end of this battle. The race leader's actually just gone through of the battle for second place in the GT4 category. So that will play a part. The traffic will play a part in our overall win here as well. There you go. That's track limits.
I believe that happened right after the warning was issued, actually. That might have been right on the limit, as it were. They're pushing it too far, but I think that just counts as being okay there for Nadavides. Oh, hello! Second of our Lexus RCFs, Sushitori, unfortunately has somehow found themselves, well, for a moment there, perpendicular to the racing line as there's your race leader get around the last
Change of
corner.
position. There's been a change of position
there
in
has
GT4.
indeed. There has
Because that's
indeed.
the number 9 car, who's now up into second place, and the 45 car's gone through as well. So I wonder whether or not there's been a mistake from the 19 car. And that'll tell the story of what happened. So it was all on their own for the 38 Lexus. And then everyone else was coming on back through in the background. But there's been a swap of position now, and the response will be how quickly can the 44 car, if it can potentially respond, and get back up there and contest for second place out on track in terms of your GT4 cars as well.
Yep, that will be one to watch because the traffic has been pretty rough to them at times, it seems, and just breaking that group up as, well, there's your rest. Ooh, that's, well...
That's not good.
That's not good because Nadavude got the gap down. He's got the gap down to 3.7 seconds. Yep, as you said, fast car yesterday was the 24 Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Lexus. Looks to be strong again because there he is coming out of turn 7 as our leader here in Saravut rounds turn 8 in behind the second of the Lexuses here. Another warning for exceeding track limits. It's going to go out this time to the 66 of Zi Jiwenjun and Zhang Tianfang. I think they're using the car at the moment. Now running last in GT4 and outright, unfortunately, as a result. So we'll get through without too much fuss. Coming to 5 minutes on the clock. We'll get there just after crossing the line. There's Nadavude, and let's look at the lap times. 141.185 for Saravut, a 139.963 gap, 2.5 seconds. That one is very much up for grabs. I would say there'll be at least a lap, maybe 2, for Nadavude if he can clear his lapped teammate here fairly promptly.
Have a look at the rear wing wiggling around in a bit of the breeze and the downforce that's being applied to the rear end of the Lexus RCF. The 24 written all over it. Like we said earlier in the piece, it's been a successful year for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. At the end of that GT3 race, they didn't know that they'd won a GT3 title. By the end of this one, Nadavude is going to be right on the rear bumper now of Saravut. You get the feeling there's going to be 3 more laps at the conclusion of this one. I just don't think we'll squeak the 4th one in as they run off of turn 6, now back through the right-hander at turn number 7. The run down to turn number 8. And, yeah, Nadavude is absolutely coming. He's getting closer. The sector times are good for the driver of the 24. It took about half a second out of our race leader in the middle sector. And he's starting to come. There's another Lexus in the middle as well. So, for Nadavude, now is the time. If he wants to win this final race, the championship may have gone yesterday with that incident, and it was these 2 cars that made contact that knocked them both out of the race, and now they're going to go down to the wire, so there'll be no love lost here for Nadavude. And there'll be no love lost for Saravut, who might want some revenge. He might want to win out on track in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. What has the Toyota's Gazoo Racing Team Thailand driver got to say about this one?
What does he have indeed? I'm just wondering here, that clock was in about 3 minutes 22 as Saravut crossed the line, doing 1 minute 41s. Well, that puts us right on 0 seconds in 2 laps, well now a lap in 3/4 time. So maybe, is this a case of Saravut? I mean, it's a bit of a weird play here, but Saravut maybe just trying to do as little laps as possible here, like trying to cut one off. But going to be at risk of a lot of pressure from Nadavude, you would think, as they run here through turns 4 and 5 on what should be at the very most the 3rd last lap. It could be the 4th. It actually could be the 4th last. It depends on what his pace is like here. on this one and where we end up clockwise. Also, I guess maybe will there be some fudge factor, or is it a hard cut that as long as there's still a time on the board and they cross the line, it won't matter. Never mind that now. Because here comes inside. Oh, that was awfully close to contact there at turn 9. And round turns in. Oh my goodness, Natavuto just absolutely steamrolls past him.
Yes, well done, and the cheers and the applause go up for the Toyota Gazoo Racing team down in the pit lane. There was a gap left, and Saravit probably should have covered it deep into the final corner, very deep. Nearly buried himself in the back end of that Lexus. And it was a Lexus where they had to replace the entire front split of the front left corner of that car. They tried to get the car to back out there to score some points yesterday, tried to complete some race times, but they were 5 seconds lap. They were slower than the GT4 cars after the completion of the first lap. And it will be a weekend for Natavuto that he'll sit there and he'll say, yeah, I probably should have been a little bit more in contention for the championship in terms of the GTM outright standings, but it's been a reasonable season for the number 24 and the Toyota Gazoo Racing. It'll be second place in the championship. You cannot drop any further back than that one. And Saravit put up a stout defense, tried all he possibly could, but the driver, the 24, has got this one on lock at this point in time. It's going to take a mistake to let the 77 back by. What I want to keep half an eye on is how's that battle for second place, third place now, I think, actually in class, because Prutarat is at the moment struggling for pace in terms of the GT4 categories. There's been a huge response from the number 9 entry, and they've managed to hang on to their tyres quite well, still lapping the 1 minute 47s, but 1 minute 49s for the 44 and the 19 car in GT4. So there will be an on-track battle for third place in GT4 now, Dan, as well as we're coming through the final sector. I suppose you'll get your answer. Is there some fudge factor in terms of the timings? We might end up with 2 laps left to run here.
Yeah, we had a minute 42 when Natavuto crossed the line, and 1 minute 40 whilst overtaking Saravut. So he should get round here just in enough time to not need to display the last lap board by all of 2 seconds. And indeed,
line back there, yep.
We're now going to have ourselves... No, 1 lap there on the screen, so it looks like we are going to allow for some fudge factor. So, never mind.
Well, I didn't see the board. Dan. I reckon we've got 2.
But we had the electronic timing display there, where it usually would have the clock, it displayed 1 lap. Now, yes, it's true, we usually do get a chance to see up close in the pit lane the final lap board. We'll see that at the timing line. But our timing displays show final lap. The overlays here on our feed show final lap. So I think that will serve an appropriate purpose. Natavuto now coming up to half a lap remaining here to round off the GTM GT4 season. And they might just pick up, well, not might just, they will pick up Nathaniel here in the number 99 Mercedes GT4. Have our class leaders both come across the line pretty much together here at the end of this one.
In terms of the 44 and 19 car, in terms of GT4 as well, is still quite close together out on track, but we are on the final lap. Confirmation on your timing tower now. Natavuto on the run to home through turn number 9, where he got that job done. Only a couple laps left to go. Through the dip at 10, up and over the crest at 11. The run to the final corner, the final race for 2023. Your GTM car. He won't be a season champion, but he's going to be a race winner for one more time in 2023. Natavuto comes across the line for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. A race winner yet again, and Saravit will come home and he'll enjoy that in second place. And in terms of things, the next couple cars home for GTM will decide it. I've still got half an eye on this battle for the last step on the podium for GT4, because they should be in and around that last sector, last couple of corners right about now. And the GTM category that allows us to bring a whole bunch of different one-make race series from the world over. The exotic supercars that aren't designed to go racing against each other. The Thailand Super Series puts it all together. There is your race across the line for third place in GT4, and it'll be Prutarat who finishes on the podium in that one. The restrictors, the data is analysed in these cars for GTM to make sure that we can go racing. Only one Super Trofeo out there, only one 488 Challenge car
4 Porsche Cups of 2 different generations, and yet we still end up with racing like that, throwing a couple of Lexuses in GTM spec as well. That's what I love about this series, Dan. You sit down and you go, well, there's a Super Trofeo that we've got here in Asia. We've got a challenge car. What can we do to get them all out on track? And it's brought about racing like that. Nadavude confirmation takes your race win from Afik and Saravat. And Tanat and Munkong cross the line with Munkong Motorsports and P3 in class. That is your Supercar GTM podium and your overall for race number 8 of the GTM GT4 combinations. This is your results. And it's Decathorn and Natanid who managed to come home and take the race win in the 99 for YK Motorsports. It was Yuriko DeJesus for the number 9 car, and Ho Wai Kun Ho brought that car home, and Pruderat comes home to take a podium in the final race of the season. Final classifications on the screen as we currently see them, Dan.
That we do indeed. You can see a couple of cars mixed there in the middle of the pack, apparently. But yeah, great pace from Nadavude in the final stint to be able to take the win. Not the fastest car on track early on. That went the way of the Vitana PSC Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo there at the front of the field. That led them to turn 1. Have a watch there of the Ferrari from... Oh, well, actually, we saw it on the main feed, not the replay, unfortunately. They actually took the pit exit once they gathered it up on the way out of turn 1. That's how hard they were pushing, apparently, there. And it wasn't just the GTM field, it was the GT4 field that was certainly feisty as well. We caught that little moment there for the... sort of maybe one of the crew members of the 77, which is at a point where, well, I didn't see that there was any issues with this car and no stress whatsoever. And then, yeah, the scrapping here between these guys. You can feel that there, getting all kinds of out of shape was that Porsche Cayman from B-Quik Absolute Racing. And unfortunately, they did lose touch a bit with the cars ahead. They were fighting. For 60-minute race, compulsory pit stops and driver changes for most of the teams. Only a couple of exceptions to that rule. In terms of the swaps, there's another little wiggle moment for that Porsche Cayman. I think we caught that one live, Scott, but definitely had a moment. There was a little bit of contact for the race, it seems, between our GT4 cars, and then unfortunately a solo spin for the second of the Lexus RCF GTMs.
That's me. If there was anyone in the field that most embodied what I'd look like in a race car, it was the 38 there at the tail end. In terms of things, the Super Trofeo, we'd missed that as well. That never flashed across our screens for the 33 car. They did actually have 2 tours down the pit lane, and that was the moment for Nadavude, where he came through. Teams celebrated in style as they crossed the line to win the final race of the season for the GTM GT4 Championship as well. And wasn't it a stunner, Dan? That was great racing. GT4 and GTM both had significant battles up and down the field.
That they did indeed. And well, you said it was the final race, final race of the year for the GTM GT4 category, and that's the end of our time certain races for today. But we do still have 3 more categories of racing to come our way. So whilst Goody and the production crew at the track talk to our drivers at the circuit, unfortunately we're not receiving audio of this one, but it is all conducted in Thai language. So unfortunately we couldn't be able to provide any insights to that either. What we're going to do here on the English feed is take another quick break of about 15 or so minutes. Our next race for you will be the Thailand Super Pickup Class C drivers, with 12 laps around this circuit coming away. In fact, we've got 3 races of 12 laps each left for your action today. So feel free to take a short break. We're definitely going to take a short break here and make sure that we're recharged and ready to rock and roll, folks. Because, yeah, coming into some of the interesting bits and pieces when it especially comes to Super Pickup. At least it was pretty interesting when when I saw it at Bungsen. I'm going to hope it's similarly interesting.
Oh, yeah.
At the Chang International. And also you said that the variable boost dials might be a little more interesting. At least that might play a bigger role with how much...
My only concern is that I think from the 27 cars in the A and B classes of the Super Pickups, I think we lost about 9-10 cars yesterday within the race with sorts of engine blowups. We did see some more from the C-class drivers, but it wasn't quite as many. There was only 22 starters in the C category. They actually have to split them up. The A and B class drivers, they sort of put them together because there's a little bit less, they don't have to run 3 separate categories across the day because they just run out of time. So, but yeah, they do have 3 classes effectively going and the super pickups. But yeah, there was a lot of pressure, I think, being put on drive lines, drive shafts yesterday.
Well, we're also being told that it's quite possible that well, we actually did we have points on GT4 before we got started today? Apparently, it might have gone the way of the B-Quik Absolute Racing number 88 for winning the driver's title there. What we might do, as I said, we'll take 15 minutes here on the English broadcast to quick recharge and get ourselves ready for Thailand Super Pickup. Get some confirmations on things like championships for the GTM GT4 cars as well. And then we'll be back with you right here. So if you need a break, feel free to grab a break as well. But we'll be here ready for you in about 15 minutes' time.
Swadikap. My name is Prida Tantemsap. I'm the Vice President of TSS, the Super Series by B-Quik. Taking you to the world-class race control that we're having in Buriram circuit. You can see that everything is equipped, fully equipped, just like in many race control in the international events. Here, sitting with us in the race control, our doctor who will be responsible for watching what's happening on the track, and if there's an incident, unfortunate incident, that he will look into what will the doctor on site will be expecting to see. Pong will be responsible for controlling the radio and giving instruction to all the marshal around the track. Craig Bear, who's our driver standard advisor. James Taylor, our race director. Kun A is our assistant to race director, who will help with the translation. Our clerk of the course, and then followed by the other staff who will be looking after of the incident and replay, giving tapes and making sure those cars that is exceeding track limits are being warned if they over breach the track limits. This is our ASN steward, Kun Pom, our chief steward, Ricky. Next is Mark, who doesn't look like Thai, but he can speak fluent Thai and can help with the translation to the rest of the crew, who will be in charge of putting messages onto the screen, warning or black and white to the car or driving behavior, drive-through penalty, etc., etc. And hope you are enjoying what I have presented to you, and let's go from there.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and straight into the introduction to what the Buriram International Circuit, Chang International Circuit, looks like from the inside of the race control booth. That one presented to you proudly by Prida. You'll see all over the Thai coverage as well. So it's been awesome to see some communication from Prida. It was really interesting to get that insight into what it actually looks like and how many staff they're actually kicking around in there, because, you know, again, we talk to people in terms of what we understand, Dan Yeaman, from a sim racing perspective. There's a lot less bodies, but at the same time, we don't have to control flags. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do that. We don't have to have a medical officer on site and those sorts of things. Really, really important to get that knowledge and that inside intel into what it looks like to be part of that race control booth. At the moment, we're picking through our C-class drivers in terms of our super pickup classes. These guys raced under lights last night with the final race of the day, and it was an exciting one. 12 laps will be the journey for these guys in terms of things. We're missing just a couple of the cars. 4 slots on the grid were empty, won't make the final race of their weekend in terms of things, but there'll still be 21 cars out here in terms of the Super Pickup D2 class or C class only drivers. D1 class will round us out later on this afternoon as we pick our way through our starting grids. The track temperature and the afternoon temperatures starting to come down. Breeze is back, and temperatures starting to cool off just a little bit. Be a little bit more comfortable inside those race cars.
Yeah, it should be indeed. And well, yeah, these cars. Well, this is I mean, the A and the Bs might be a little, well, again, sort of a little bit more power. We'll see how they go. But drivers here in the Class C edition of our Thailand Super Pickup, we'll be looking forward to seeing how things go here. A mix of Chevrolet Colorados, Isuzu D-Max, Mitsubishi Tritons, Mazda BT50. Actually, they're the cars that make up this
Ford
Class
Ranger.
C. Ford Rangers, we'll see them in A and B. I can't see any listed on our timing for Class C entrance. I think I just heard a siren in the background. So there's some engines starting up as well there on the grid. I get the feeling we're maybe a minute or two away from the formation lap starting here. And then, yes, 12 laps of racing to come. That's our third last race for the weekend here at Buriram for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series finale in 2023. So not too long for this one here, folks. Some more information, yeah, scattered clouds rolling in apparently at the circuit. Unlikely to see any rain, however. So should be hopefully a pleasant finish to the evening. It's 20 past 7 for us on the east coast of Australia, but 20 past 3 in the afternoon if you're at the circuit or in that time zone of the world. You can see there's a couple of our empty grid spots there as we look from the grandstands down to the circuit here on the front stretch, and just waiting for the all clear to get this formation lap underway, Scott.
Yep, third empty grid slot, and I believe the fourth one just in front as well. So that's the 4 spots that are missing in terms of your starting grid, as they will roll around on the warm-up lap. And for those of us who were here yesterday, that 69 car, by the way, it's 69 on all of the wrap on that truck. It's actually the 90 that's actually registered at. So when you see that 69 car, it confused me to no end yesterday afternoon when we were picking through things. Yeah, is actually the number 90 truck. In terms of things as well, the Chang International Circuit, the owner of the Chang International Circuit also owns the Buriram United football club. It's why that's called the Buriram United International Circuit, and on our timing screens you can see that one just away in the background. And the grandstand, Troy was telling us yesterday, the seats, they use the same seats in the soccer stadium. This is how they start off from the racing grid. The number 90, Sang Chai, off along the side of Chayapon, Arnafap, and Akachat on row number 2. The 18 of Kittapong and the 98 of Woodapat on row number 3. Krekpong starts from row number 4 off alongside of Tirasak for AC Delco Thailand Racing Team. Row number 5 will be Kitasak in the 55 entry off alongside of the 42 of Wataya. Chaturavit in the 50 cents entry will be on the 6th row of the grid off alongside the 78 of Thanawat. On row number 7, it's going to be Serenyu off alongside of Sasanai in the 26 car. And on the 8th row of the grid with Pichai in the 97. And the 9th row of the grid will be 67 of Somnuk and the 28 of Chaiwat. Wudachai in the 69 and Poramate in the 59. And from the final row of the grid will be Chakrafan and Surachai in the 63 and 89 entries respectively. And you're about to witness probably not the biggest drift that we've seen all weekend. I think that one's already been won and done from the truck race yesterday in the final round of proceedings, but this is it. This is all that's left in terms of the weekend for the C-Class drivers of the Super Pickup. All that's left in terms of 2023 for these guys. 2 more races left to go after this one for your weekend as well. The GTC cars, which features your Trans Am, and there's 2 cars starting from the pit lane. As it currently stands, they'll at least get to be out there and be part of the racing action, but not starting from the starting grid. And we'll take the extra 2 cars. We won't complain too much about them starting from pit lane.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, we'll see them come around about half a lap left on this formation period. And get ready to go racing. There you go. That's already into the final turn there for our drivers at the front of the field here. So they'll get parked up in their starting positions once again. And then we'll get ready to see how these guys go here. 12 laps, standing start. Fast, furious, although there will be a good chunk of diesel smog to worry about. So much so we're curious to see. Hopefully no one gets picked up with a bit of a penalty, because we do have penalties for these cars for excessive...
We haven't seen one this weekend, actually, by the way, Dan.
But that's good to hear. Good to hear that they haven't had issues with excessive smoke generation. As waiting to confirm everyone's in position, as there's still the yellow flag there to the left-hand side at the rear of the grid.
How good's the animation on the board going up and across the top end of things as well, as the yellow flag still at the tail end of the field. Might see this one in just a few moments be rolled away and changed to a green flag. There it is, the green flag. So it'll be 3 standing starts in the next 3 classes as we get underway. Watch the lights as they come from right to left. When we get to 5 lights on, it'll be lights off, and then we're back to green flag racing. It's your Class C Thailand Super Pickups, and who's going to get the run on the way down into turn number 1? It'll be the 90 car away from pole position off alongside of Chayapon. So Sang Chai from Chayapon, and Chayapon did not get a good get away at all in the 66 entry. Artifap and Akachat got a really good getaway from row number 2, and they all seem to fan out as they get down through turn number 1. And look at them, they're 4 wide. Someone missed the gear on the inside there down towards the tail end of the field. And here is the super pickups. There's a cloud of soot smoke on the run down to turn number 3 for one of the most exciting categories you're likely to see all weekend long.
Now look at that here. I see 3 wide there, halfway down the field. Plenty of 2 wide as well. Borderline almost 4 wide from over there.
Oh!
Spinner at turn 3. It's the first time we've had a truck around, or car around this weekend. Looks like it's just going to be the one truck, AC Delco number 19. And it will be Tirasak, unfortunately, going around here. Let's see if we can spot Tirasak. I think on the all the way on the inside there. Yep, and actually just locks the rear solo spin, Scott. So despite the aggression from a lot of drivers there, no contact. At least significant contact to note there. So all good for the first 5 corners as we then get a lock there from Super Pig. I wish I could spot the number on that one there, although I don't need to. There's a team called Super Pig. That'll be the number 89 of Surachai, Pen Pong, in that truck there.
Yeah, and everyone managing to make their way down and through the first lap relatively unscathed. And the other thing that's worthwhile pointing out is, don't forget, these are a semi-slick. They're not out-and-out slicks. The grip levels are at a premium for these big, heavy trucks, even with a little bit of downforce attached to the rear end. And we've seen some amazing shots from the starting grid of different frames made up to attach rear wings to at the back end of those trays. Well, in the meantime, the 90 car is going to lead the way back down to the final corner and lead us across the start-finish line for the first time. So it'll be Sung Chai from Wootapat, from Kittapong, Chai Fong, Anafap, Krukpong, Surachai, Poramate, Akachat, and Chaturavit. I tell you what, Akachat has dropped a number of spots, was actually up on the second row of the grid, and he's all the way down in 10th spot at this point in time as the run down to turn number 1 from the truck that certainly had a wild ride down at turn 3 yesterday in the 66 entry. And best drift of the weekend, Ward, certainly went the way of the 66 car.
89 there of Surachai. Liberal use of track limits, or lack thereof, at turn 1. I got 2 spots as a result of that. I think that might be looked at a little closer. As the 77 of Arnafap there having a bit of a moment and then some. Missing a gear, perhaps trying to get through the hairpin at turn 3, and just lost about 5 spots in the process. Definitely a handful, these super pickup trucks, and as a result, you've got to be on your A game if you want to make sure you're not falling backwards through the field here.
Yeah, and they'll settle themselves down on the second lap of 12 on the run down to turn number 5. In the meantime, Sung Chai has got a whole bunch of paces trying to skip clear at the front. It'll be the 98 of Wootapat who's going to go after him and trying to challenge Kittapong and Chiapong in hot pursuit, albeit Chiapong under a whole bunch of pressure, and we're going to see a number of places change when they get back to the start-finish line this time by. The blocking for the 66 had to cover to the inside there, and they all managed to sort themselves out down at turn 8. The entry to turn number 9, and Sung Chai has got a little bit of a problem here because Wootapat's start to crawl all over him as they exit out of turn 10 and through the crest at 11. It'll be the run down to the final corner on lap number 2 where Sung Chai might finally lose the lead, and, well, it's a challenge from the 98 car. Takes him all the way down there for Wootapat, but he gets a terrible launch off the final corner, and that has invited Kittapong to get back in and underneath these guys, but finally got that truck wound up. Here comes Wootapat to the inside, gets the job done. He'll steal the lead when we get down here to turn number 1, and Song Chai in the 69 coloured truck in the 90 entry steps 1's place further back, becomes P number 2, and keep a eye out for Surachai in the 89 entry in behind these guys as well. Meantime, the trucks will run down to turn number 3. Song Chai's still not given up the battle for the race lead with Wootapat. Have a look at the line that Kittapong's got to go through as they round up turn number 3. And one truck off to the right-hand side of our shot right there, left-hand side of the previous shot. And for Kittapong, I'd be a little bit concerned about seeing him wiggle the rear end of that car all over the place. 12 laps to go. 12 laps the duration of this race. You want to be looking after some of your tyres. Give yourself something to fight with in the dying stages of this race. Suratrai starting to make a little bit of ground back up on Kittapong as well. He'll have Poromate to dice with as they come down through turn number 6. The run to turn number 7. And for the 3 trucks from Kittapong, Suratrai and Poromate, albeit I think there might be a problem for the 18 truck of Kittapong. Not necessarily got the same pace that it did have before as they enter turn number 9, the right-hander before the dip. There's a lot of black smoke coming out the rear end of that car, and I wonder whether or not it's just not generating any horsepower at the moment.
Yeah, that cannot be healthy. No. Not even close. And yeah, you watch these two here have made their way down to the final corner. I expect to see a truck probably peel off here in the background. I think it might have, but then we've cut to this shot of absolute bedlam here further on down the order as this bunch of drivers, I think, starting with the number 9 there. Number 9, Krekpong, was in 8th place and still is in 8th place there as they cross the line. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then further on back, at least another 4 or 5 trucks.
Yeah, it's confirmation as well. Suratrai did actually head on all the way down into that pit lane as well, so his race might just be about done. And the run down to turn number 3 on the current lap is going to be heavily defended because here comes a surging truck to the inside of Krogpong. Starting to find some time, and around the outside is the 66 entry of Chaiapon, trying to hang on to his spot, the 54 and the 4 in the background as well. Saranyu and Supercorn starting to come through from the back of the field for Supercorn. Jackrafen still in around this battle as well, so 66 will still manage to hang on to it, but here comes the 54 car. The Saranyu is going to try and get up the inside, 3 wide on the run down to turn number 4. Had to back out of that one. That gap was always going to close. It's the 66 truck, and Supercorn left no room. He will be 3 wide as we run down to turn number 5 on lap 4 here from this afternoon over in Thailand. The 66 truck is not giving up any of these spots, hanging on inside the top 10. And the 9 of Krekpong starting to really apply the pressure as well.
That he is indeed, as we then watch just in behind there. Was too wide, but they'll sort that one out pretty quick. That's Supercorn in the number 4 entry there for Amone D2 Motorsport. And I think getting past, well, behind him at the timing line was Jackrafen, but I can't quite read the pink on that truck. It's unfortunately a bit of a hazy with 54. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I think it might have been the 54 is Saranyu.
Oh, sorry, okay, he lost a couple of spots. Right, there you go. That'll answer my question there. And unfortunately, it's just like trying to get a read on some of these truck numbers. Unfortunately, this hot pink number, which I'm sure is great for visibility in person, it unfortunately is a bit hard to read at times. So I guess, and our timing only updates when they cross the start finish line as to their exact position. So it's, I guess, a bit of a curveball like so. But 4 laps in the books, 8 remaining as they work their way down towards turn 3 once again here. Looking at now the 80, is it 66? Was it there again for Chaiapon? Well, we'll look further up the field here for a second. That, I think, is the 53 and 26 of, pardon me on that one, Poromat and Chaiwat as 34 of Akachat going to swing around the outside and take that. A big lock
smoke
there in front of them, though. Or is that out the rear?
I don't think that's a lock. And the 34 car, that might be some smoke and some oil trailing out from the rear end. It was the 34 that was just in behind it. I think that might have been Woodapat who was blowing smoke. And the, yeah.
98.
It's the 98. So it was Woodapat. And that truck is blowing up, so that won't see the end of the race. He's going to have to try and find somewhere to step wide and get out of everyone's way. Well, he was leading the race. The smoke stopped, so we're going to say the engine's still running at this point in time. Probably looking for somewhere to try and escape. He's just gone past an escape road just down the end of the shot down there, just between turn 8 and turn 9. Either way, that's ended our lead back to Songchai. And Akachat now steps into P2. Poromate starting to make some time up in the background as well. So he'll arrive on the scene nice and quickly and become a three-way battle for the race leader. Pole sitter manages to hang on to things. And for Akachat, here's an opportunity to win a race to finish out 2023. We talked about it. It's on the pace car. All the Christmas gifts getting around the back end of the livery of the pace car. All I want for Christmas is Song Chai to get a race win.
Yeah, props to you on that one there. That went pretty well. There you go. Gets past him on the run out of turn 1. Unfortunately, we missed exactly when that happened, but gets round the outside, takes the inside for turn 3, and we'll steal that one away as they head through the hairpin. And let's see how much sideways action. The answer is not much, ideally, because, yeah, going sideways isn't going fast here. That's a truck pulled over to the side. How long has that been over there, I wonder?
Well, that truck's been there, I think, for a little while now, because it was at the exit of turn 3, wasn't it? And that was there, I think, from lap 2, so not 100% sure. We've got a couple trucks that have gone missing. One of them is Woodachai in the 69 entry and the 67 of Somnook as well, and we don't currently have timing right now on Tassanai, although I don't have them recorded at all in terms of lap time. So the two non-starters were Somnook and Woodachai, and it's the 26 of Tassanai who's gone missing. I did say prior to the race there was 4 grid slots that were missing. 2 of those managed to return back to the circuit. So the two non-starters, Somnook and Woodachai, confirmation there that they're having a look under the bonnet of the 98 car. And unfortunately for Woodapat, climbs out and commiserations, because he knew he was in for a great shot of a race win at the tail end there. And the truck's unfortunately just for him giving up the ghost. But that's presented an opportunity for Songchai and Akachat to go out there and have a crack in terms of things. Poromate's still sitting in P3, and such is the nature of the super pickup class here of the Thailand Super Series. Strap a wing to the rear end of it, and for Akachat, generating enough downforce, generating enough power. Well, it looks like if he wants to pick himself up a gift for Christmas of a Songchai win, he's going to have to find some time halfway through the race now. And for the Hankook semi-slick, starting to come out a little bit of heat, starting to come up against a little bit of pressure. You're going to see a few of these trucks starting to wriggle around, Dan.
Yeah, that we will. Now, you know how you said we hadn't had a truck black flagged for the excessive smoke? Well, whilst you were having a chatting there, unfortunately, yeah, the number 56 truck, now where are they? Pardon me, of Jaturovit, the TP shot by Suzu D-Max. Unfortunately, they've come run afoul of that particular rule, and so they will be serving a drive-through penalty for that one there. They also have a warning for exceeding track limits. They're starting to come in now from race control for those drivers who are starting to push the white lines a little too much, almost at the halfway mark in this race for our Super Pickup Class C competitors to end their season.
Here we go!
That is a move and a half and a locked inside front, but the 53, if I saw that right there, of Poromat gets that one pulled up nicely and should have that one secured as he then shuts the door through turn 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, these trucks are designed for a little bit of off-roading and carrying some weight around in the rear end, so Songchai is going to make use of some of the extra circuit spaces, albeit 1 tyre, 2 tyres in the grass down at turn 6, through 7, through 8 now, and the run down to turn number 9, and have a look at who's arriving. In the background is Chayawat, as the locally made production utes of Thailand start to put the power down around the Chang International Circuit. Next time past the stripe, it'll be 5 laps left to go. Put your hands together if you can hear us over in Thailand. Let the drivers know exactly what kind of show that they're putting on in the racing for you. Akachat leads the way. Poromate is going to come through. Oh, my word for Poromate. Those rear tyres on the 53, all of a sudden, just gained about 15 degrees Celsius, because here comes Chayawat, and all of a sudden, Songchai might apply the Bunsen burner to the rear end of the 53.
That was something fierce there for Poromate, getting all kinds of loose through the final turn, and as a result, it's going to be Chayawat on Songchai here out of turn 1 as they head down towards the hairpin. Nose ahead for the D-Max on the inside there. That should be move just about done. We'll see here under brakes, has the number 90 of Songchai got anything left around the outside? The answer, I don't think. And they're too deep, going to run way wide, although The 28 there of Chai Watt very tight on the inside, but that helps secure the job done there through the turn 3 hairpin. Now, can he chase after Poramate there for P2? And don't count out someone there like Arnafap there trying to catch up as the 56 truck of Jaturovic's been issued an additional black flag. Or, yeah, just been given a black flag. I don't know what for, unfortunately, there. They had the drive-through for excessive black smoke. And I think that's what they've just served now. So hopefully that truck doesn't go belching too much more smoke on him, which might put him in more trouble with the stewards.
Is that just... No, that is actually the indicator. I was looking at that going, is that light not going to cover on it? No, it does have a cover on it. It's just the awkward angle of the cameras as we look down at it. Poramate now has managed to make his way through into second place, but the problem for him, has he left enough rubber in the bank to try and hold off the hard charging Chai Watt, who's got pace late on? Chai Watt might have missed the gear right there. I reckon he missed the gear. I reckon he went for it, missed it, had to go back on the clutch and try and find that gear again. A box of neutrals for the driver of the 28, who finally finds some drive, and that's not helped Songchai. That was a pinch brake from the car up ahead, so Poramate might have punished his rear tyres. Now he's starting to put some marks on the front tyres as well from the Hankook semi-slicks, and now the battle pack between the 66. Oh, the 53's in the dirt!
That's going to be down at the final corner. That's buried. I'm sorry there for Poramate, but you're not getting that truck out anytime soon there. And looks like that has to have been still got a massive brake failure for that truck to have speared off the road. Hopefully there might be some footage of that from the final corner that we can have, that will be able to be viewed on replay, but we'll have to see what happens. And also the question of, are we going to have to go to a safety car? Surely that car's better to go from turn 1. Yeah, the brakes just like it's completely failed the truck there.
And then look at the last moment. See the big puff of smoke? He picked up the gas again and tried to drive it out the other side. So there'll be no choice but to deploy the safety car on behalf of Hankook. And I tell you what, are we going to end up with a one-lap sprint? We might have a one-lap sprint here. It's going to be 1 or 2 laps because the safety car is going to come on by. They'll come by and take the 3 laps to go marker. If they can get that car out of the gravel nice and quickly, we might get 2 laps. But I'm going to have a sneaking suspicion here, Dan. We're going to go back to green flag racing with 1 lap left to run.
Yeah, we might just indeed. There's a Akachat, your race leader there in the 34. Isuzu D-Max, yeah, coming up around turns 9 and 10 already.
He was gone.
Yeah, we'll see 3 to go this time by. So it's going to take a very quick recovery effort if we want this race to restart. And I think, yeah, it's going to be a question mark here as to whether that will whether that can be achieved here. To be honest, because I'm not entirely certain.
I'll tell you, Dan, I will tell you, during this class yesterday, we had a 1-lap safety car period. During this exact class yesterday, they got the car on the back of the pickup truck and they got it off the circuit as soon as they possibly could, and we got 1 lap under safety car. It was a phenomenal job. The marshals, I don't think, have taken any more than 2 laps unless absolutely necessary. Multiple cars sort of to pick up was the big one from the GTM class yesterday, where they had to pick up 2 cars at the exit of turn 1. But other than that, the safety cars haven't gone for longer than 2 laps. So we'll definitely get back to green flag racing, particularly with where that truck is. That's just to pull out of the gravel. They won't need to get the tow truck out there for it.
All right, well, time to wait and see how this all plays out. Safety car picking up your race leader at the run down towards turn 3. So we've got ourselves 3 laps to go. I guess if the safety car goes slow, this should be fine. It's just a question of how slow the safety car can afford to go. Because, of course, you've also got cars here that they have to go at a certain speed.
Can I just say, whilst we've got a little bit of a break on the broadcast in terms of this this safety car, can we lower the V8 Super Utes? Or they're not the V8 Super Utes anymore in Australia. There's just the Super Utes. Can we lower them and get wings added to them? Can we get the series director from Australia that looks after Super Utes to go over to Thailand and watch some of this action? I want to see some of these trucks in Australia.
I mean, it would be a little bit less of an abomination than what we've currently got. That's true.
We're
I'm not
commentators,
sure-
ladies and gentlemen. It's an expert opinion. I can tell you that for sure.
I'm not sure I'll ever be able to forgive them for what they did to our two-door V8 Utes that we had here, based on the Holden Commodore Ute and the Ford Falcon Ute, and replace them with. Well, they did replace them with Colorados and D-Maxes and Rangers, and Tritons. But it kind of felt like, yeah, it was just lacking a bit of soul. At least because I was just used to seeing Australian Utes. They don't exist anymore, unfortunately. There's a bit of a pickle there in that sense, to sort of replace.
Are they backing up this safety car to try and get us back to green flag racing this lap?
Maybe.
Because they're crawling around.
I mean, yeah, that's quite possible. Let's stop wishing for things that we can't have these days. I mean, yeah, because the other trucks that are still on track that haven't caught the queue, they're at a fairly reduced pace to make sure that they.
Oh, they've got it out! They've got it out!
Okay,
if they can get it out of the way right now, we'll go back green flag racing. The safety car queue is down. I reckon we've missed the window. Honest to God, I think we've missed the window. Unfortunately, that's the safety car queue, and I think that's coming off of turn 8, which runs down to turn 9.
That's 7. 7 coming to 8. But yeah, by now I think they would have called safety car in pit lane.
The lights are still on.
So yeah, that does mean we have a chance for the 1 lap sprint. We will have 2 laps remaining at the end of this one here. So it just means, yeah, we're condensing the race down to a single lap. Hopefully not a winner-takes-all brawl. Hopefully there'll be a little bit more.
Oh, it's coming in! The safety car's coming in! We're going to get 2 laps worth of racing, ladies and gents. Phenomenal. Great job, marshalling crew.
I like that. That is, yeah, it's bold. But it should pay off nicely here. So we'll see it. Safety car starting to make a gap to the leader already. We've got a couple of stragglers who, unfortunately, looks like they're not going to join the queue because they've got to meander around at a slightly reduced pace. So there you go, lights out. I think you might want to back up to the safety car, guys. No. Acrochat's kind of already pushing on. So safety car will veer right. Oh, so that's left, apologies. Apparently I can't do my directions. All right. Round the final corner we go. Green flag in the air at the timing stand. It will be the 2-lap dash to see who wins this Class C Super Pickup race. And all right, it's on, and it's especially on for second. Sang Chai going up the inside of Chai what? Place taken. 3 wide there in the background for 4th.
Yeah, I tell you what, it is going to be all on like you wouldn't believe. And who thought track limits were going to be counted? Because for Sang Chai, I thought that he might have an opportunity to try and win a race. He's disappeared backwards. Did not get an altogether good start. It was the 66, I thought, as well. So we've got another car up in here that we don't necessarily have the number on at this point in time. It's going to be Akachat who leads the way on the run down in. The 89 car is a lap down. The 89 car is actually a lap down, ladies and gentlemen. So he's not a part of this fight. And he'll be asked to step aside. Chiawat. So it's the 34 is the yellow car that's just gone through on the left. That car in the middle is not in contention. And then the red one of Chiawat is the 28 entry. So of this front 3, only 2 are on the same lap. And right now, Akachat is trying to put truck pedal to truck metal and hope that everything pulls up. Have a look at the driver of the 89. Surachai might be a lap down in the Super Pig entry. It does not matter. He is pushing on. He wants to get his lap back.
Yeah, talk about, flogging the thing to the very end here. He had that thing out sideways through turn 3. Track limits. What track limits at turn 4? And now, giving the leader a run for his money here through turns 8 and 9. In fact, according to what I'm seeing here, I'm not sure if it'll count due to maybe some liberal definitions of track limits, but the fastest middle sector on this restart lap goes to the 89 of Surachai. And see here, can he get back past the leader? Will the leader let him go here even? Does the leader know this is a lap?
Room.
The question is, does Akachat know this is a lapped car or truck that's trying to pass him? I don't think so, because that's not what you do if you're letting a lap truck pass. He'll see the final lap board there at the start-finish line. Hopefully he knows he's not lost the lead, because I don't know if he's going to get aggressive here or realize that he can settle back.
Did you see that in the background? Chiafon in the background in the green truck trying to hold off Kirkpong and Artifact for P3 on the road. So 89 gets through. is not fighting for your leader. For Chiawat, he's sitting in second place at the moment for your Class C of your Thailand Super Utes. We've got one more race of these guys left this afternoon. It's the A and B class drivers that will be participating the last race on track today. But for the meantime, the 34 of Akachat leads the way, fighting the lap truck at the 89, who will not know, I don't think, that he's about to be overtaken by the race leader. And for Chiawat, Chiawat is just hanging on a second place up in the background for the green truck. Keep your eyes on that. That is P3 on the road, and there is a stiff squabble going on over the final spot on the podium. Here comes the 77 of Artifact to the inside. He's got past Craig.
Leader's been hit.
Oh, the race leader's been hit by the 89. Chiawat goes through and picks up the race lead.
And here it is on the replay, and oh no, it's a Hail Mary dive by Surachai up the inside, locks the front tyres both, and smack into the side panels of Akachat. That is not how you want to win a race. As then, further on back, the 77 of Artifact, who was in the top 5, loses it through turn 4. Several trucks almost pick him up as well. Absolute carnage here on the final lap of our Class C Super Pickup race.
Now we take a look back to the front end of the field. We'll see what's available for us. At the front, it's the 34 that's come through with Akachat, but in front of him, it's going to be Chiawat. Chiawat's going to cross the start-finish line first to the final corner. Your Class C drivers for your Thailand Super Pickup class, and the final race win of the year goes to the driver of the 28. Akachat's going to come home in P2. Chiapon in the 66 is going to get it. He will get a podium at the last. Who's going to come home in 4th spot? It's going to be Kirkpong who gets it from Supercorn as well, rounding out your top 5. Crazy, mental, absurd. The only 3 words that can be used to describe the final race of the weekend for the Class C Super Utes. Super Pickups, my apologies. Wrong terminology.
Yeah, we get to lay claim to the Super Utes down here in Australia. Not quite the same as these monsters, though. And that will indeed do us 2 races left for the day. And, yeah, well, if you thought the Class C trucks were crazy, we've got A and B class trucks to come. That'll probably be something a little more crazy just to wrap things up there. As Chiawat, indeed, take a moment, good sir, to wave to the crowds at the circuit today and enjoy a lap back to the pits because... well, was looking happy and comfortable second and gets himself a win. Thanks to, unfortunately, yes, a bit of drama.
Akachat, no idea. He had no idea he was fighting with a lapped car. And Akachat, well, the 89 wouldn't have known either, necessarily. I wonder what put him multiple laps down because, in theory, he only completed 10 of the 12 laps. Now, he would have known that, which is really, really interesting. So, anyway... such is the fate sometimes of racing. And there's no method whereby the lapped cars get to go back around and take their lap back either as a part of the CPU. So there's only 1 lap under the safety car. They did a phenomenal job to get us back underway and back racing. But that was a mad dash to the checkered flag. And the highlights reel, Dan, take us away.
Indeed. Well, as we've seen here with the racing action, the drivers... they're always keen to get going racing. They always like to give us a moment with the cameras on the grid. And, well, standing starts for this category means, of course, there's a whole lot of ducking, dipping, and diving straight off the get-go. And our first spin on an opening lap up at the turn 3 hairpin, unfortunately for the truck there, I think it was the number 18, if I remember correctly, a solo spin. No apologies. Where is the ACF Delco car? It was the 19 of Tirasak. Unfortunately, it went around all by himself then. Your pole sitter here, the number 90 truck, under all kinds of assault early on here. They're almost 2 wide, 3 wide off of the turn 12. There, 96 getting ahead there up into turn 1. Unfortunately, by 98, apologies for Woodapat. Need to keep getting his numbers right as they got through turn 1 there. But unfortunately, that was sort of towards the end of the good times for the 98 Schaeffler Racing Team truck because we saw how that truck ended up. And then, yeah, pretty... elbows out stuff here as one of our other trucks that had to come down the pits there. That was the end of Woodipat's race, unfortunately. breaking down, making it back to the pits at least, but an early day done for him.
Yeah, from there it was the 34 car of Akachat that led the bulk of the race, and then that car shooting off in the background was the 53 entry of Poorer Mate, who finished 2 laps down, stuck in the gravel. Safety car would come out and got the field all set back together. It was the 89, the lap down car of Surachai, who did end up making contact with the rear bumper of the 34 on the final lap of the race, heading down into turn number 5. And I tell you what, Shia Watt will be overzealous with that one. Manages to get the race win, 66. And this was how the 77 went around. Caught the grass on the inside at turn number 4. A big old wobble. And there was still more chaos. We didn't even see this.
No,
was
we
that
did not.
Supercorn? That was Supercorn in the 4 entry, making contact with one of the other cars behind him.
Well, there you go. How about that? Well, unfortunately for Akachat, unstuck with a lap truck at the end of the race, allowing Chai Watt through to take the win. And Chayapon there coming home in what felt like a distant 3rd place, despite the restart and everything there. But, well, nevertheless, kept his nose out of trouble to wrap things up. And that will end your Class C Super Pickup highlights and racing action from the Chang International Circuit this weekend. 2 races left for the weekend, or the weekend for us here on the commentary. Up next will be the Thailand Supercar GTC category. And well, that's in about 20 minutes that we're expecting those cars to get started. So I think what we might do is we might take one more 15-minute break here on your English production broadcast as the local Thai production team have a chat to the drivers. Unfortunately, we don't receive the audio from this anymore, which means that, apart from having any guesses about what they might be saying, we don't really have much more we can add at this point here, Scott. And on that said, I think Scott's already gone to take his break. So what I'll do is I'll jump off as well, and we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere here as we continue our coverage from the final day of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series in 2023 from the Buriram International Circuit. Hope you enjoyed the trucks. It's now time for the GTC category to take center stage.
speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the final race of the GTC category for the year, for the weekend, and our second last category on offer here this evening for your Thailand Super Series, proudly brought to you by B-Quik. Dan Yeaman and Scotty Rankin on the call yet again. We're rolling on the formation lap for the Supercar GTC class, a mix of Trans Am V8s, some Daytona Coupes, which we believe are kit cars as well. And yet again, the track map of the Buriram Chang International Circuit will play host to the final round of the competition for the Thailand Super Series. The Ventus F200s have been a phenomenal tyre for us. The full slick for the Super Compacts and the Supercar GTs categories for the weekend. And for the season right the way through, Dan, it's been a pleasure to see these cars out on track, because these are some of the cars we do have all the way back here in Australia. It's a mix of the Trans Am V8s, some GT4 cars, and other ons and ends to make up the GTC category.
Very much so. It feels a bit crude to say it's odds and ends, but yeah, the fact we have Trans Am V8s, GT4s, the Ford Daytona Coupe, we presume kit cars, yeah, because I've got a Nissan GTR. R35, got a Toyota Supra Mark IV apparently out there today, along with a Lancer Evo of some specification.
The Lancer Evo's new, yeah.
And an old Porsche 997 generation Cup car towards the back of the field, if it's out there. So, I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it the odds and ends category in the sense that, yeah, it's very much...
I call it the things we want to see on track category.
That sounds less blunt, and probably the one we should go with as a result. Well, there we go. They have their starting orders to form up here. And this is going to be between 12 laps of racing to come your way. Jack Lemvard on the inside. The number 44 has the pole position for Ford CRE, Lenotech, Liqui Moly Racing. Sharing that front row with Tanapong Pang in the McLaren 570S GT4. It's then Chem Yudilmaz and Jalen Robotham on the second row in the next of our Trans Am V8 Ford Mustangs. Then Siramet, Rafael Galina in the Ford Daytona GT Coupes. And from there, well, I would have kept going, but the order got scrambled because we're about to take the green flag here. Rolling start for the Supercar GTC category, and we are underway.
Yeah, and it's going to be immediately the Trans Am cars that get a huge launch. Unfortunately, still trying to wind up that McLaren 570S. It was quick yesterday, finished second place in the category, and there was some support for Chem Yudilmaz, who managed to come home and snag a podium this weekend. Have a look at the 570S, really trying to attach itself to the rear wing of Chem Yudilmaz. He moves to cover to the inside of the run down to turn number 3 for the first lap, and you expect that McLaren to be deep in the braking zone. It was supreme down there. Yudilmaz has managed to get away and get into third place, but how good was the braking for Sitanmo Thangapongpan, who manages to pull up the McLaren 570S. Lemvard leads the way, and it's the Daytona GT Coupe in the blue paintwork, I believe is Siramet, and in the 17 car, indeed it is. So he's going to slot into fourth place, and don't forget, it's Jalen Robotham in the background as well, the 88 car all the way over from Australia, the Trans Am V8 entry. He's running in a backup car at the moment. This was a ride car. Unfortunately for Robotham, the engine went on the number 88 car that they were using for the races in qualifying and practice on Friday. And they've effectively had to use a car that they invited over for guest experiences, has become their race car for the weekend. It's not trimmed out. There is still some excess baggage in that car. It's not a race car, but it's better than sitting in the garage all weekend and not getting to go racing. The difficulty here, though, for Jay Robotham is the final 2 races of the weekend. He's out here in the GTC cars. Will he be coming to you from the Super Pickups in the A and B class? Although there were some issues with the number 21 car in that race yesterday, which is what Robotham will be driving. So whether or not we'll see him back out here for the conclusion of today's racing, still to be decided. First lap of the final race of the GTC for the series out of the way. And I tell you what, the 7 car from the rear end of the field, Chayovi, was quick in that Mitsubishi Lancer yesterday. It struggled to pull that car up. The braking in the Mitsubishi Lancer is where the other cars around him are supreme.
Here we go, up towards turn 3. Robotham looks for the inside on Siramet, but can't find the gap up the inside. That Daytona Coupe was very deep under brakes into turn 3. A little bit of a lock that time. Once he gets the speed scrubbed off there. Can Robotham capitalise off of the hairpin and this run towards turns 4 and 5? Looks like the answer is not quite. In fact, that Daytona Coupe has got some serious legs on it in a straight line. Pulls a car length on the Trans Am V8 Mustang. And then they swing through 4 and 5. Although, there you go, have that from Siramet. Just optional with the track limits. Not the first time and probably still not the last time we'll see that here today, despite only having this race and one more left in it for the weekend's action. And therefore, yeah, the full year's action for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. But yeah, don't count out. You got Chem Yilmaz there. Also in the background. Oh, sorry, pardon me, that Chim's there. In the 35, let's just pretend I didn't get that wrong. It's Rafael Galina in the second of the 4 Daytona. That was the car I wanted to point out. They're not too far back in P6.
And it was Rafael Galliano we actually saw back at Bang San as well. So it was not the first time that we've actually seen these Daytona Coupe cars, but here's the return of them from Galliano. What's bouncing around in the middle of that one was that some sort of... I swear I saw it looks like a plushie. There is a plushie in the 88 car. I wonder if the cameras can zoom right in on that and we can figure out what's kicking around in the car for Jay Robotham. I did get to speak to him earlier in the week. He was, look, it's been a tough year for the driver of the 88. There is a plushie. There is absolutely something in that car. Is that a bunch of rubber ducks? It might be a bunch of rubber ducks.
It's something small, that's for sure. So there you go. Oh, how about that there from Siramet? Can almost eye off the inside of Yilmaz down at the turn 3 hairpin, but can't quite make it work as these cars then wind back up for the run out of the hairpin. And Robotham going to the racing line, but here comes the Daytona Coupe. Looks to have the superior straight line speed on these Trans Am V8s. And up the inside for turn 4 goes Siramet past Yilmaz. Although the inside's open, 35 cannot cross back underneath, take that place away. So let's see now that the Daytona Coupe has been released. What can it do with a couple of seconds of clean air on the nose of that car?
I'm just wondering whether or not Chemya Dolmaz is just trying to protect these tyres a little bit. He was strong at the back end of the race yesterday. This is the closest Robotham's been to him all weekend. And for Jalen Robotham, anything that could have gone wrong in the 2023 Thailand Super Series has gone wrong. A number of car failures, unfortunately, for the 88 team and the Ford Lanatech. The supporters up in the stands is a thick Ford crowd. They're offering fan experiences all weekend long. If you wanted to get down and be a part of the final round of 2023, you certainly were able to if you were a Ford fan by joining on competition over on their Facebook page. There was grid walks, there was hot laps, you name it. The fan experience for Ford was out in force. It's good to see that backing from the group as well because they've dominated this GTC category this weekend. Langapong has just about had the championship wrapped up and he's done exceptionally well to do so in that GT4 car. Wrapped it up yesterday, was our series champion, and then today it was just about getting out there and having some fun in the McLaren 570S GT4 car. That's Lemvard in screen right now. The driver of the 44. There's been pace from him as well. And Thanaporn Pan has had nothing to say about it this weekend. That 44 car has just been supreme in terms of its lap time.
Yep, well, plenty of long straights to allow these Trans Am V8 Ford Mustangs to stretch their legs. We saw it at Bung Sing where, well, it was really a case of extremes. The Trans Am cars had the straight line grunt. And then, hello, Thanaporn Pan decides to dip the left side tyres in the dirt through turn 6. And it wasn't too happy. Yeah, the full function Wang Pu McLaren deciding to almost get away from him there. But, I mean, yeah, at the street track like Bung Sen, where it was really a case of two extremes, the front straight was all about the Trans Am V8 power. The twisty parts, the McLaren was certainly strong. Here, it feels like it's a little bit more biased towards those the V8 cars because there's a lot more open straights, but you've got these harder braking zones. The hairpin turn 3, turn 12, getting it set up for turns 4 and 5 as well as negotiating the mid-speed stuff up the back of the circuit as well too. So you'd think perhaps that still I would argue probably a V8 dominant circuit. I think that seems to be playing out up the front of the field, but on for P3, Siramet hanging on ahead of Chang Yilmaz, but has not broken away after getting up and past him here. So 3, 4, 5 all still locked together as they start lap number 5 of the race.
And how about the international nature of the weekend as well? 21 nationalities worth of drivers represented across all classes on the weekend, and this one right up there in terms of the nationality spread. 3 Thai drivers lead the way in Lemvard, Satamno, and Thesarina Sokul. In the Daytona Coupe, then you've got Chang Yilmaz, the Turkish driver, the Australian driver, and Jalen Robotham, and the French driver, Rafael Galeana. Another Thai driver, Chai V, in the 7 car. The Filipino driver of Manuel, Rafael Caceres, who's been with us all season long. Ian Gecki, a new driver. Manasseh Manuel Caceres, another Filipino driver, and unfortunately not taking part in the final race of the weekend's the Porsche 997 car. Now it's going to be, though, how strong the Chang Yilmaz move was down at turn 5. It's where he got all these jobs done yesterday. The overtaking moves down at turn 5 for Chang Yilmaz and the Turkish driver. Got past Robotham down there and looked supreme on the brakes at turn number 5. Now the tyres starting to fall away from Siramet. Becomes 8 laps worth of stout defence that he's going to have to put up. And have a look at, all of a sudden, Jalen Robotham starts to sense maybe an opportunity in the offering for the 88 driver. Siramet's going to lead us through 9-10, out the crest at 11, on the run down to turn number 12. And there'll be 7 more laps to go when they get to the start-finish line because Jack Lemvard's just gone by and has ticked that one off.
Yep, building a gap at the front is Lemvard, and it's very much here. Now becoming a Daytona RR Coupe sandwich by Tech Pro Racing. And for Chang Yilmaz and Jalen Robotham in the Turtle Monster Garage and Ford CRE Lanatech Liquid Moly Racing Trans Am V8s. They're getting squeezed in here because Rafael Galeana is catching up a little bit in the number 65. That blacked out Daytona GT Coupe in the background is under brakes. Oh, is that a bit deep from... That is very deep from Yilmaz. But he keeps it within the white lines and might be able to square the exit off there and actually not hurt too much.
Manages to stay with him at least, and now all of a sudden that straight line, the body shape, really giving Siramet the ability to pull away. It's sort of the mid and high speed section for the driver of the 17, and now Robotham's starting to really try and defend from the car in behind him. That's the 65 of Rafael Galeana. Yilmaz gets down to the inside at turn number 5, and as the 17 starts to struggle to pull that car up, all of a sudden Yilmaz, from out of nowhere, gets the job done. He's made 3 big dive bombs down at turn 5 all weekend long, and 3 spots that he's moved himself forward. It looks like it might be 2 podiums for the final weekend of the year for Chang Yilmaz.
It was a very nice move. Yeah, able to close up a little bit through turn 4, but then, yeah, just get in there under brakes for turn 5, and Siramet trying to get there and just run the normal line, just not able to respond. As there on screen, we've had ourselves a warning, apparently for both the 17 of Siramet and the 65 of Rafael Galeana, for both exceeding track limits. There is Yilmaz wide through the final turn. Doesn't quite open up an opportunity for Siramet, it seems, though, into turn 1 at least, as Galeana is trying to threaten turn 1 on Robotham in the background as well. So, Ford v Ford times 2.
Yeah, and this is going to create some really, really interesting racing later on in the piece. It seems as if the 17, the more this race goes on, the more he's starting to ail. And in the background, here comes the fast, in a straight line, Rafael Galeana, the French driver. Another pinch breakdown there, and I get the feeling that might have actually been Chang Yilmaz. So in the meantime, Rafael Galeana goes down the inside. No, it's actually on the outside. I think that might have been Manuel Rafael Caceres, or actually it was Manasseh Manuel Caceres in the Toyota Supra for CNC Motorsports and KS Racing. The Nissan GDR, the other car run by Manuel Rafael Caceres in the 95 entry, still circulating at this time. But unfortunately for the driver of the 50, there was troubles yesterday, didn't finish the race yesterday. And it looks unfortunately he's gone a lap down already so far today. Halfway point now reached for the drivers of the GTC field. And a mixture of the odds and ends of phenomenal cars from out of Thailand continues to promote great racing.
And it does indeed. The roar of these V8 powered machines there as they're rounding up turns 8, 9, and 10. Jack Lemvard happily rounds turn 12. Halfway there, halfway to go for the final race of the Supercar GTC season here as he gets through turn 1. Gap there, now up to 6 seconds. Did lose a little bit of time to Thanapong Pan, but unfortunately it was about only a 1/10 of a second, so he's got plenty of margin to work with, no need to rush it, although maybe, just maybe, the McLaren's starting to come on a little stronger here in the back half of the race. They are down on their ultimate pace that they've set in this race so far, but it might just be tyres are hanging on. It's unfortunately for Manuel Rafael Caceres, the number 95. CNC Motorsports and KS Racing Nissan GTR is pulled off the circuit. Now, we just don't know exactly where that was. I'm thinking, though, maybe turn 7-ish, given that he had pulled off towards the left of the circuit. Well, this was angling away from the left.
Well, either way, unfortunately for the 95, looks like he won't be finishing this race here on Championship Sunday in Thailand. But for right now, eyes start to turn on the 46 driver. Satemno Thangapompan has been quick right the season over. There was a phenomenal battle from the streets of Bang San. And continuing to try and harass and harangue and make sure... The problem that Jack Lemvard's got, and he'll know this as well, is that he knows the pace of the 46 car. And he knows that if he sort of relaxes for any moment, that any mistake will bring him right back into the clutches as they come back through the start-finish line. This time, start-finish line this time by 4 more laps left to run for Chemya Dolmaz, starting to pull a little bit of a gap over Siramet. Robotham's now dropped in behind Rafael Galliana, and he's dropped off the tail end of these guys. 47-0 the last time through for Jalen Robotham. Look at the 17 wiggle on the run down to the final corner as it tries to put the power back down once again from the Chang on the Hankook tyres. And the margin at the front, 47-1-490. Took 1.5 seconds out of him, did the McLaren driver on that last time by. With 4 laps left to run, there is enough time. There absolutely is enough time. And I tell you what, fastest first sector of the race has just come out of the 65 driver. Rafael Galliana, the Frenchman, has just all of a sudden found a few extra kilometers an hour and great drive through all the way through 1 and 2 on the run down to 3. In terms of the GT4 Championship, we can actually confirm that one was run and done. It was just about decided on the Saturday, but it'll be the 88 car that won the GT4 Championship. Not 100% on the GTM Championship as a question pops over into the YouTube chat, and this will tell a little bit of a story for the Thailand Super Series GTC driver. He's kept that one in play, Dan. I reckon he's kept that one in play.
That looks all right to me too, yeah. Hasn't, well, in saying that, he has picked up a warning, black and white flag for track limits, so that's why actually we've gone to that one there. That or it was somewhere else, he's just pushed the limits. As our ambient track cam up at turn 8 there is the 4 V8 powered engines of Yilmaz, Siramet, Galliana and Robotham all swing by. In fact, speaking of which, yeah, Galliana has now slipped into position number 5 ahead of Robotham. We'll see that, I believe, some point
His
here
fastest lap
on
of
the
the race
lap
too.
when they update. As gap for our top 2 is shrinking. Another second pulled in by Thanapong. He's going to need a little bit more than 1 second a lap, but he will be on the rear bumper through the final lap if he keeps this pace up.
Yeah, he's going to get there. 45.286 plays a 46.360 the last time by. How about the Daytona Coupes? Though, on behalf of Tech Pro Racing, 44.551 for the 17 of Siramat, 44.388. He actually took 0.6 of a second out of Chemya Dolmaz in that battle for P number 4. Rafael Galliana is quick in the dying stages of this race. The problem, I think, is that he's probably a little bit too far back, and he's versing another guy in the same car. So as those cars start to come on strong at the tail of this race, that was extremely wide in the entry down there to turn number 4. That was outside the white lines on the exit of 4 as well. The stewards might have something to say about this one, but for the driver of the 46 McLaren, well, he wants to win the final race of the season. That means he's going to have to take some courtesies with track limits that Jack Lemvard will still have available to him. So Lemvard's going to lead the way as we come back to 2 to go, and it's still a hefty margin there, Dan Yeaman. I just don't see... He's got to drive perfectly clean laps, and something has to happen for Lemvard for this to slip back the way of the driver of the McLaren.
Well, I mean, yeah, it would have... Yeah, it would require absolute perfection there. As we're going to see, a gap was 3.4 seconds at the end of the last lap as we're coming to 2 to go. We'll see what the gap changes to here as they cross the line now. 4.7 actually goes back the other way, so unfortunately that will do it, unless there's an issue for Lemvard or a mistake, which I haven't seen yet today. The 44, sorry, is in prime position.
I'm going to hazard a guess. All of these guys have just set better laps than the previous lap time by. I reckon track temps just dropped a couple of degrees, so we might actually be starting to find some grip out there on the dying stages of this race. Let's talk about 3rd, 4th, 5th. 45.4, 45.6, 45.5. So again, it's going to come down to a matter of mistakes. There's about 1.3 seconds between the two of the Daytona coupes, and about 1.6 between Chemu Dolmaz, currently over Suramet in the 17 car. And for Jack Lemvard and the Ford stable, you've seen the support up there in the stands. The Thai Ford fans, again, get to wave. They get to enjoy the racing. There's a few people biting fingernails. There's a few tense faces. I don't know if they know that at this point in time, Lemvard continues to extend the way. He was quick in Sector 1 to the tune of about 0.6 of a second. Sector 2, tell you what, Thenapon has pulled back about 0.4. It'll come down to the final sector and what the pace is, but as he crosses the line this time by for Jack Lemvard with the rear end of the Trans Am V8 wiggling all over the track, there will be one more lap to go. And at last time of asking, it was 4.5 seconds outside that gap, and the McLaren's nowhere inside. It's absolutely nowhere inside. I think Lemvard's going to have this one by a country mile.
Yeah, final lap on the board. Because the thing is that whilst Lemvard gained time in Sector 1 and Thenapon lost time in... Oh, he's lost a lot of time in Sector 3 as well as... So that's it. There's also the concern, perhaps, of Jalen Robotham. He's suddenly just gone from being in that fight for 3rd through 6th to absolutely nowhere. And even lost a spot to Chayavi Conted in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. So big troubles for the 2nd of the 4th CRE Lanatech Lithium Moly Racing Trans Am V8 machines. As Lemvard clears the run up to turn 3 once again. And on the power on his way out. Doesn't have the straight line speed according to a VMAX stat I have on my timing compared to the McLaren GT4 behind. Although I don't know where that speed trap is recorded, unless it is just on that particular lap. The data logger
I think
on
it's
the car
where the sector ends. I think it's at the back end of the straight as they cross the sector time at the end of the first sector.
That would be the most sensible location for it, yes. It's a little wide on the corner entry, you might argue, for Lemvard, but he's got half a lap to go and 5.6 seconds in hand, or at least he did have 5.6 seconds in hand, and doesn't seem to be any pressure whatsoever as he rounds turn number 8 to begin the run back home to the start-finish straight.
Yep, it'll be the run down to turn number 9 for the 44 driver. Jack Lemvard. It's been a successful season of GTC. It won't be a title coming his way, but it will be 2 wins from 2 races at the Buriram International Circuit for Jack Lemvard. One more corner left to navigate for the 46 driver in that McLaren. He's drifted and drifted too far back right now. Chemu Dolmaz looks like he's going to come home with control of 3rd position. But for the Ford Lanatech Liqui Moly Racing Team, Jack Lemvard wins 2 from 2 here at the Chang International Circuit. The McLaren driver comes home in 2nd, and have a look at this battle and how close it got in the dying stages as well. Chemu Dolmaz records 2 podiums, 1, 2, 3, identical order to yesterday's GTC race. Suramet and Rafael Galliana found some pace, and it was good to finally see Robotham have some speed, although he's dropped behind Chayavi on the second to last lap by. It was good to see the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo start to find some pace in that car. It was good to see another entrant to it. Seeing that Mitsubishi Lancer out on track as well. What looks a little bit kind of like a World Time Attack car, nearly with a few bits trimmed off, is what I get the sense from that car. But your final standings for race number 8 of the GTC category is Jack Lemvard from Thangapongpan in the full function Wang Plume McLaren, and Chem Yadolmaz for Turner Monster Garage. And Chem, the popular Turkish driver, will take home 2 podiums from 2 starts at the Chang International Circuit.
Best lap for Lemvard, 143.067. Also looks like it was the best lap of anyone out there today as well here in the Thailand Supercar GTC. And not a big shocker there, really, in my books. That success would go to him as well. So the drivers will bring it around to the pits, and then that'll leave us with a little bit of highlights to come here in just a moment's time.
How good was the action in the opening couple laps from these guys as well in the Daytona Coupe cars? In behind, see Galliana in the darker one, but Chem Yadolmaz has got a great getaway, and unfortunately the McLaren struggled to get off the line. And then from there, it was Thangapongpan who went down and around the outside at turn number 3 to steal that spot back. Yadolmaz skipped away in P3 for a little bit, and then Siramet and Robotham went toe-to-toe in the 2 different varieties of the Ford cars. All of a sudden, Siramet found some pace in the Daytona Coupe, and Chem Yadolmaz was under a supreme amounts of pressure. Down to the inside goes the 65 car as the 50 stepped wide to allow our field through. And then Robotham had a phenomenal fight with Rafael Galliana. Unfortunately for Robotham, the backup car for this weekend not providing the performance that he would necessarily be chasing from that car. Jack Lemvard led every single lap of the race across both races all weekend long. So it was 24 laps for 24 led for the driver of the 44, and a phenomenal result for him and the Ford Lanatec Liquimoli Racing team will take 2 wins on their way to a strong weekend. But it was the driver finishing in second that wrapped up their championship hopes for the full function Wang Pu Racing team in the McLaren 570S. Good drive, for the best driving we've seen as well from from Chem Yadolmaz, who comes home in P3 in the 35 entry, the Turkish driver as well. First couple podiums for him in some good finishes at the Chang International Circuit as well. That's your GTC action run and done. The final race of the 2023 season is going to be the Super Pickups, the A and B class drivers. And that'll be coming our way in the not too distant future here, Dan, as well, which will just about be under lights. And have a look at that sun starting to creep on in the background and how difficult it is to spot the entry to that last corner. There was a couple mistakes over the last couple of races. That sun got lower and lower in the afternoon.
Yeah, it did. And, well, time for me to get to see it in person, because, yeah, it's just gone past 4:45 local time at the track in Buriram. It's almost 8:45 p.m. for you and I. As you said, one final race to come. That final race, Thailand Super Pickup Class A and B, will start at 5:10 p.m. local time for those at the track. So in other words, that is in 26 minutes. So as a result, we are going to take, I believe, one final break. We might just double check in case there's anything, although we have got no more volume coming through on the broadcast feed. So we might just have to leave it at that for now, Scott, and take our final break before we bring you that final race of the weekend here on the English feed.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It has been 2 days of glorious action. It has been 12 months of glorious racing. 8 races throughout the season, 4 rounds split across 3 different circuits, including 1 non-competition round for some of the supercars that made the trip over. If you guys were aware of the Thailand Super Series, maybe it's been because of the action that was on display at the Formula 1 round at the Singapore Grand Prix. They were sent over as support categories for it. It was non-points earning rounds, just in case some of the teams weren't able to make it. And it was over there as a display category only. This afternoon, we're about to kickstart your final race of the weekend. This is it. This is all that there is left to decide things from the Thailand Super Series. And it's your Super Pickup Class A and B drivers. And the category known as the D1. Have a look at Super Chai in the cockpit, all ready, all sorted and settled for his final race of the season, Dan. And those shadows are lengthening. I'm wondering whether or not the course lights have already been turned on in the background.
There's always a possibility of that here, or at least based on what you guys told me about yesterday. And
it's beautiful.
And I don't think we're running any later. We're not running any much earlier / any later than we did or when it happened yesterday. So certainly would suggest that would be up for grabs there. That we might need a bit of extra lighting here. The race is set to start in about 4 or 5 minutes time, and then there is 30 minutes scheduled for it. But then again, it is just meant to go a 12-lap race distance. These trucks probably just under 2 minutes a lap. I actually don't know if these Class A or B trucks actually run slightly higher power levels or anything than the Class A trucks we saw earlier. Scott, that's actually one thing I don't quite remember.
I believe they're all the super pickup categories. So in terms of things, they're actually the same specifications as the other cars.
So it's just driver grading in that case.
Yeah. Well, the problem is if you consider across the two races that we've got 49 cars. Now, I personally, I'm all over that. Give me the A, B, and C class drivers out on track. From an official standpoint, there is no way to police. You would have cars starting behind the final corner. Which is a little bit too many cars in terms of things, particularly from a standing start perspective with drivers who could not see the lights on the start-finish straight. So there's a restriction on the maximum number of cars that they can have circulating at any one time, and that's the reason that we've got ourselves split up into 2 separate categories. Sandy Stuvik's car enjoying the weekend. There was actually photos from his social media feed enjoying things. And the interview that he actually sat down and did some recording with Troy Williams from our live on the ground team as a part of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. As we walk backwards throughout the grid, you're going to notice a couple of those Ford Rangers, like you mentioned. There was none of the Ford Rangers in the C-Class cars earlier on today. There is about 4 of them involved in the A and B class drivers.
Oh, you're typing, I'm typing. There, I'll get in first. And yeah, you see, once again, drivers here in the B-Quik Thailand Super Series have always been, well, one, very aware when the camera comes up to the door. I don't know, maybe it's a case if they get told it's happening, but at the same time, always happy to put on a smile. And there you go, there, Dana White there, got a bit of a pre-race sign there, ready to go. You know, Jack Lemvard, after getting behind the wheel of the Ford Series Lanatech Liquid Racing Trans Am V8 Mustang, will now jump aboard one of the Aurora Ford Thailand racing team utes. Now he will be starting his 17th today for this race, so we'll see if he can make his way forward. Quite a mix of our pickup A and pickup B class drivers, despite racing. There's another one of our Ford trucks. That one there by the Saudi Super Voot Liquid Moly Racing team there. So going for the all white design, mostly white design it seems, to differentiate from the Aurora Ford Thailand Racings, which seem to be mostly in blue there. As indeed, that is a well shaded front straightaway, Scott. Tiny glint of sunlight there around the apex of the final turn. So
could be very interesting, to say the least. As we've just hit 5:10 p.m. local time. This is the scheduled race start time, so I would suspect we will see these drivers begin the formation lap any moment now. With the grid now almost clear of personnel as well, I would suggest that we are on schedule to get this race underway very shortly indeed.
I've just seen my best comment of the weekend. I do actually know the person who's posted it in YouTube chat.
Yes.
Personally. But yes, this is the pinnacle of motorsport. This right here, your 27 cars entered for this weekend's Thailand Super Series Super Pickup A and B class drivers, colloquially known as the D1 class. And Sandy Stuvik's Ford Ranger weaving all over the road, the number 3 car in the background. If you have a look at the numbers on the windscreen, what do they mean? Well, that's their driver numbers. But the color of those driving numbers denotes what class they're in. If you see a green number on the windshield, that's an A-class driver. B-class drivers, they're the guys in the orange. And have a look at the overhead shot for the final time here this weekend, showing us the ponds that are in the middle of the racetrack. They're designed to actually get some airflow flowing in and around the track. Water and different changes in air pressure tends to create winds, and that helps keep the airflow moving in and around the circuit. So in terms of things, the final time for this weekend, we introduce the Super Pickups Ventus RS4 Hankook tyre. It's a controlled tyre. It's the Extreme Semi-Slick, and it's what the Super Eco and Super Pickup drivers have been using all weekend long. It creates cars that aren't entirely connected to the ground, and that in and of itself becomes a tyre management game. It becomes a grip management game. The grid now coming your way for the final race of the weekend. Anawat in the 95 car and Nadanach in the 93 car. Along corner in the 85 and the 7 of Superchai. Thenophon in the 15, the 59 of Suat. Nadawat in the 5 and the 44 of Simon. Akilak in the 16 and the 88 of Warris. The 3 of Sandy Stuvik in 11th and Adasak in the 12. Frurat in the 39 car and the 91 of Jataron. The 13 car of Chemonpon and the 45 of Danawat. Jack Lemvard from 17th on the grid off alongside of Akasit in the 81 car. Tanawat in the 22 and the 21 of Jalen Raboth. And the 23 of Chinawat off alongside of the 36 of Chinon. The Akasit entry in the 2 and the 99 of Chemarath. Kemarach K and Songsak and Boron Sia from the rear of the field. It looks like we've had a few dropouts up and down the field, so apologies as they were slightly out of sequence there, ladies and gentlemen. The final time that we go racing for the Thailand Super Series is just moments away for 2023. It's been a phenomenal journey, and it's been a phenomenal opportunity to be a part of some racing commentating from our Asian neighbours. I've enjoyed every moment. Dan, final thoughts before we get underway with our final race of the year?
Well, yeah, as you said, this has been a really cool journey. You and I coming from a sim racing background and predominantly entirely sim racing, given the chance to have a go at commentating something real. And in many respects, while there are limitations to doing this real, like for example, we're relying on a single video feed from the production team at the circuit, don't have our freedom and flexibility that, say, you and I are used to with the perks of being able to control our own cameras and add a bajillion different angles along. But nevertheless, it's been a great experience, even if the names, the drivers, the cars, the tracks haven't necessarily been super familiar as we get ready for this one here. And it's time for the drivers to take their spots back on the grid to get this final race of the day, the final race of the weekend, the final race of the year, as you said, Scott, underway.
Yeah, the 95 is going to start us off the front row off alongside the 93. It'll be Anawat Natnach, Alon Korn and Superchai on that second row. The 95, your pole sitter, will be on our right of screen. It'll be drivers left, and then the outside of turn number 1. Someone's out of line there, and I reckon that might be the 7 of Superchai who was trying to find his spot, and that's the onboard from Superchai as well. So he manages to line himself back in. He did get in there, so won't be too much of a penalty, you don't think, for being outside of his grid stop. Will be moments away, but with 27 cars registered for this one, it will be an interesting debate to see how many cars will take to the grid. We lost, I think, in excess of 10 of these cars. Didn't see the finish line yesterday. They run down the field to check that all cars are within their grid boxes. Everyone looks good to go. Keep your eyes on the yellow flag at the back end of the field. As soon as we see the green, it'll be onto the lights. We'll be in the starter's hands. The hand goes up, the arm goes up. And that says that we are about to go green flag racing, ladies and gentlemen. The final green flag of the year. We're going to see 5 lights come on. We'll see them go off. Can the driver on driver's right, Anawak, can he get the good getaway that he was looking for? How's the drive for Natnat? Alan Korn and Super Chai. And it's going to be the driver off the second road. It's them lining up the rear tyres in the 95. And all of a sudden, Natanach has got away to a blinder of a start. Round the outside, though, now comes the 95. And for the 93, it was a bit of a slide in the middle of turn number 1 as he tries to build some tyre temperature. So the 95 grabs things back. But keep your eyes deeper in the field. No, the 95 has dropped a number of places. No, my apologies. It'll be the 15 and the 85 that I was looking for a little bit deeper in the pack. Super Chai on the outside of the rundown into the turn number 3. And how about the start from Sandy Stuvik, 3 wide on the rundown into the outside of turn number 3. They all managed to settle at 3 wide, bulk of the rows down through the pack, as we see 26 drivers make the start of this race. And repairs after yesterday, we only lost 1.
There we go, full throttle on the run from turn 3 to turn 4. There's a lot of double file in the back of the pack. They've got to get themselves in line now for turn 4 in the first. So you can see there, a couple of drivers, still flirting with the track limits as we're almost 3 wide into turn 5, but they will have to file out there. It's Stuvik around the outside, looking for, what would that be? About 5th place as a car very slow on the inside of turn 5 and 6, and a car wobbling. Which truck might that be there? We see if we can pick this one up.
Still got drive.
85 by the looks of things there at along Corn, as way out off the road there at turn 7. We've got another one of our Class B trucks there. Now has to find a way in at turn 8 to rejoin safely.
Yeah, and have a look at them and have a look at the drive off of turn number 8 and then down into turn number 9 as they try and settle themselves down. 12 laps the journey. 11 more times they'll visit the Chang International Circuit's various corners, and 1 car pulled off to the side at the background. We've lost 1 on the opening lap. Sandy Stuvik started deep down in the field, has managed to climb a number of places, started off of 11th place, already up through the field to 5th, 6 spots gained on lap number 1. It was a phenomenal standing start for the Ford driver there. And now have a look at them all come through that final corner. Anawat from Natanach, Super Chai, Thanafon, Sandy Stuvik, and we've lost a second. It's the 81 of Akasit, who will not make it to the end of the first lap.
Yeah, the first truck up I thought I saw was the 35 of Bovon Rissa, which actually, according to our timing, claimed not to have started. But don't quite know where Akasit's parked, so we don't know how it's going to play out, as this is for the lead of the race here down to turn 3 at the hairpin. And it's going to be a change of position there as the Tunnuch of the 93, I think, getting up the inside there to take that spot away. And the number 7 of Super Chai challenging. We'll have to slot back in to 3rd place there. That's a safety car, will be called. There's the park position of the 81, I think, of Akasit in the background there. Or is actually, that might be the 35, apologies there.
That's the 35,
so,
yep.
And that neutralises the field. And unfortunately there for Anawat, led the opening lap, but he's lost a spot. And will now have to restart this race in 2nd.
Yeah, there'll be 3 cars to rescue as a part of this one. 3 cars have not made it back around to our timing lines as they all file back in. There's the pinch brakes. I think there's a couple of people just now starting to realise. A couple drivers continuing on. Not 100% aware that there'd be a safety car. So this is the car that stopped down the inside. That looks like it might have been the 81. The 91 has made it back to pit lane. So there'll only be 2 cars that we need to rescue out there. And the drive did come back for the 81 car, but it was only momentarily before unfortunately pulling off by the roadside. So 2 cars lost on lap number 1. A 3rd car in the pit lane is the 91 of Jataron. And that looks to be Bovon Risa out and walking out of that car. Could be Akasit, actually, by the look of things. Not necessarily sure for either driver. Either way, both of their days are done, and that's what the glare looks like out on track, just to give you a little bit of an update on that one. They're feeding oil into that car, potentially? No, it was just the cooling in there with the blower, trying to get some fresh air into the 91. They're desperate to not try and lose a lap out of this one.
And they might just have got that one done in time. Leaders, though, coming down into the final corner. And the pit exit is the long way around here at the final turn. So we'll have to see here. Can that truck, the 91, get out in time? Oh, look at that here. Almost a check-up at the back of the field there. Or might that... Oh, he might have got parked at pit exit here. They might have closed off the exit. We'll have to see
if we can spot that truck, or maybe not, because I can see on our timing as someone parked in the lane still. As the field swings their way down the front straight and through turn 1 to be picked up by the safety car after 2 laps of racing already checked off.
How good was the start from Sandy Stuvik, though? 11th on the grid. Immediately jumps all the way through. That was a phenomenal start. You'll take those anytime that you can grab them. As well, Longcorn going backwards. Superchai got a reasonable getaway. And how the wheel spin from the 95 as well from Anawat was phenomenal. It was so much wheel spin from the 95. How we managed to rest that truck back and not lose a boatload of spots. The 85 was drifting on that opening lap as well. And that's how many cars, 27 cars, took the start of the race here for the final race of the season for the Super Pickups. You know, it would have been 49 cars, Dan. 49 cars on a racetrack if we had A, B, and C out there together.
Yeah, I think, as you said, has to be limits to your imagination, and 49 trucks, especially when it's not a big circuit, it's not a special endurance race that I guess can accommodate extra cars. This is a 12-lap sprint that needs to probably be somewhat contained, as it were. And hey, we get twice the fun here on the broadcast because we get 2 super pickup races per day. So
that's the best reason, Dan. There you go.
I think that's a fair trade-off we get to have.
How good's the category support, though? We've seen it from the fans all weekend long. That this is a highlight of their weekend. We've had interest in, how much does it actually cost to buy a super pickup and operate a super pickup outfit. And by the way, we've passed that information on to our crew. We're trying to get some information back on how much it does cost to run a super pickup car as well. First and foremost, you can't just buy one of these things and take it racing. You've got to lower it a little bit. Then you've got to add a frame to the rear trunk of it because you need some downforce to keep those rear tyres pressed into the ground. And building those frames, there's a couple frames where it's just sort of run a bar across. There's a couple frames with some custom bends in them as well. Safety cars coming back to the pit lane, by the way, at the end of this lap. So we will get back racing with 9 laps left to run for 2023. And we'll do a quick walkthrough up and down the field. 93 from 95. So Nat Natch from Anawat, 7 of Super Chai, the 15 of Thanafon, 3 of Sandy Stuvik, 5 of Natawat, 44 of 7, the 23 of Chinawat, the 41 of Jack Lemvar down to P9, 59 of Suat, the 16 of Akialak, the 8 of Adasak, 85 of Alon Korn was up on the front couple rows, dropped a ton of spots on that opening lap, 13 of Shemalon, the 88 of Warris, 92 of Songsak, 99 of Kamarach, the 45 of Danawat, 22 of Tanawat, 21 of Jalen Robotham, 39 of Firawat, 36 of Chinon, the 2 of Ekasit, 46 of Nudaporn, the 91 has returned to the circuit, and the 81 has made it back to pit lane, by the way. So the 91 of Jataron is going to be 1 lap down, unfortunately, and effectively not competing for position anymore. And that is the safety car speeding away from the field. Your leader is the 93. Who will have control of the field, and the race controllers for one final spin on the weekend noted what we saw as well in the passing under safety car. So all of that is being investigated in due course.
All right, well, unlike the Class C trucks, we're not chasing the safety car down. Nope, they've gone. Never mind. They're on their way. Safety car gets the pit lane pronto because here comes Nutanuch to lead the field back to the green flag here at the Buriram International Circuit for our final race of the day, the round, the year, the round turn 12 here. You can see they're trying to get the trucks pointed in the right direction for the front straight. Couple of liberties being taken with the track limits there as they restart. Stuvik under pressure there in the background from maybe Nathawood, I believe it is. Number 5, and in fact, almost around the outside there, did I see perhaps, as we're focusing a little further up ahead. Almost tried, but maybe crossed under as well. As after a great lap 1, Sandy Stuvik coming under a bit of pressure, to say the least. Trouble, the 22. Is that Jalen Robotham by any chance?
No, it's not.
It's
no,
it's his
not.
teammate?
It's the other teammate, yeah, Tanawat. So Robotham's still in this one. And Stuvik's lost 2 places on the run down to turn number 3, not getting the drive. The 44 was in deep there as they got down to turn number 3, Simon. And now the 5 gets on way back through, and Stuvik trying to find some drive in the number 3 car as well. And here comes the 23 to come back and have a go. It's the Chinawat car as well. The race leaders on the way down, 93, 95 for Natnach from Anawat. And passing under safety cars being concluded with no further investigation or no further action necessary. So you're going to leave it as it is. The 7 of Super Chai was quick all the way back at Bung Sen. I remember him rubbing panels and rubbing doors with Jack Lemvard later on in the piece out of turn 1. And Lemvard had a car right up and over his front tyres as well. It was one of the biggest moments that we saw of the weekend. All the way back there, and keep your eyes in the background as well, because they're all over each other in the final race of the season. It's all on for line honours. The championship be damned, because for these guys it's about on-track honours. And have a look at Super Chai. Might be Super Chai, but it's super wide in the rear end of his Isuzu all-new D-Max.
Working their way down to turn 12 once again. Looks like our top 4 here are the breakaway at this stage in the races. Oh, we've got yellow flags down at the final corner, but it looks like they're going to keep local yellows only here at this stage, because there's the green flag there at the start-finish line. So no rush to bring the safety car out once again, which is good to see. We can keep the racing going. There's that light blue Ford Ranger, which might be
That'll
Jack
be
Lemvard.
It is Lemvard, yep.
Something rubbing there, because that's a lot of white smoke pouring out in amongst all the diesel soot from the exhaust. So I would think it's a rubbing on the guards there, as the headlights are on. And I think that's Stuvik losing a spot to Suwat in the number 59 Isuzu D-Max. So once again, another, let's say it was a rapid opening lap, but the Sandy Stuvik now seems to be dropping like a fly.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether or not Sandy's actually trying to look after the tyres a little bit, although Sandy looks incredibly slow in a straight line at the moment. The 44 of Salmon going toe-to-toe with the 23 as they rounded up turn number 3 in the battle for 6th spot at this point in time. The run into turn number 4, he's going to pinch him. He's going to hold him over to the left-hand side of the road at this point in time. 44 gets the nose ahead, so Salmon's going to nick the spot when they get to turn 4. But the run down to turn number 5 half covers it as well. Make sure that there's nothing available. Stuvik's got a problem.
That's Lemvard.
That looks
in the
like
background.
a broken right front. It's Lemvard. Sorry, my apologies. So the smoke coming out of Lemvard's gotten worse, and it looks to be from the right front corner of that car. Indeed it is. Look at the flames. Right. That's a break. That'll be a break.
And he's pressing on like it's okay. Oh, boy, this could be interesting. Actually, sorry, yeah, number 41. Yep, confirming. That is Jack Lemvard's machine there. It is part of the Aurora Ford Thailand racing entry, but certainly got himself the Supervu Industries sponsorship on there, and now pulls over to, well, sort of cut the corner there a bit. And I think that will finally be the signal that it's time to retire. That's right. And there you go. Yep, pulls
there
across,
he goes, yep.
Out the back a shot.
Yeah, so for Jack Lemvard, you saw a little bit of smoke and flames on board in and around the brakes of the number 41. They're just going to leave that car stricken in the background because there's not much they can do with it. It's well enough out of the way that it's not a concern. And there it is from Lemvard. So it wasn't a tyre rubbing at all. I reckon his brakes are absolutely on fire. We can't see the internals. Could it be the pad? Is there something in the pad that's on fire?
So many possibilities. You can see they're catching with flames visible through turn 6. And,
or is the engine dumping oil down onto the brake duct?
I mean, yeah, there's definitely a couple of possibilities there, that's for sure. Not being an engineer or a mechanic or anything like that, I really just don't have a clue. But I suppose with these cars, yeah, could be the brakes, could be the engine, given that those are sitting obviously just above, up the front of these things. So possibilities abound as we are inside of 7 laps to go here for the Super Pickup Class A and B drivers. Watch them here. Swing through turn 4 once again. Defensive. There you go. They get to Lemvard's truck. And up goes the bonnet. So actually they are going to check the engine first of all. So that maybe does suggest perhaps that there was something reported in the ECU and on the dash to do with the motor. As look at these 3 here in front of Sandy Stuvik. They try and scrap their way through turns 6 and 7. Looking inside is one of our D-Maxes. Unfortunately, well, they're all Isuzu D-Maxes. It's a bit And I can't quite get a read on the car numbers. Once again, these bright fluoro numbers, great for visibility up close, but at a distance, a little hard to actually read them, for me at least. Scott, you got any better
23,
luck?
23 and Stuvik, I think, going side by side on that most recent time by. As they went toe-to-toe, and there's a number of them as they come down through the final corner. Super Chai sitting there in P3 from Thanathon in the 15 car, but our race leaders Nananach from Anawat. Natawat in P5 in the 5 entry, 59 of Suat, the 44 of Samon, the 3 of Stuvik, Alon Korn in the 85, 92, and the 23 actually, I think, just came to pit lane on the way through that lap. So the car that we saw side-by-side, or I thought I saw side-by-side with Sandy Stuvik, unfortunately drops out of the race, does a transit through the lane, and indeed there is the 23, which has Chinawat behind the wheel. 6 laps now complete as well. 6 laps left to run of the 12-lap finale of the Thailand Super Series, and there are 4 drivers currently who look like they can win it. Natnach from Anawat, from Super Chai, from Thanathon. And it's the next Alenzo car from the Sufan Explorer Liquimolly team, from the Mobil One Racing team, and Flex Speed Oil coming in 4th position at this point in time. Any one of these guys can win it. They're all covered by not all that far. And the 93 still has control of the field. But as we step into the latter stages of the race, have a look at the aggression on display through turn number 6 of Super Chai. And the final race of the weekend, there is suddenly starting to build up a whole bunch of the marbles offline. You know what, Dan? The fire that we saw might have been marbles in and around the brake duct as well, the 41. They might have had to try and get on the bonnet and try and clear something out. Now covering to the inside is Nananach from Anawat, and that's opened up an opportunity for Super Chai as Anawat's going to light up the rear tyres. Super Chai finds a way on through in the Mobil One car, and now it's the 93 versus the 7. So for Super Chai, he's been sitting back, he's been biding his time. The 93 leads the way as they come to the final corner. But Super Chai is really starting to apply the pressure now to the rear bumper of the 93 Isuzu.
How about there in the back of the shot, the number 15, the Tanapon, getting out sideways through turn 12, trying to get the power down. 5 laps left in this race here as they round turn 1. We'll see here who's got the speed on the run up towards turn number 3. As you can see, defensive from Nutanuch down the middle of the road. Super Chai commits to the left side of the road. Will he cut back across? Well, he'll stick to where he was. As on that last lap there, 200.7 kilometers an hour apparently for Nutanuch in the 93 versus 206 for Super Chai. Presumably, we believe, basically at the sector 1 timing marker, which is just before they hit the brakes for turn 3. It's taking a speed reading there. So we're seeing here that on our race control screen that there has been some updates. There was going to be drive-through penalties for some excessive black smoke for a couple of cars, but that's been cancelled apparently in the race control messages list. But it looks like there will be a car getting a penalty, that number 85, which was noted as under investigation for passing under the yellow flag there. Scott, looks like they indeed have been found to have done so and will be slapped with the drive-through penalty. Number 85, therefore, being Alon Korn, unfortunately sitting P7 when he crossed the start-finish line in this battle pack here, to be precise. And in fact, focusing on him right there in the black and fluoro yellow.
Yeah, and as the lights start to come on right around the circuit in the final dying stages of the Super Pickup A and B class drivers, the line honours are what these guys start to care about. For Super Chai, he's been quick over the last couple laps, and now we focus in on the second pack as well, because Alon Korn, I think, just got by both Suat and Natawat as well, because Natawat was no longer leading that battle pack as they ran down to the final corner. Your race leaders, Nananach, is still leading the way from the number 7 of Super Chai, and Anawat is still there and still in contention as well. Thanafon's just barely hanging on to these guys, but if his tyres start to let go, he might drift a little bit further back. And was that flames out the rear end of the 95 car I saw there for just half a moment? No, my eyes might have deceived me, because here comes Thanafon, who's found a run through turn number 1. The Super Chai is a fair bit further back, and here comes the 45 car to serve a black smoke penalty as they run down to turn number 3. So it was 45 and 99 to receive black smoke penalties on the way through pit lane. 3 drive-through penalties. And Alan Korn's come out of that battle pack. No, Alan Korn's up to 5th place, so it was right. It's Alan Korn from Suat from Natawat in that battle pack for P number 5 at this point in time. And right now, Natanach really looking to look after his tyres, Dan. Looks supreme off of turn number 3. And certainly laying down a nice bit of pace and clear air at the front end of this pack.
Yeah, but then here, let's see, through turn 6, a little wide on entry, but might be able to swing back for 7. Well, you can see here, Superchai, yeah, really strong through the intersector. And there's a wiggle from Natanucci. He's going to go middle of the road. Superchai decides he won't have it at turn 8, but can he maybe crisscross for turn 9 here with the square return and up defensive again? So Superchai will go for the long way around maybe, or is it again trying to cross over here, get to the inside for 9, pinch Natanucci through turn 10, although surely that's a little wide for these trucks. Yeah, for Superchai, indeed, can't get alongside before the 93 comes all the way across to the right-hand side of the road. Defensive down the middle, and Superchai has the run and is stuck on the outside. So can he look for, again, pulling it up here at turn 12, get underneath the back bumper of the 93, although sideways through the corner exit as they get the power down. Big sideways moment for Natanucci there as they try and get these cars onto the front straight away.
So, question about the black smoke penalties, effectively excessive black smoke. You know, not confident in the way they measure it, but there'd be a number of ways they'd be keeping an eye on it. They don't just excessively hand them out. They do have reasons behind it from race control. And we've only seen a couple of them this weekend. It's been on today's racing for both classes. But now for Superchai, didn't quite get the jump that he was looking for as they got the run off of turn number 1. And that's going to allow Anawat to get up alongside as they run down the first straight. 3 laps left to run in the season for 2023. Superchai sits in second, holding that one off. And again, Anawat just finds an absolute fistful of wheel spin on the exit of turn number 3. And the rear tyres are screaming for help for the driver of the number 95. Superchai looks good in terms of the longevity on this car. And it's this middle sector, Dan, in the straight line. And unfortunately, it's the straight line speed that he's sort of struggling just a little bit with from Superchai. Not quite the quickest truck in a straight line, but extremely good here through turn 5, 6, 7, 8. And that allows him to have an opportunity at turn 9. And now he's a little bit closer than he was last lap. He's a little bit closer on the run to turn number 8 this time. Maybe he can get alongside on the outside. Nope, not quite an opportunity. He's going to present itself at the entry to 8. There'll only be 2 more opportunities down at this section of the track. Forces again the cover when they get down here to turn number 9. He tried to go around the outside at 10 last time by. This time lights up the rear tyres just a little bit. He's rotating the car nicely through turn number 10 as they get to the crest to 11. He's just about alongside his Superchai. He might look to cover him. He's going to force the block as soon as they come off 11. He's got to cover him and get to the inside as the 93 of Natanach. And now they'll cross back. And last time, Superchai struggled for grip and traction off the final corner. This time's just a little bit better in terms of things. And here comes Anawat, who got a great drive, albeit got some wheel spin as well as they got off the last corner. Down into turn number 1. To the inside now for Anawat. Gets the job done. He's got P2 away, although there was a little bit of a breather, the throttle there, as they got through turn number 2. And now Superchai's back alongside. Still wants to see if he can have a crack at this race win, although the 95 of Anawat's starting to hold some really good pace on the run down to turn number 3.
And just there at the bottom of your screen, 4 cars, black and white flag for exceeding track limits. They're on there, had their warning, and one of them is Superchai here. So the number 7, Anawat again at turn 3, cannot get that 95 to exit out the corner in a straight fashion, which just means he kills any kind of momentum up towards turn 4 here, which is not giving him any hope of defending his position at all. And, well, taking it away. Yeah, Scott jumping in there to the YouTube chat. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact sort of limits, rules around how the black smoke is monitored and how much is too much, as that was a wobble for Superchai through turns 5 and 6. He's now throwing caution to the wind to try and catch up to Natanucci, because, yeah, best through this section of the track. And you can see there, goes to the edge of the curb, just past it, then immediately tries to throw it back onto the track to make sure keeps it within the lines. And seeing if he can hunt down this 93, but I don't think so, not from this far back with 1.5 laps to go.
And I tell you what, I think the goal
Uh-oh.
is that an engine just expiring. That's a lot of smoke, and that's not coming from a tyre. It's the most loaded section of the track, but for the driver of the 93, he's pulling
done.
across to the left-hand side. Superchar's going to get it. I got the feeling from the 93. He was trying to back them up into the 95 and the 15, so results are going to change in the last lap here as Natnach steps aside. There was heart and mouse stuff earlier in the previous Super Pickup races. Our race leader lost their engine. It's happened again, and Superchai leads the way. The 93's coming to the pit lane. Race is done for Natnach. Unfortunately, what was looking like he just had to get through that last lap, and he would be a race winner on grand final day here in Thailand. But now it's going to be Superchai who's looking to hold things off, and have a look at the headlights of Thanathon. Could you imagine? He was just barely managing to hang on to the back end of these guys. If he sneaks through and grabs the win, because these two get into each other.
Yellow flags
as they get down to turn 3, and we might have had another truck expire as we get down to this section of the racetrack as well.
And once again, Anawat cannot get the power down. That might just have done it for Superchai. We don't know what's happened down there at turn 3, which means that that's just forcing the local guys, so there's no overtake opportunity at the hairpin. And now we're coming up to half a lap to go for Superchai. In through turn 4 now as he leans on the right front tyre. Keeps it inside the track limits there to make sure that he isn't going to run afoul of any issues here towards the end of this race. It might as well be on here between Anawat and Tanapon for second place, because here now the strongest section for Superchai for the most part when he was chasing for the race lead here as we focus on second and third. As they swing through turn 7, Anawat's going to run all the way past the green almost, and Tanapon might just follow him there as well through turn 7. Now just 4 corners left in this one here, Scott, as they round out through 8 and up to 9.
Yeah, Superchai looking dominant, has not won a race this season for the number 7 driver. He's been a fair way down. There's 2 DNFs that have plagued his season from the first race of the year, the second race of the year, sorry, the first round of the year, and the previous round, race number 6 as well. But for Superchai, he's going to win one in the last. And how cool is this? Seeing Thanathon, he's won 3 races. He's won 4 races this year as Thanathon. He's going to be a season champion and finishes on the podium at the last race of the year. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Superchai wins it from Anawat in the 95. And Thanathon brings it home. The 85 and Alon Korn does not come to the pit lane to serve his penalty for a drive-through penalty. He is going to drop through the standings, so P4 will not be going to the driver of the 85. Sonsak comes through. Unfortunately, Suwat manages to come home in P6, becomes P5. Salmon will get home in what will be 6th. Ekasit in 7th. Natawat in 8th. And waiting for Warris or Chinawat. It is going to be Warris who gets home in 9th, effective P9. And the final race of the calendar for your 2023 drivers, now putting on an expression session. They don't need those rear tyres. It's just about the same racing line they use through there, lap after lap. And look at the celebration for the driver of the number 7. Superchai wins on grand final day in Thailand. What a race to wrap up the season.
Yep, nicely done indeed. Did end up falling his way a little bit when we thought maybe he'd lost his chance to go for it. But you got to have the truck underneath you. You got to be able to look after it as well as the driver and make sure that you can make it to the finish. So certainly a bit of that out there, it seems tonight, unfortunately. As there we go, yep. Letting the come on. I want to see a proper slide here, gents. Let's let the car get proper loose. How about it?
Well, that's your race winner there from Superchai and your champion of the season in the 15 of Thanathon. Anawat managed to come home in 2nd and split the difference between those 2 drivers. Thanathon came home in 3rd. The Super Pickup Class A drivers was Superchai from Thanathon from Songsak in the 92 car to come home in P number 3 for Class Honours. We'll see it in just a moment. The Class B rated drivers, Anawat in P2 overall, manages the class victory. Alon Korn came home in P2, but that one is going to be decided in the steward's office. The 59 of Suwat comes home in 3rd on the track, and the 44 of Salmon is actually going to potentially be your 3rd place driver.
Yep, there we go. It's just updated now.
It's just updated now, yeah. So I can tell you there was a penalty to be applied, a drive-through penalty for the driver of the 85. I don't know whether or not he knew that he actually had a penalty coming his way.
Maybe not indeed, given that he carried on there without any fuss. And for one final time for this weekend and for the year,
your highlights from the Thailand Super Pickup Series, our Class A and B drivers. As always, taking a chance to say hello to the cameras, smile for the fans, and get ready to go racing here from Chang International Circuit, Scott. And various ways the drivers go about it is always a delightful sight to see as the racing gets underway. And then, of course, standing start for these trucks here. You can see, look at that there, trying to come across from the left to the right to get up the inside of turn 1. We got through turn 3 cleanly, despite the 2-3 wide action there, and certainly the action carried on. Look at there through turn 6, seeing Stuvik getting up the inside and making some great progress, you said, in that opening lap. Unfortunately for him, it then sort of went backwards from there, and we had to bring out the safety car early as trucks broke down on lap 1.
Yeah, so they managed to get those pulled to the side of the road, and unfortunately for the drivers, that would be the end of their 2023 Thailand Super Series on behalf of B-Quik. The racing up front, though, was phenomenal. The 93, the 95, and the 7 of Super Chai. And it was this. It looked like it was a brake drama from the front right-hand corner of Jack Lemvard's Ford Ranger. You wouldn't finish the race, and you're about to see the thing go up in flames right about there as it all comes alight. And that's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. Stuvik was just ahead of him, but then how good was this racing from our front 3, our front 4, which would become a front 3 as the engine expired on the number 95 car. The number 93 car that did lead us back. That's how good and how close the racing was between these two. All of a sudden, Anawat showed up on Super Chai and applied a glorious amount of pressure, which meant that couldn't stay with our leader at that point in time as 93. 23 and the 88 were lighting up those rear tyres as neither of them could keep it on the ground, and then all of a sudden our race leader blew up just over a lap from home. Didn't quite make the finish, made it 11 laps to the good, and then Super Chai lights it up out of the last corner, dominates in that final sector, that middle sector of the lap, so dominant, defended it off, and everyone gets home. Your series winner in your Class A and B overall outright. The 15 car of Thanafon gets home to take line honours right across the season. So I'll just take a quick look at your B-class drivers as well. It was Alon Korn, who is super dominant right throughout the season. Probably good enough, even with the poor finish in the final race of the season. Will come home and clean up your Drivers' Championship. Didn't want to serve a drive-through penalty. Dropped down the field as a result. But still good enough for the driver of the 85 to get home and clean up the title.
Well, that is a good way to wrap up the season there, I have to say, as the interviews begin here trackside for our drivers on the podium here with Goody and the local commentary team for the local audience. And unfortunately, that's going to have to do us pretty much here, Scott, for the weekend and for the race with no audio coming through. Unfortunately, not much we can do with this one here, but reflect on what the year has been. We were brought in along the way in various bits and pieces, as it were, for this English broadcast of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series in 2023. And whilst unfortunately not been able to be there for every single part of it, has certainly put on a fun show when I have been able to be part of the action here and be able to just sort of talk through it and try and explain what's going on out there and share this racing action with you from here in Australia to all the way around the world.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's been a phenomenal season from lights out to go. We joined a little bit during the proceedings. It's been a pleasure to communicate and chat with a lot of the fans out online. Your support always amazes us. And the love of the Super Pickup class to finish things off, I can't think of a better way to finish off the 2023 racing season. I have good news for you, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back to bring you the coverage yet again next year of your Thailand Super Series. So keep your eyes out on the social medias for that. We'll be back with the English language broadcast coverage. Other than that, on behalf of myself and the entire English broadcast crew, on behalf of everyone over in Thailand that's been bringing you the racing this weekend, all the drivers and everyone that have made this possible, we hope you have a very safe and happy holidays and tail end to your year, and we look forward to seeing you in 2024. It's been a pleasure to bring you the racing action, so it'll be bye for now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you in 2024 on behalf of B-Quik and the Thailand Super Series. We'll see you then.